So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome to the road to the EWC with Valorant now in the Americas region. Whoa, we've got some hot matches today. We're going to start off with a best of 5 qualifier. Winner goes on, loser falls down for one more chance, and then we'll eliminate one of our 4 teams right afterwards. I'm my whole chef. With me, I've got Kevin Avril Walker. Yes, I do use your full government name because you feel like a brother to me. It's been a minute. How you feeling, my guy? How are you?
It's okay. I'm in a foreign country. Your government can't get me, or maybe they can. The long arm of Uncle Sam is pretty long out these days. But you know what? I'm back in NA, back in America's casting some NA Valorant, and honestly, it feels so good to be back. The teams are so damn good. Sending some honestly amazing teams, not just to Toronto for Masters, but also very soon for the EWC as well. You already have G2, you already have Sentinels qualified into EWC coming up in Riyadh, and now we're about to send 2 more teams their way. And looking across the competition, it's going to be good no matter what. I think we got a lot of good teams out there. Between NRG, 100 Thieves, MIBI, and Evil Geniuses, who are still all in the running. No one's been eliminated just yet. That's going to change today, though, Chef, because MIBI, Evil Geniuses, somebody's got to go home.
Indeed, that's going to be our second matchup today, and based on the results from yesterday, even though we're 2 different 2-0s, the maps were, for the most part, pretty close across the board. That opener, MIBR and NRG, that was a tight one, without question. But, as we kind of had alluded towards, we will be starting in the best of 5 winners final qualifier matchup, NRG going up against 100 Thieves. These 2 teams had played each other once before. They played each other in the upper semifinals during phase 1 of the qualifier, and it did go the way of 100 Thieves. It was a pretty tight series, though. 3 maps, most of them going like 13-9s, 13-10s in there, like really close to being on the fringe of overtimes, but it was 100 Thieves who were able to earn their spot quickly into phase 2. NRG had to fall down, take down Crew Esports as well as Cloud9, but they did that swiftly, and then you follow up the result with what they did yesterday. This is a team that definitely looks primed and ready to try to hurdle this 100 Thieves team today.
And I think these 2 teams have a decent amount of history, not just in that game, but also they just played each other in the NA playoffs as well, qualifying into Toronto. So they faced off in the lower bracket where NRG got sent home. It was unfortunately a little bit unceremonious. They had a decently close fracture. Oh, sorry, that's actually another close one. It was Haven that was decent close fracture. It was very one-sided, 400 Thieves, and it ended up being a 2-0. NRG definitely would have liked to have better results from that. And since that loss, being knocked out straight away in the lower bracket in their first game, they've made changes, right? They've changed up their coaching lineup. They've changed up specifically Finesse retiring, Scuba coming in. That was a rumor for a little bit of a time that then got confirmed. Scuba looked amazing yesterday, by the way, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about some of the performances brought into both of these teams. But, you know, specifically for NRG, I think they look a little re-energized. I mean, this is a team that are looking different. You even look at the results from phase 1 of this qualifier as well. The fact that they just kind of went flawlessly 2-0 the entire way through, didn't drop a single map. You didn't really get to see those games because they weren't broadcasted, but just even looking at the scores, you're like, whoa, this is like a decent looking result for NRG, who struggled in stage 1 for VCT, and now they're looking like a killer team. And they're a team that also would look at yesterday's results, 2-0 MIBI. MIBI came 3rd in NA playoffs, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. And look, I think the thing here is, with this head-to-head matchup, and you look at kind of the results when they had played the last time around, there was this level of like NRG was frying. Like they were absolutely dominating across a number of different of the maps, especially the ones that they had won, but they weren't able to stop cryo cells. That's gonna be, I think, the big player to keep an eye out here for a long series between these 2 teams, where again, all you could do is take away a single map. So whether you choose to take off one of your worst or something that's in the head-to-head matchup you don't like, that's kind of a dealer's choice decision. And as we have our map picks and bans, we're actually going to get Pearl from 100 Thieves first and foremost, which we were kind of looking over the picks and bans before we went live. I was particularly surprised to see that 100 Thieves would pick into a map that NRG have looked really strong on, and in particular, they've actually had a bit of a head-to-head success story versus 100 Thieves team, but that was a while back ago. But still, it's just one of those things that, like, over the course of the last couple of weeks, months, this has been a really stapled pick for NRG, so it definitely feels like a map that NRG are going to be happy to see picked, quote-unquote, against them.
Well, they 100 Thieves actually won this against Evil Geniuses yesterday in a pretty resounding fashion. They kind of, I don't know if I want to use the word dominated, but 13-5 felt like a bit of a domination day. I mean, based on scoreline, I'll give it to them that. It was a really, really solid win. We had 4 maps yesterday. 3 out of those 4 maps were very close games. 2 of them went to OTs. this was the only one-sided map in all of yesterday's matches. So it was a completely close affair. And then Evil Geniuses just fell off on this map entirely. They just couldn't bring it together at all. And 100 Thieves looked completely smooth. So they're riding a bit of momentum from yesterday's win on that. Obviously, NRG are going to be a bit of a different team. Literally so, because again, they've made shifts to the lineup and even in the coaching as well. Mike out, Bonka back in. Different look in various regards to the team. If you're changing up your IGL as well with Finesse leaving, that's also going to be a major impact for the team. So we're looking at a very different NRG where, you know, could have been a coin flip. Maybe things could have gone poorly with these changes. They're also very recent changes. Remember, NA players weren't that long ago. We're looking at weeks here. But the fact that recent results are showing NRG on a bit of an upswing, and this would be a huge turnaround for them if they can now use this opportunity to qualify into EWC, considering they're not going to Toronto. This would be a long break for them going into stage 2 if they don't qualify into EWC. And what a way to introduce Scuba and get Bonka back in the team and find success, then immediately qualify into something and beat longtime rivals in 100 Thieves as well, who have had a lot of games over NRG, and it hadn't looked pretty. So it's you know, if NRG are looking for a chance to bounce back, this would be it. But I gotta say as well, Alan, 100 Thieves looked dominant yesterday too.
Yeah, they did. And I think the thing here too is like, this is one of those situations. You win your opening match, you get 2 chances to qualify in 2 different best of 5s if you do happen to lose here today, which does give you a ton of breathing room. But I still think like NRG, looking at this opening pick with Pearl and then going into their own pick of Split, you got to be feeling like we can come out here and be up 2-0 right off the get-go, let alone the fact that, again, not only are these 2 solid maps for you, but you have a little bit of tape to look off of what 100 Thieves were doing yesterday on Pearl in particular. So I think there's a level of knowledge versus experience. The history that's between these 2 squads definitely leads us to kind of lean one way or the other, but I think the map pool does kind of favor NRG in a small way. I mean, because you look at Split for 100 Thieves, it's been good for them too, but it's been a little bit more strenuous in terms of their success rate. When they find wins, it's been an overtime versus G2, which is still a win versus G2, so you take that. And then you had to kind of really fight for your life against Cloud9 very recently last week. So there's a level of, again, success is there, but you know, how we weigh that success comparing one team to the other can sometimes be a little bit different. But with that kind of in mind, and as we start to get ready to go for things like agent select and things of the nature, I do want to spend some time just kind of talking about the head-to-head in the player count in particular, because you know, when these 2 teams had played in phase 1, Cryocells was just unguarded. He finished 67 and 41 on the overall best of 3 series. The only map that he really wasn't a factor, if you want to call it that, was the first map, and he went an even 17 and 17, where Thieves had lost 7 to 13 overall. So he was a factor on every single map, and I think there's got to be some conversation for NRG of how do we slow him down, especially on a map where you figure he's going to pop something crazy like a Yoru or a Jet just to kind of get in your face.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cryo and I'll just check the results really quickly to make sure I have this accurate, but like, to memory, Cryo had a bit of a quiet game versus NRG in that playoffs match. So it was
VCT match. Yeah.
Yeah, the VCT match. So actually, statistically, it didn't look that bad. Maybe on Haven, he was playing ISO on Haven and was more towards the bottom. But I think based on what we saw out of Cryo yesterday, certainly did deliver. So will definitely be a pretty massive threat. And surprisingly as well, we talk about the fact that a Split is in there. This is the map that NRG also beat MIBR on. I think anything you beat MIBR on, who again, I consider to be a top team in this particular bracket. I'm sure most would consider to be the top team in North America in general. A very strong team that's already qualified to Toronto. So if they end up going to EWC, that's just a cherry on the cake. They get to, go to 2 massive events back to back. But to beat a team in top form like that, if we look at it half by half, first half of Split, well, both the attacking sides of Split were strong for the various teams. NRG led Split 9-3 yesterday versus MIBR, and surprisingly, top frag was actually Scuba playing the Viper. So Scuba coming in super hard. I was saying this to Upbind yesterday, but what a on-stream debut. Obviously, he already debuted for the team playing in the unbroadcasted matches, but in the officially broadcasted matches that we had yesterday, that's Scuba's like first real broadcasted match with NRG, and he just popped the hell off in an incredible way. So yeah, what a way to come swinging out the gate. So completely topped the stat line and had huge impact versus a team that it's not even like he's stat padding versus a low level team. He did that versus MIBR, which is crazy.
Yeah, and I think the other thing on top of that is, you know, again, I think this NRG team can sometimes be subject to being ran over by one single player, like Aspis yesterday, just kind of the maps that I were watching when you guys were casting. He was all over the place. I mean, his first blood engagements were high. He was finding a lot of success across all 3 maps, it felt like, on the entry. But the follow-up after he had fallen was not fully there. You know, we weren't really getting good participation out of their controllers, out of their initiators. It really was just kind of the Aspis show. And that's kind of one of the things that, you know, this NRG team, I think, has showcased in the past. Like, playing up against 100 Thieves in their most recent matchup, it was kind of the same thing where, yeah, Cryo has a great map, but Asuna and Xander are a little bit on the quieter side in that series, even though 100 Thieves still win it. It just felt like it was a byproduct of one person popping off and taking over in certain maps. So I think that's the biggest thing here. And I put a lot of pressure, I think, on Amada in particular, and Scuba for that matter, of can you get kind of an equal entry success out of Amada? And I think for Scuba, can you just respond a little bit better and being in those 1v1s with Cryo early on, which again, that's kind of the estimation that we would figure is going to be the case. So this should be interesting, I think, just to see how they match up.
I don't want to bring a point to the Cryo conversation also because on Pearl yesterday, Cryo was one of the players that absolutely popped off, came through on the Yoru, he played through operator rifles, did everything, played very aggressively, early dimensional drifts just based on the fact that he's fragging incredibly hard and was one of the key reasons why EG just couldn't keep up. Ye obviously still did Ye things as much as he could, but the rest of his team was just kind of falling by the wayside to Cryo cells, but everyone else as well. And I pointed this out on broadcast yesterday, but a big player also for me, they kind of went underrated, but I kind of, talked a lot about on the broadcast just because I felt like the intangibles were there, stuff that doesn't show up on statistics, but when you see the impact on the server, it's very apparent, and that was Boostio, who was able to single-handedly hold down sites, stay alive for ungodly amounts of time, trade favorably times as well, where you don't expect them to really do too much. Maybe at best, he'll go 1 for 1. Dude goes 2 for 1 and just does way too much work for EG to be able to handle, and he does that multiple times, and it's difficult to get past that when you have a solo side anchor that's able to do that as an IGL, very smart player as well. But beyond that, you then have huge fraggers coming in like Cryo cells, and it was just a little too much for EG to handle. So when you talk about Cryo being a player to watch out for, that is going to be a bit of a danger. That's definitely one. And then you have Austin on this team as well. So, the firepower is pretty immense for 100T. So they're looking in great form. I don't know if that's because EG in particular just kind of fell off a little hard on that second map, but 100T looked so dangerous.
Yeah, and that's it's always the case with 100 Thieves. I mean, when you've got a player like Asuna, who doesn't even need to be your main duelist, I think that says enough, right? Like, you're absolutely, the word firepower was exactly where I was going to go with it too. So yeah, it's definitely an exciting time to take a look at these two. And again, we're just waiting on NRG to get ready to go into the lobby here. So I don't know if we can pull back up the maps real quick just to kind of reflect on what this series is going to look like one more time, just to kind of get out of just the slew of talking about Pearl, talking about Split. We are, of course, guaranteed 3 maps as best of 5s normally work. So Haven will be there. I'm excited about that one just because we've seen a lot of really dynamic kind of metas be moved into the picture. We've seen things like ISOs be rocked in with just to kind of walk up long, have your Neon or your Yo with that to kind of step in behind that. And I assume that 100 Thieves are going to want to play with that level of, again, aggression and tempo. But then Icebox afterwards, we've seen a lot of switch ups lately as well. So, again, I really do feel like this is about as even as it gets. I think if you're NRG, though, I still look at this series and say, if you come out, win this opening Pearl, you're set yourself up to be qualified, I think. Just due to the fact that you're kind of getting the cards played into your hand when you've got a map that you're 4-1 on the year as map number 1. But let's take a look. We are ready to go. Let's take a chance to see what exactly both these two teams are going to play in terms of compositions. The biggest thing is that, yep, Cryo will continue to stay on that Yoru. Nothing new here in terms of Pearl. The dimensional drift just so difficult to deal with. Where on the other side, we are going to get Mata with the Jet, and in the mix, Sam should be locking onto this Vice. So kind of preferring for more of a reactionary style, it looks like, for NRG, especially when they're on the defensive side.
I will say as well, just an interesting fact about yesterday's matches and yesterday's maps is that we did also have a case where 100 Thieves won most of the rounds defensively on both the maps, and Pearl on especially, we talk about what do they have, a 9-3 start versus EG, and they just continue that domination. It was really funny on the other side of the coin. NIG really struggled on the defensive side, but they dominated on the attacking side, both maps versus MIBR, which which were Split and Icebox. So Split is a map that, you know, we're going to see down the line in this particular draft here as well. And then you talk about Haven, but Haven is also going to be upcoming, and that's a map that these two teams did play against each other in that lower bracket in VCT, where NIG looked very, very good on that defensive side. In fact, both teams were quite good defensively there, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. But we are going into Pearl, like as you say, there's going to be some slight differences in composition. In fact, that's actually a fairly different looking-ish team outside of the standards that we have here with Teo and Astra being locked in. And Teo, of course, we're on 10.07. Yep. The previous patch that the teams were already on for playoffs, so no change in terms of the meta there before we head into future events where I'm sure we'll be on the live patch.
Oh yeah, and yeah, the the regularity of Tejo on the new patch is a lot less than what we're having right here. So
I'm sure
if you got it, use it. One of those type of situations. Let's go ahead and lock in here, friends. We've got Pearl for map number 1. Again, this is the selection of 100 Thieves, a map that NRG I'm sure are very happy to see. Whereas for 100 Thieves, it has not been exactly a successful playground for them up until they beat EG yesterday. Ghosts purchased, as you would figure, and I think I'm just going to be really interested to see what NRG want to do in terms of opening tempo, especially knowing that you're going to be playing up against a really just the solo sentinel of the Killjoy and Boostio. So can you kind of manipulate space early, force those gate crashes, those things, all the things you want to see in terms of the offense kind of spreading the map. But we'll see how we go. Again, this is a winners quarterfinal or semifinal, pardon me, and a qualifier match on the road to EWC. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Let's get it on.
If you win this one, you get 3rd seed at EWC as well for your region. So winning this one is certainly going to be better than dropping down the lower bracket, where you will get another chance, but you wouldn't want to be 4th. A lot of movement coming through from the middle side of the map. Mata up first. One-to-one trade.
Oh, and the follow-up from 100 Thieves, solid. Nice little right click here from Ethan, as able to allow him to find EU for pretty much free. 2v2 situation now. And the defense a little bit split. Boostio going to respect that the site has been taken. Cryo on the corner, double swing on his way. Oh, he just completely splits the difference between Brock and Ethan. So now it's down to the hunt for Boostio, and he's just out of here saying, I'll just reset this a different way. Knife will reveal no one's on site, and this should be a plan.
RT yesterday did also give up a lot of mid control versus EG. That was probably the one good thing about EG. And here in the opening round, mid has, at least for the time being, cost 100 Thieves a little bit. Trades were fairly even up until that 2v1 swing with Cryo down. Boostio is in much more of a tough position. And post-plant versus Teo is always going to be annoying, especially with salvos recharging.
And you've got a fragment ready as well, just to make matters worse. So the chances of Boostio being able to hang on this, pretty slim. Would have to snap.
Just the delays, right? I mean, look how long they can delay for. Time alone should be the win for NIG.
Now, Boostio will find one. We'll sacrifice him to the spike, make sure Brock stays interested, and everyone will drop, but NRG will take the opening pistol. And you're absolutely right. It is just kind of a back and forth affair, split between A main and Art, and it turns into just Cryo being separated away from where you had Boostio. So separation led to an unsuccessful feat, and now we go into the anti-eco.
So I'm already picking up rifle here as well. Som, who is also, again, most of these players very capable on the fragging side, but Brock definitely also had a reasonable game yesterday from memory. Really interested in what happens over towards B this time around. As I mentioned, Boostio in his game versus EG held down B site very comfortably.
Yeah.
A lot of value, especially in situations where you might not even expect it. So any interest from NIG goes towards the B side, that will be one to watch out for. As just a drone for now coming through from Brock and really quiet. But if you actually look at the top side of the map, it's drawn over rotators from 100T already.
Yeah, and this is because Xander can just play shoulders, and if he gets contact with this really far scaled up position at A main, everyone can start to sprint back if they need to. So definitely is a level of respect being gained to the stealth drone a little bit early, but
look at this mid again.
Yeah.
They'll be able to just take it free because there's really nothing there, nothing to stop that. Obviously, all of the Killjoy utilities on the B side of the map, and the rotation is going to come through a little bit late. You're going to depend on Xander to slow this down as much as possible.
Well, the Nebula's pulled back from NRG. They're on their way on. Xander in trouble. Dashing leaning on his Mata, does not want to allow him to stay alive for very long. Brock immediately goes for the plant. And honestly, this defensive retake is largely from the front. Busio connects though for the opener. Austin is showing some pressure over towards our side. And how about Busio? Okay, hold on a second. Him and Cryo combined for 3 from the side from the front. Busio not done yet, but the turn from Ethan is too good. And that'll be enough for him and Brock to combine and largely save the anti-eco because, wow, Busio had other designs in mind.
Yeah, I was going to say possibly reasonable damage done, but I think the 2 weapons were retained. So Vandal plus Guardian was what was brought into that round from NRG. The rest of it was pistol, so they didn't really lose too much economically, more than they could afford to lose, I should be able to say. So still an okay win, but you start to see some real signs of life. Even on an eco 400 Thieves, they were able to really get 3 players down. Busio with 2 of them, some sharp shots coming on early in the round. It did show you the capability, and Cryo, I mentioned this, but he did play the obvious say on this map versus EG. Did look pretty decent. You have to remember, Ye was on the other side of that, so see what Cryo can do this time.
From the early op, stealth drones will walk by one another. And a decent reveal there to at least alert that Cryo could be in a little bit of trouble here. NRG still walking forward. Opening 1v1, EU able to win it. Cryo still blocked off from finding an angle, but that opening first blood is going to turn into more. Austin is going to follow up. And then the salvo just to kind of block the entryway, make sure no one else with energy can push up. And this
Spike drop though.
This round has gone a bit awry.
Spike dropped and picked up. Well, remember, there was a decent amount of info being shown. 2 players revealed very early on. The NRG were not interested in backing up from the fight. In fact, they're still here right now.
Anyone else?
Not been able to go very quiet. Usually you would see teams maybe just drop off a little bit, take up Spike, go a little bit quiet, force the defense to rotate around. The NRG are just being punished here. Cryo finding another shot successfully, leaving NRG on 2 members with minimal time remaining.
Yeah.
And nowhere else on the map that they've obviously been able to explore because they ran 5-man all the way into B.
That's what I was going to say, is that they have no information at mid. They have no information over towards A main. With the vice wall not being placed down over to that direction, it's just impossible to save someone on your flank. So should be a pretty uneventful finish to this anti-ecos turn to bonus round. 100 Thieves will get on the board and they're going to have themselves a flawless as Energy are just going to save the rifles. But I will say, kind of most importantly, you know, it's the ability for Cryo to get the initial operator pickup that quickly after some tight pistol and anti-eco rounds. That's a huge threat that Energy are going to have to read and deal with. And I'll be interested to see if they try to hit something over towards mid, you know, utilize something out of Scuba to try to block off an early angle, get some space early, and put a little bit more pressure onto Cryo.
It means B is always going to be a defensive threat now because, well, we already saw what Cryo was able to do with that. And don't be too surprised if you're going to see him push up a little bit here as well. Play for the ability to TP backwards for safety. Retaining 2 rifles from that previous round. NRG is still in position to be able to do a decent amount of work done in terms of their buy. But with B having gone as poorly as it did, let's see if they do a bit more of a default here. Remember, I think that, yeah, the 2 first rounds they did get did come through a decent amount of mid control, which once more 100 Thieves have been mostly not willing to put a lot of pressure onto. Cryo's going to just hold this line by himself.
Yeah. Good moments like this in the past, and that's exactly why. A little snap up finds Sam's head. First blood and the spike down for a moment. Collected though by Scuba, and Mata, who was maybe trying to get a little bit more aggressive. We'll see the dash expire. So NRG a little bit stuck here at mid-map. And that's, again, thanks to the presence of that operator early. More importantly, though, you do have the walk down for Xander again at A main. So it's just so much map control here for 100 Thieves, kind of picking and choosing where NRG would have to hit from. And right now, that really is just open through the middle. B-Link
is also open as well. I mean, there is a little bit of Killjoy utility. I think it was actually maybe popped into. So at this point, I think 100 Team know that middle is entirely compromised. Prowler's even coming through to confirm that. Scuba spotted. And yeah, you have full A main control found. B is going to be the location for the hit. Brock's already pushed up, coming through B-Link now.
30 seconds.
Oh, good trigger discipline just over the top of Boulevard. Finds the freebie on the bottom. Maybe a bit of understanding that Energy are actually split hitting this over through main, but Cryo still picks up off of 1 trade. Scuba trying to force the issue on the backside of Halls. Cryo won't hit that one. 3 for Scuba. NRG getting their way onto site, but running out of time here. Still have to collect the spike and plant.
Left.
And in the meantime, everyone from 100 Thieves have gotten back over.
Planted.
And just a small miss
timing.
from Asuna. May have a second chance at it though. Crossfire set.
That might have been the defense.
Brock able to find the first. Xander now known over towards main. This is going to be a really tough retake for him in the 1v2.
Yeah, I just think missing that timing might have costed the defense, unfortunately. Terrible luck, terrible luck. Scuba playing high. His teammate is playing low.
One enemy remaining.
One should be pretty good, but Xander gets the isolated 1v1s. Unbelievable. Just around the corner. Scuba couldn't swing quickly enough to get the trade. Xander, what a clutch, a difficult situation. Recovers the operator even. My goodness.
Wow. That is just not at all what you would have expected. Because you're absolutely right. Asuna missing the timing from top bridge, or not really missing the timing, but just missing the shots before the window shuts on what looked to be a free kill. Leaves Xander in a pretty impossible situation, but NRG just a little too overstacked and getting a little bit baited by the sound trigger of the spike being diffused. Shorty doesn't hit. And now Xander and 100 Thieves find themselves in a pretty comfortable spot. Now, there is still light armor and full arsenal being purchased here for NRG for the most part, so not a world where they're hurting too much, but against things like a Nightfall and a Dimensional Drift and a Cosmic Divide,
by the way,
obstacles at the hurdle here.
Yeah, okay, that drone is going to see a lot here. It's going to force a instant rotation.
Blocking sight.
I was going to say Cryer wasn't in position to snipe, but now he's on sight.
I got the spike.
Gonna get the barrel stuff. Brock Ethan's able to find a couple, but that null command that's been popped on this entry has gone down to the ride. Yeah, you're trying to get Ethan back into the action, but Asuna right there to make sure that him and EU can finish that off and get the kills that they collect. So 3-2 up. No defensive ultimate spent on that particular round, and now we're on to Sheriffs and maybe a hero rifle for some, but likely not.
One off the Blade Storm there as well, so likely see NIG maybe prioritize a alt orb at some point very quickly. I was going to say in that previous round, Cryer was solo sniping once again over towards mid, and have to remember the fact that he can gate crash very quickly back into position. So as NIG come on in towards B, suddenly there are more items to favor than NIG would really thought.
Whoa. Bolt call here. Pistol push has been red. Armor going to be called into this. Splits up this offensive approach just a touch, but NRG are still fully alive and can keep this staging point in front of
Get out of my way.
Big flank as well. Could be a weapon drop if he doesn't win this one. Very important that he does.
But Mata, knives on the other front. Gravity Vortex slowing this down just a touch. Mata still back on the line. Xander! Oh! How about our Xander sitting and appreciating what exactly he just did, and that's a bad man right there.
That's right. Tactical timeout's going to come through right after that one. Going into round number 7, another buy for NRG. Xander happy to go to the shooting gallery there versus the anti-eco just to clean them up, and opponent the 100 Thieves keep their economy looking strong as well. Very early Armageddon, I want to say, being burnt by Asuna in what would be obviously a response to the fact that they understand that NRG would be going for orb, so trying to look for an early punish. And as I say as well, I think the very important duel there was EU.
Oh, without question.
Scuba, because if Scuba gets a gun and also then has a flank ready to go, it could cause some problems for 100 Thieves. Don't know if it's going to be necessarily enough firepower for NRG to win a round, but certainly it just requires a little bit more from 100 Thieves to be able to hold on to that defense.
Oh, sure. I think there's also just another level of, would it have mattered? Because Xander just completely destroyed everything from the front. I mean, he literally just put on a shooting range clinic with those 4 kills.
That'll work.
Hard to say, but regardless, run a full purchase here for NRG off the timeout. Needed to get something, because, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, cryo continues to be an issue for First Blood, and when you've got follow-up like that from Xander, you just got to think that, man, what else do we need to do to get some kills here?
Well, the other thing that was probably important to talk about during the tactical timeout for NRG is the fact that there's going to be a pretty large ultimate round for them. It's a buy round, it's an alt round. A couple of things useful for the post plant as well, and it's looking even better. The fact they find Cryo through what I believe is smoke. So that's a giant punish, just understanding where he could be standing on the line, and things now looking on the up for NRG. Dimensional Drift off the table, which would have been huge for the retake if 100T do lose a sight.
Well, the other part about this is I love this call for NRG, because you're just going to take your numbers advantage and play a 5v at worst, too, you would think, on the A side. Xander feeling some pressure. Cosmic Divide is out for the offense. Xander going to step up just a touch. Nanostorm will provide a little bit of assistance for him to stay here a touch longer. Here comes all the utility, though. Flashes, Nova Pulse, all being spent. But Bucio still able to find the first. Mata clears out the site. Spike should be planted. And then this is a tough 2v4. You think you probably would need a pick before you fully commit to everything, but they think they've got the opportunity through this constant divide to try to push through with the Nightfall. It will fall immediately, but honestly, the trails aren't really going to do too much. The Steel Garden just as an insurance policy here for NRG. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, I just don't know how you take these gunfights. You've got the stealth drone still available to try to clear out some space, but
they can't push to get the kills.
Yeah, this is
2v4, but they can't push to get the kills, and there's Armageddon available.
Indeed.
So the time wastage here from NRG is huge. There's a bunch of utility. Astra can still put down stars. This is just going to be really tough for 100 Thieves, so I don't think the defuse is really going to be able to come through. Just based on time, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Mod is able to find the first, and maybe there's a level there where 100 Thieves are just trying to pull off that Armageddon, commit all the rest of your utilities, see if we can maybe put a little bit of panic into NRG, get them to spend the Armageddon, but no such lack of discipline will be showcased there for our offense team. So 4-3 the Cali.
Big one for me. Big one for me is the fact that Boostio was unfortunately 2 away from lockdown. Would have been a good retake ultimate. They committed to site, probably needed to at least kill one more, go 1 for 1 each for the 2 players on A. More important than that is losing Cryo super early without really trading too much at all. Losing Dimensional Drift, which would, if you're talking about retakes, with the lack of the lockdown, Dimensional Drift would have been insane. Completely puts Cryo into a different position, reveals everything on the NRG side for the post plan, and causes a lot of chaos. And the biggest threat immediately gone. 100 Thieves percentage chance of winning that round. Pretty tough. Let's see what happens now over towards A once more.
Oh, they're trying for a little flash and bait with the drone. That will work. Mata's got himself a clean first blood, and that will be A main. And more importantly, the Astra fallen over 400 Thieves. So this will be a little bit more difficult in terms of how they want to control the map, and I would like to see Boostio try to walk up B main, take some space away, and allow this triple stack to stay there, and that's actually exactly what he's going to do with a gate crash on the way, just in case he needs help.
Yeah. Has to be a little bit careful that if he does push up a little too far, he has no options to get out. He'll be in a bit of a one-and-done type of situation, so he just pushes for info slightly, but doesn't want to overcommit. And at this point as well, Boostio is even potentially reading this is going to be a finish. It will be. That's what it looks like at the moment. 100 Thieves are a little impatient. They're not getting punished for this one. It's actually going to be modern Ethan dropping
down A.
Asuna. Wow, double on that.
And a salvo behind this. They still want to take the next fight, but NRG will push them back. Still, the damage that's been dealt, massive. Armageddon at the ready for Brock.
This is how
Holding
it
the trigger,
ends.
can use that to clear out Secret, and then throw a little bit more utility into Flowers. That will gain them entrance onto A, but with things with dimensional drift,
remaining.
and you still have the
down
operator.
A.
There's still angles that could
10
be watched.
seconds left.
And now it's just down to 2v1. Cryo didn't use dimensional drift just to push forward, give Boostio the info. Sam's still waiting for eventually this battle with Boostio, but they're going to split the difference. Wait for the pop flash and double swing them together. Can Sam react? There's the flash. He works out perfectly, but the arc rolls behind it. Gives Sam some isolation to the 1v1 with Boostio. He's going to have to use the lockdown. Not an angle for Sam to take this out of commission. But is there enough time here with the Razor Vines to get Boostio on for any sort of a defuse? No, it's not going to happen. You just have to avoid being detained. That's going to happen. Here comes this.
He's only going to get half. He's only going to get half.
And the shot is good. What a 1v2 from Sam.
They put everything into that. 100 Thieves, double ultimates, massive retake ultimates as well, and they couldn't win the 2 versus 1. That is going to be a round that 100T are going to want to look back on a couple of different ways, because that is a round that you cannot afford to drop. They really have everything working for them, but unfortunately, the solo peak from Cryo getting baited and then flashed out. I mean, he also dropped a flash in there, but losing that duel, unfortunately, and not having Boostio maybe swing in with him, not playing the 2v1 together, leaving it into 2 isolated 1v1s, and a lockdown alone will get you the half defuse, but you still have to commit the other half, which was just a little bit too difficult. So that is a tough loss to bite down on, because it's not just losing the round, forcing them into eco now. They dropped a bunch of ultimates that didn't get any value.
Yep. And the eco has also flipped hands here as well completely. So what a bounce back for NRG. And for 100 Thieves,
There's
a gamble stack and hope that it pays out for them.
Yeah, I don't want it to be, you know, too overly critical about it, but if there's the possibility that NRG now swing the momentum entirely and actually win this half, that would have been the round.
I agree.
That would have swung it.
Yep. Oh, Mata in some trouble. Has to dash away. Doesn't have any immediate health nearby, so tries to get the Cloud Burst in, but Boostio still able to connect. And on top of that, Cryo's going to step up, try to grab the weapon, but Ethan will push him back. Fragment in the corner. Nebula.
I think it expired.
Okay, just
I think the gate crash just expired.
Locating targets.
But here comes the re-engagement at the front doors.
Ignition.
Is there a chance for 100 Thieves still to hang tall? Nanostorm will expire here in a
30
moment, and then
seconds
likely the floodgates will open, especially with under 30 seconds remaining. Can anyone else hit a critical shot? EU misses the first window. Now 100 Thieves will set up for this defense right on top of the site.
And NRG are taking a little too long here. I mean, they have all the guns to play through, but they just don't have enough information to go anywhere else. They have to just run up the guns up towards A. They don't see Boostio doesn't get the kill, but Xander does. Xander Arsenal delivering right now, 2 versus 1. Armageddon in hand, and there's no time to plant.
There's a location reveal. He would have to go right now for it, and not gonna happen. There's not enough time for this to come through.
Oh my.
Able to get one more, but it's a hell of a thrifty from 100 Thieves, and a lot of it just coming from Xander. Once again, stuck in the corner and somehow finds 2.
And actually just lost all their time, and now the shoe is on the other foot. I'm gonna say basically the same thing I've said for 100T, but now on the NRG side, which is essentially, if there is a round that has now prevented NRG from getting the momentum to turn this half around and win it, that could have been the round, because they just had a giant round that they won versus 100T, where 100T threw everything into a defense that didn't pan out for them. This time, NRG got thriftied in what should have really been a bit of a gimme, but having nothing else to work through and being forced to just run up a 5-man and into the entire 100T squad, that's scary to do, and they were punished for that.
What a turn of events. We have had some massively impactful swing rounds in these first 9. It nearly came
Retrieving
in the anti-eco round 2, but we've been provided some cinema here on the opening stages of map number 1 of best of 5.
The pendulum does swing.
Yeah.
It's kind of equalized now. You had 100T in control of the game. They lost it briefly with 1 poor round, but they gained it back in equal favor. So now we're just essentially back to where we were. 5 and 4, still very close though, mind you.
Oh, the interesting thing about this setup here for 100 Thieves is, again, how forward they're playing. They're going to need, Austin to rotate back quickly to try to stave off some of this hit with the Armageddon. There it is. Called right at the front doors. Gives a momentary pause. No command will fade here in a moment. But before that happens, Mata over the top is able to find 1. Xander with a shutdown of his own, but they're able to bring Ethan back to life. Cryo on a very quick pitch with an operator. Ethan with a shot. That's enough to shut that down, and the spike will be planted. Also able to tally 1 though with the salvo. Makes this a doable 3v4 with still the counter divide to play.
Yeah, just couldn't quite scope in quickly enough for Cryo there. Xander now, good for another onto Mata. Equalizing numbers, slightly Cosmic Divide will do plenty to help the team. Battle spotted. And Ethan might have been able to spot as well. Reload could be costly here. How does Ethan walk on through?
Watch the flank from Sam, still holding over towards Flowers. Cosmic Divide about to fade, and Sam does find 1. And all of a sudden, this retake has been stuck on site, even more so, stuck inside the Nebula. Xander trying to sneak forward, seeing if they can find a loose way to get this to halfway. Sam, Brock trying to bind together. Xander for 1 would have to get this kill immediately, and Brock, too patient, will let the clock expire. Gets the solid read. Yes, Xander will have the kill, but it's still 5-5.
Well played. Sam, beautiful flank coming through. Unnoticed. 100 Thieves will be left wanting for that. Cryo as well, losing his duel. Little unfortunate, just too slow on the scope. He had his own pretty brilliant flank. After Ethan got res, Ethan had the knowledge, had kind of the gut feeling to check behind him, and the timing to check that paid out brilliantly for NRG. I'm now equalized and defeated the Cosmic Divide, and another ultimate, sadly, 400 Thieves on their defense that just doesn't pan out enough. Multiple times now we've seen, obviously, the Nightfall a little bit earlier on in what was a dubious 2v4 retake that even with the Nightfall, I didn't think had a very high percentage chance of being successful. But the big one, obviously, the Dimensional Drift being played in with the lockdown, massive investment. They needed to win that round, and lost both those ultimates. And this time, with Cosmic Divide, started to look reasonable. And a player that, you know, neither of us really spent too much time talking about in the pre-show as a player to look out for, but Xander's stepped up massively in this map so far, and certainly delivered in the fragging department. 400 Thieves couldn't quite keep track of where Som was, so even with Cosmic Divide, not able to make their way to any level of success there. So we're going to be ending this half shortly with what is going to be I would say potentially even a 6-6 finish. I mean, what a finish that would be.
Yeah, I mean, this is a critical round here, though, because as much as you've kind of had this little back and forth over the last 3 rounds, it's been so tight that NRG actually cannot fully afford after that round win. So even though 100 Thieves are stuck on a more limited arsenal, they still will have enough opportunity with Sheriff to possibly counteract things like the Stingers that are being purchased for NRG. So,
I mean,
interesting.
Consider that even the rounds that either team wins, almost everyone dies. That last round was everyone dying, right? So teams that are winning are not winning with enough survivors to maintain their economy, which is why we're in this weird state. We're in round 10, 5-5, and neither team can really afford too much. EU, by the way, does have a hero rifle on that defensive side, and defensively they're really locked in for A, and only now realizing, especially with clearing via the Prowler, that they need to shift focus. Boostio playing before retake here.
Yeah.
Not really do anything to affect sight to be up first for Cryo.
Decent slowdown, though, from Xander. The Nebula plus the Gravity Vortex, but Scuba steps up, finds the first blood a little bit deeper over towards Tower. So for 100 Thieves, this would have to be some sort of a trigger hit of, can we get a salvo and maybe some other type of information out of a Prowler in to try to get their way back over to site. And Crowd's actually going to open things up with a classic win. Scuba on the corner backside halls, though, is good for a couple. Sam's going to make sure nobody steps into the Nebula to try to hit some early diffuses. And that means that that post plant deeper towards B main should be good to save up this round, no problem. 100 Thieves still looking for a couple eliminations, though, and no, not going to get the better of Sam. So it'll be a 6th round for NRG, and a relatively comfortable one at that, with 3 members still surviving.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's funny, right? With the fact that we're saying 3 members surviving is comfortable now, but considering how many players either winning team has had remaining after a round win, that actually is quite true. And but what is also funny about this situation is Sam has the Visal, but maybe the one time where that's not really going to do too much at all for you, because 300T like had nothing to play with anyway. So here we go. We do into the final round of the half where everyone can actually afford. No, Ethan. Okay, no, he's got enough. Everyone's going to have a full rifle here. Finally, but it is going to be ultimates online for NRG and not the case for 100T, and no one even really close enough unless Cryo gets a bit of a pop-off here, which is always possible for a dimensional drift, which does speak to the fact that NRG in position to maybe clean up 7 and 5, particularly since the momentum has gone their way.
Yeah.
This attack now.
And it's not even just the momentum, it's the fact that they've kept Cryo from being able to continually afford an operator. That was a huge success story for 100 Thieves early. I mean, they came into round 3 after dropping the pistol and the anti-eco, still being able to afford the op. But really,
it was one round.
Yeah, the 5th or 6th
really
round, they haven't had it.
Really one round that 100 Thieves even found value. There was a couple other rounds that he had it, but were just in the wrong position to maybe find the kills. You see the Cryo is already sensing danger. Gate crash out early.
You want to fight it?
Just oversteps his peak. So now here it comes. The divide. We'll push Boostio off the Steel Garden just to make sure this plant can go down very quickly with the Razor Vine blocking the choke point. So now it's just on to how do you hold this. There's all the all the ultimates that are out except for Knives, of course, being held onto. Yeah. And it's a 4v5. This is a tough retake here, part of Thieves.
Well, that's all the ults used for the take of the site itself and none for the post line, so point taken in that sense.
That's huge.
Hard to take into Xander, though. They have numbers advantage in a massive way.
Yeah. Ethan just gets tucked in a little bit deeper over towards Halls. No pressure there. Oh, and one tap on it. Boostio makes matters even worse for 100 Thieves on this retake attempt, as they are completely sighted down, completely stuck, and there is nowhere to go. Sam, a critical couple of rounds there at the end of the half, gives us a 7-5 tally. NRG doing what needed to be done after winning the pistol and the anti-eco as we step to a halftime break and come back and swap the sides.
Why run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it.
Well, we've had a hell of a game of chess so far in this first half as we swap the sides over, and 100 Thieves will give their crack at the offensive side. Things to look out for in your mind, though, Avril, as we swap sides.
Massive games from Xander and Scuba so far, but Cryo not quite finding the success we were looking for on 100 Thieves defense, or maybe on the attacking side. We'll get a little bit more of that.
There.
Operator, obviously, name of the game for Cryo on the defense, only really saw a tiny amount of that. And what more that we did see, didn't find purchase at all. And speaking of purchasing, just didn't really have the money, as we talked about as well, given that regardless of who won the rounds, very little surviving members, which meant economy was in a weird state there. Also, those two really interesting swing rounds, but because both teams had a swing round each, one off the back of each other, we kind of equalized back into where we were. And then obviously NRG took advantage with momentum for the later part of that half. So yeah, very interesting finish, but still tight 105 and 7.
Well, there was a early nade, or pardon me, knife from Ethan over the top that gets some little bit of information to Cryo with 100 Thieves offense brewing towards A. And wow, Salvos have been finding so many eliminations this map. Way more than you'd often expect as we get the pinch trap kill feed early 3v3. You do have EU at critical health though. And Cryo suppressed is just going to try to stick, give this thing a post plant and see if 100 Thieves can get their setup going.
Cryo looks like he's stuck on site as well, so he's not going to be able to fall off. Ooh, some reasonable damage actually through the wall there in pet.
On the Fade utility holds it back just a little while longer. Nova Pulse Fragment being combined together. EU sacrifices his life for the cause, but that cause is quickly coming to a bit of an end. All that's left is Bustio and some Nano Swarms. They don't know exactly where he is and how long. Team Fire coming through with the Sentry turret. Provides 2 of the 3, but Brock way too healthy to fall in the triple swing. Eventually allows NRG to take the pistol.
Yeah, having Scuba alive at the end of that one as well to drop an extra smoke in there. With Cryo then also stuck on site as mentioned. NRG the opportunity to pick up the early couple of kills. I actually thought they were going to finish that one with all 3 remaining, but cheeky turret kill in there with Booster also dropping in his own damage. Kind of what I'm talking about a little bit earlier in the pre-show, where Booster will just take a couple more than you think he'd be capable of doing in these types of situations. It does extend the lead further for NRG now, as we're looking toward a 9 and 5. If they can just clean this one up a little bit with also Som looking over on a judge, so and he's going to get really deep over in towards mid.
Oh, opening. Whoa!
Spike
Didn't
down,
see that
B.
one. The lineup on the second shot allows for a collateral to come through. The initial double kill is impressive enough, but little benefit of the lineup now has Mana looking for what could be an ace. I mean, he's got EU stuck in the corner on the site. Now, Mana may not fully recognize that yet. Kind of holding the angle closer towards the entryway at B main, but this is going to have to be some significant double peek if they want to have a chance to get Mana out of position, and now Mana has the information. Ethan will provide the final 2 kills, and it's NRG flawless going into what will be an unbelievably significant bonus.
Yeah, just didn't expect if you are 100 Thieves to just be walking directly into 3 going down, including collateral straight away via Outlaw. First gun round now on board for 100 T, so time to change it up a little bit. Bring momentum back to their side. Didn't reveal the judge, by the way, so that a little bit of information will allow Som to maybe get aggressive one more time and into a sneaky spot to be able to do some damage. If it ends up being like some sort of lurk versus lurk situation, it'll be a free upgrade to cause some real problems.
Again, just tons of information for NRG, even tossing a flashpoint over the top just to try to keep this push for 100 Thieves at arm's reach. And that will work. So 100 Thieves going to go back to the drawing board, just kind of spread the map.
It's NRG wanting to set up a trap over towards mid as well. See if they can maybe bait 100T in, but Bustio, he's aware. I mean, as soon as you even see the drone, you know something's happening. He wants to hold the angle, but Mata just so quick to tap him. His rifle drop now. That is unfortunate, Boostio.
Yeah.
And again, Boostio has to know that potentially some movement could be happening. It certainly did, and it just completely domed him.
And the issue for 100 Thieves not having any pressure at mid is that you're going to be constantly worried about the flank as you start to approach A.
And you've dropped your Sentinel as well, which means you're not leaving things behind to potentially stop flanks. Which is why Asuna is just being quite cautious about this one. Pressure onto Ethan though.
Fragment slows things down just a touch. Salvos to replace that. Decoys
That's the clone.
Ethan with the flash gives himself a chance at a 1v1 multiple, but the instant trade is there for 100 Thieves. Brock able to spam things down for a follow-up. Special delivery coming out a bit low. Plant on the way for 100 Thieves, or at least the attempt at it, but
10
NRG
seconds left.
just gonna wait for their numbers. Extra
player
one taps on the Guardian for Brock, and he somehow takes down both. Excuse me? NRG up 10-5.
That is a round that is going to be, unfortunately, 400 Thieves putting them down into potentially an 11-5 now, not just a 10-5 situation where they do not have any money remaining. They really need to get a lot more out of that round. And NRG, essentially full upgrades across the board. Minus Mana, who's held on to Outlaw here. But against an anti-eco, you don't need anything more than that. So absolute perfection here. NRG has just been indomitable. That's 5 rounds in a row. 3 from the for the first half, and the last 2 as well. In fact, no, 6 rounds in a row.
You gotta be feeling like frustration is setting in right now for 100 Thieves. Although Ethan, a little bit challenged over peaks. 1 for 1, but the weapon collected is a huge resource now for 100 Thieves, who can quickly get onto site and try to go for a plant. Osmond's gonna come in for it. Now it's just down to can you hit your shots trying to hold onto the site, because you've got Scuba close by, the rest of NRG making their way over.
Otto as well coming through from the flank. He's going to be running to quite a few players. Remember, 100T don't have a lot to work with here, so they can actually squeeze through a Thrifty. Would be massive for them.
Yeah. Not a requirement, but would be nice. But Mata is not missing with the Outlaw. What a display for Mata.
One enemy remaining.
Shook up by EU, but Brock has no problem finishing it off. And NRG are going to get to 11. They've got the null command. They've got the Armageddon ready to go. I mean, it's just you have what you like right now through NRG in this half.
And again, Outlaw perfect for the anti-eco as well in a situation where 2 players rushing him down, a different weapon. He kills one, he might get traded here, taps 2, and he's good to go. Because he didn't end up having to, I mean, everyone just upgraded the rifles anyway, so I guess that doesn't apply. He didn't have to rebuy. The economy for NRG is just perfect right now, so timeout coming through. 400T, sorry, economy for NRG perfect, and for 100T, this is going to be an important buy round. If they lose this one, they'll be forcing the next round, and it's not going to look like a very pretty Pearl indeed. So it is essentially, from what we saw yesterday, 100T were in this type of lead versus Evil Geniuses. Now the script has been flipped and NRG's on the side of the winning team, and you know, we had 100 Thieves 13-5 versus Evil Geniuses yesterday on this map, and I believe this is also 100 Thieves pick, right? So I mean, man, it is just it's so rough for them that this is how things are going right now.
Yeah, this is just the other part about this. The frustration for 100 Thieves is you haven't had a chance to even dig into your playbook yet on offense. And once you lose that bonus in round 3, now you're staring down what has to be essentially flawless in the playbook. And I guess you understand why the
one gun round
outcomes through. Yeah, they've had 1 gun round, and they lost it to Mata hitting an opening shot with an Outlaw.
So this will be it. And this is the second, and you could argue most important gun round coming through for 100 Thieves now. The Attacker side has been worrisome so far. They at least got a decent amount of work done on the defense, but right now they have a B site nearly for free. Entire rotation coming through from NRG minus Mana, who's going to be potentially even looking for a flank here. You're not going to get much more of a better start than this, except for the fact that they are not going to commit. They're going to draw over a massive amount of rotators, which is actually still a good play. So they did have a B for free, but they're going to be able to draw everyone over. Now walk over towards A, and now Mata, looking behind on this operator, is going to be rewarded.
Oh, the stealth drone's
dodge the drone.
Back. He does dodge it a little, but he does get revealed. trying to hold as long as he possibly can. Meanwhile, over towards B, Ethan's able to find a straight kill on Xander. So now it's just down to what Mana can provide. He does have the knives available, tries to pull it out, but the suppression that came through was just delaying it long enough to force him to have to try to hit another op shot. And in that moment, that's where he drops. 3v4 situation, 100 Thieves trying to get the spike on, but it's so late.
The spike carrier is the last one there as well, so they're not going to be able to plant
30 seconds
comfortably. Especially with Ethan getting that kill, and that might be it.
Yeah.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
you've got the null command out. Ethan finds his third, one more in the corner, and Ethan will take down all 4. And honestly, there's a level of like, yeah, you trust that Mana can hang his ground at A, but their ability to get that straight pick over towards B long is massive for NRG being able to overcommit early for that re-wrap back over to A. And now they're on map point on 100 Thieves opening map pick.
I mean, Ethan just shut that one down. The straight player stuck at B. And the wherewithal from NRG to say, you know what, we are going to make a full rotation, but we're not going to trust it 100%. Brilliant call coming through from NRG, leaving Marta behind. If not to just slow things down, allowing the rest of the team to come back for a retake where Spike came in so slow for 100 Thieves that their post-plant was just not in a position for them to set up anything. They had to just plant and instantly receive the retake.
Yeah. Well, Dimensional Drift's going to be spent here for Cryo. Mana on the corner.
Face your fear!
Nightfall going to come through. This provides at least some distraction, but Mana still hits. Are you kidding me? His ability to snap right there, unbelievable. And then he finds the kill from the front. NRG could just do absolutely no wrong. Boostio, though, provides some drama for a double. Gives maybe a chance for EU to hit this crossfire with Asuna, but neither player finding a lot of success. And that will be the final nail in the coffin for map 1. NRG really putting 100 Thieves on notice early.
Yeah, 100 Thieves thought they had a really brilliant game versus EG yesterday on this map, so pick it into NRG and see if we can repeat that success, and unfortunately end up being the other way around. They got 13-5 versus EG, they are now sitting at 5-13 versus NRG, so Pearl does not end up working at all. They needed a lot more out of that defense. The defensive side was at least good in that opening 6-ish kind of rounds, a little bit of back and forth in terms of dropping winnable rounds. Both teams did that, so equalize, but when you get to the end of the first half, it's NRG finding the momentum and then just a straight up flawless run through the rest of the defensive side for NRG, completely just dominating. And 100 Thieves to the point where they only got 2 gun rounds and a force on that final round, and none of it were they able to really play what they wanted to. Cryo even being picked up, Dimensional Drift on the final round, looking at the mechanics of Mata to swing by and get the work done. Brilliant stuff. I mean, Mata showed what he can do on the operator in a way that 100 Thieves, which wishes they were able to do on their own defense. I mean, that's the operator that came on through for Cryo that he didn't quite find the success on. And Mata's like, this is what it is. This is what the operator's going to do in my hands instead.
Like we talked about at the very beginning of this matchup, last time these two teams had played, Cryo was a problem. Had 67 eliminations in 3 maps. He was 8-16 in the first. Mata getting 6 first bloods, massive towards changing and flipping that script, and an opportunity for NRG to try to go up 2-0 early, as Split will be map number 2 when we come back from the break. people, to the road to EWC with Valorant Americas. We are in an upper winners final qualification match. Best of 5 action, but the big news through map number 1, NRG coming out hot, take down 100 Thieves on their map pick. And again, the big story here, Mada good, Cryo not as good from when they had played the last time around. So that now leads us to start talking about Split. NRG's map selection, one that you would figure, if, hey, you only get one veto away from us, we're gonna go to Split. We've been really solid here, and it does pull a lot of pressure onto 100 Thieves to respond early to what NRG just did to them.
NRG won that split versus MIBR yesterday as well in a very interesting game where both teams couldn't quite hold it down on the defense with the attacking sides. We had, what was it, a 9-3 for NRG on their attacking side versus MIBR. Then it fell apart a little bit on the defense, but they obviously were able to bring it back in to secure the win 13-10. But so attacking side is split, looking very good for NRG if they can just shore up the defensive side as well, like what I actually saw on Pearl, where 100T, NRG rather, on the defense completely shut out 100 Thieves. Were that, if they can bring that in, is going to be a very difficult map for 100 Thieves to be able to make any progress in. So the fact that they were able to take down 100 Thieves map choice, now get their own map choice, and it looked reasonable on it yesterday versus a top tier team in Americas. It's going to be a tough one, I think, for 100 Thieves maybe.
I agree. I think the interesting thing about this map is that both these two teams played dramatically different styles of compositions, where for now, 100 Thieves are still trusting in the power of the Tejo. They match that with a Breach and a Sage, and then of course, as you would figure, you throw a Raze into the mix because it's split. Why would you not play Raze? On the other front though, for MIBR, one of the things that I thought was really successful, for NRG against MIBR yesterday, one of the things I really enjoyed about how they played was their ability to make sure that Scuba was finding value and really being a credit to sectioning off the sites and giving his team a chance, especially towards the offensive side, of clearing out some of the corners, clearing out some of the space, and allowing a little bit of a cleaner entry pathway for Mada to work with. The first bloods were 7-4 for Mada yesterday. That's supremely successful considering that you're starting on the offensive side. So those are the things that I think are going to be a little interesting as you have like this more, unstoppable force meets the immovable object and how these two compositions are normally played.
Yeah, you also don't have the Breach Teo coming through from NRG either, whereas that's going to be something that 100 Thieves will lean into. And obviously we are on 10.07 where the Teo is still very powerful, as we've seen in that previous map and in yesterday's games, and of course all throughout playoffs. I think looking over towards the 100T side, the only thing that maybe looks slightly less standard to me is probably the Viper from Scuba versus lacking that on the 100T side. But beyond that, if they just kind of swapped out the Astra for a Viper, it looked pretty damn good. But then on the other hand as well, Astra comboing with the Teo is another additional player, another additional agent that just leans into potential map control, utility setups that play super well with the Teo's lineups, his entire ability lineup, I should be able to say. So yeah, it's got to be pretty nasty for the traps being set up here by Xander, EU, and Boostio.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. So the compositions come through as they are expected. And honestly, this does feel like a different level of how do you enable your raises to get in? With something like Breach Tejo, we all seen it, we all know it, we know what to expect from what those two utility kind of toolkits are going to look like. But on the other side of this, I will say, kind of reflecting on NRG in their match yesterday, I was surprised to see how much success Mada was still able to create, a lot of it by himself from the offensive side, which, as you had already alluded towards, was so successful for them. So a lot towards like what Ethan can find with things like the Trailblazer, like the Birds, but at the same front, like also just Raze being able to jump through and over things like poison clouds and dark covers just to try to get some quick space. So I think there's a level of 100 Thieves have to respect that, and maybe you set up, again, like you kind of talk about, maybe you set up some early trap plays, assert that aggression right off the get-go and not play from the heels.
And they're on the defense as well for 100T for this kind of, 3, even 4-man, I would say, with Cry on the Sage as well, for all the potential different traps you get in there. I mean, a Sage Slow on top of Salvo, that's potentially death for anybody. So 100T, looking towards their previous run on Split, they actually played it recently versus Cloud9 in the qualifier for this event in Phase 1, where they did take down Cloud9 in a 13-8 pretty reasonable, back and forth, but very dominant on the attacking side. So we're looking at both teams having strong attacking sides on split coming into this one. First, we'll be seeing what NRG are able to do with that, but, you know, have to be so careful about walking into all the different types of things that 100 can throw at you with this type of setup. And the lack of breach Teo for NRG wasn't a huge factor for them versus MIBR, but 100T, different team to that. NRG, though, when you look back at previous map of Pearl, coming off that type of confidence and momentum, 100T really need to be able to bring back something of their own in this BO5 to not just stay alive, but to kind of give them the confidence to turn this around and win the series potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to sit there and say like this is a must-win map for 100 Thieves. Like I do like their chances at going onto a Haven for what map number 3 will be for them, but there's still a level of like you go down 0-2 and you have to find a way to go 3 in a row where you still have to go up into an icebox and Ascent, which those maps have become very polarizing with especially this current patch that we're playing on right here for this event, where Breach Teho and just Teho in general, it's just such a suffocating agent on both those two maps, and sometimes it just comes down to if your utility hits or not. So it definitely does feel like for 100 Thieves, got to show us something here. Otherwise, you start to really kind of, I think, shaking your shoes a little bit about the chances of you being able to pull 3 maps in a row.
I think it's also in the way you win or lose these maps as well. So when you look back at the last one, it just didn't look pretty for 100 Thieves, so that's the problem. So if it was a close map, you're kind of thinking, well, just, you know, unlucky guys go next. But this one, you look back at the last map, things got really ugly in that second half, and so you need to see a little bit more. And for a bit of a nice reset here for 100T. I like their comp, I like what they're bringing to the table. As I think we just have a pause for the time being. It's fine.
Indeed it is. Kind of talking to the statistics as well throughout this calendar year. You are looking at a side differential which has very even win percentages for 100 Thieves, so it's not like they prefer one side or the other. I will say they do start on the defense more often than not, so that's something to kind of keep in the back of your mind, especially over since they've played in the group stage and playoffs through VCT and then into playing Cloud9 and the upper final of phase 1, where they did take this map largely thanks to their offensive second half though. So just some history things to kind of stew on. I think the interesting thing though about this team is like these are two squads that have trusted their exact same compositions the entire calendar year to this point on this map. So there's no shaking in what you believe in on the playbook if you're 100 Thieves, even though there have been a couple of losses on the map this year.
And very different beliefs coming on through as well. And this is also considering the fact that NRG has had a bit of a shake-up in the lineup. So Scuba coming on in for Finesse, Wonka coming in the coaching side, Mike exiting. So far, working out well for NRG. Even just looking at that map, if you're not convinced yet, if you weren't convinced by yesterday, if you weren't convinced by some of the results in phase 1 for this qualifier as well, right now looking strong in the series. We're about to kick things off. Map number 2 here. The road to EWC. Semi-finals. Winner goes to Riyadh.
And how about this? Ooh, little shoulders from Xander. Perfectly timed, sees a handful of NRG members. It's enough to get the interest of the Teho to rotate over. But for NRG, no commitment yet. Then at what point do you try to show force somewhere to get this 100 Thieves defense to move? Or are you just going to burst hit something, which is a possibility? And it looks like they may just go down that pathway as the timing starts to fade. There's the pings, and here come NRG.
It's tough, though. You're going home to Sage. Walls and slows. Stars there as well. And instantly the slow comes down.
Oh, Xander, a little wide swing. Keeps the site taken, but look at this play through middle. You've got Scuba behind everything. First one's good. Second one a little sloppy, but able to keep their life a little while longer. Talosina in the corner is able to get for one. Trades are decent. EU inside the site using the benefit of the long-range fault line that connects onto both NRG members, and 100 Thieves start things off with a pistol win.
I'm all out.
As I say, the setup coming through, looking over on towards B, instant slow, Star coming on down, splitting up the team. NRG just couldn't break in as a full squad together. A quick rotation coming through from the rest of the members to get that initial cleanup. Strong momentum look for 100 Thieves, given how many rounds they lost in that previous map. Just getting one back on the pistol immediately allows you to bring that confidence back in. See how they do on this anti-eco. It's going to be another B look from NRG and a very similar setup, although I'm quite looking, so it looks like everyone's just going to walk in at the same time. They're going to make it inside.
Down B.
Well, they get onto site, but those paint shells don't go to where they're intended to, and the vulnerability on site is still pretty significant. Crowd doesn't want any nonsense from the flank, so we'll wall that off and just keep his eyes forward. Dark cover fades, and oh, those shots pretty much put this round a bit out of question. Quick flashes and aftershock for Boostio, and that'll be enough to clean things up. A little bit more, I would say, fragile than you would have expected for 100 Thieves, dropping 3 members, but regardless of it, they're in the bonus.
And Cryo was obviously looking in tower. He's looking over towards mid. Didn't expect it was going to come through that quickly through B main again. So a few more members of NRG were able to rush through B main onto site than expected. And as you said as well, a few more members dropping on the 100T side, but they still pick up the rounds necessary. So this will be the fun one. This is the final actual gun round coming on in, and doesn't look like B again for NRG. Wouldn't be 3 times in a row that they're just going to run up the guts. More of a default here to start things out with. We haven't had any much mid exploration yet. No looks over towards A. Cryo's also swapped sides, by the way. Cryo's now going to be on the A side.
The interesting thing about 100 Thieves here is how do they want to try to congest mid without the ability to replace dark covers with things like a poison cloud? Yeah, and this is exactly right. You just get a couple of flashes through, and it pulls Asuna all the way back onto a tower. So vulnerable at mid currently is 100 Thieves. And Scuba's going to keep some focus while breaking this barrier orb over towards A main at the same time. This is a heck of a spread of the map right now for NRG.
Cryo's pushed up though, so that's decent information gain. But like you say, mid is currently the part of the map is not in control for 100T. Breaking into tower is going to be multiple members now. This is very split for NRG in terms of their approach. It's likely that they're going to go back over through ropes and end on A, because both your smoke players currently on A. Look at this position from Mata though. He's actually made it into spawn. He actually might have potential to kill Boostio.
Just comes down to
maybe
the
get
timing
backstab
of it.
himself.
Yeah, and he looks behind, does not see Boostio on this rotation yet, but might not be needed. EU up top at tower, sidesteps the fault line and the paranoia, but yeah, Mata does go completely unguarded. He'll take down 2. Spike will be planted at A, and NRG in this full purchase will stave off the bonus round from 100 Thieves.
A much slower round coming through from NRG, just changing the pacing. And it works out in their favor, getting players into unconventional positions. 100T have no clue that Mata was able to get behind there, or rather Boostio maybe smelled it out a little bit, but was just unable to shut it down. And then on top of that, Som getting a couple inside A heaven. You win both sides of the map. You win on the flank. You win in your actual push as well. Nothing that Xander can do about this. So retaining the 1 rifle they have remaining. Not going to play into a 1v4, and that'll be it.
And again, you know, just to kind of let's just say this with a level of stapled certainty. If mid continues to be an issue for 100 Thieves, that's going to be a big problem for them, because, you know, Tejo Breach, so successful when you're forcing teams into choke points, but if you can continually find a second point of ingress by working through mid-map, if you're NRG, things like fault lines, salvos become a little bit less guaranteed in terms of their effectiveness. So, yeah, I think there's a level of you're going to have to continue to just use some star placements if you're Xander to block off mid, and then Cryo's going to have to be a little bit more utility hungry in terms of, you know, kind of pulling the trigger early on things like barrier orbs and slow orbs just to make sure mid stays a little bit longer congested, because at the moment it's been way too free for NRG. Well, opening battle this time. 100 Thieves going to be a little bit caught by trying to play aggressive in towards A. First blood already taken down. That's onto your Tejo. So once again, Boostio just kind of has to forfeit ground, and I love this from NRG. Just back off, play some timing, and see if you can continue to stretch out this 5v4 defense.
100T did manage to push NRG away though. So they've drawn over all the defenders. NRG is saying, okay, minimum, we're going to go quiet here and start moving away, put the share down, stop any opportunity for the flank. Just placing the share down really says that they are not interested in continuing there. Now that it's gone a little too quiet, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make their own rotations. They must start thinking something is up, even over towards mid. Or is looking out for it. Not that he does have a res available, but already moved away from A and not willing to go back now, as it would be too long in terms of timing. And he'll be cut off now. NRG have gone so quiet that really 100 Thieves have no information at all.
Oh.
And no good ways to gather that information either.
No.
Cryo
And this
checks it.
Thing, yeah, I was gonna say Cryo, you can see it. I'm so glad we got that perspective. He's got to watch both things at once. Fall line desperately gets thrown up towards ropes. Does not impact this offense whatsoever. There's the flash. And on site,
One enemy remains.
just nowhere for Boostio to go. Tries to grab a Vandal. Not going to happen. Model will be benefited with the plant, and Xander will not be able to do too much over through dirt. So NRG, after losing the pistol and the anti-eco, come out with essentially what are 2 back-to-back flawless rounds.
Yeah, just putting 100 Thieves, making them entirely blind, going super quiet. No one has the confidence to push on up. You can't really, I mean, would you really want to push up either, though? The map is entirely open at that point because you've fully rotated over towards A, 400 Thieves. You've lost your initiator player on EU, who had, you know, if you were going to have anybody that could have the capability to check,
Stay alert.
that one player was gone. Cryo being caught out there, Heaven being taken for free. Super easy round and a deserved wars.
And I think the other thing about this here for 100 Thieves, again, we're continuing to see that mid is a big issue for them defensively, but in that last round, showing that they may try to get some A main control so that way they can afford to keep more members in the middle of the map. But when you drop, the risk that comes with that play is when you drop somebody like possibly EU here, then all of a sudden your defense can't afford to have anyone staying at mid. So it comes at a level of risk and reward when you try to play aggressive like this. Boostio for first blood. Asuda stops Mata from hopping over to the barrier orb. And Asuda realizes he's in a little bit of trouble, has to finesse the blast packs to get out of dodge. And it'll be 100 Thieves retaining the 5v3.
I think Boostio really did a lot there. Saved EU's life, if I'm not mistaken, because a bunch of players got flashed there, including the members of NRG who tried to rush up ramp, catch a timing onto EU, and they nearly did. EU looking at iPad, and for the rest of NRG should have been a freebie for them. Boostio even gets an additional punish, I believe it was onto Ethan all the way down range. So that's going to leave 100 Thieves in a decent position now. Especially if Cry can win the duel, but he does not scuba. It's a better of him.
30 seconds left.
And 1v1 here. Maybe a 2v1. Xander already using the gravity vortex. Will maybe hear Scuba on the fall down, but it's all about the timing of this pick. Possibly if Brock decides to play a little bit more aggressive through backside screens, but no, doesn't check the tight corner. Scuba, well, not going to have the time to make this play around the corner of the main pillar inside of B. Maybe a little bit more damage in terms of who you can force to repurchase, but no, not even that. 100 Thieves, good response. Keep their lead 3-2.
Well played, only dropping one member there as well. Needed for 100 Thieves after there's 2 in the middle there. You know, round 3 and 4 were certainly looking quite dangerous in terms of the direction that this half was going. So themselves the opportunity now to actually buy up properly. Again, well played by Ethan and, or rather by Boostio and EU on that round. Boostio in particular was able to do so much to help EU out and prevent the disaster that could have potentially happened on A. A classic strategy from back in the day. Stage wall, boost up your duelist, potential free kill, and it does burn your wall.
And I love it. Again, NRG just say we want to make sure you're keeping eyes at mid. A barrier orb is not going to be enough to stop us. We've got the dark cover that we can help spam this out. A Nebula Star also gets forced off of this, so just it's so expensive for 100 Thieves to try to keep contesting at mid.
Losing mid did cost some rounds, you know, so it's something 100 Thieves have to be very considerate of. Teams are still reasonably far away from ultimates, but map-to-map potential now unlocked for Psalm on his Omen. Rather coast-to-coast, I should say.
Well, Xander in trouble, does get spammed out in the corner. Free first blood, no commitment behind that though for NRG. Again, just continuing to play around with the time and space. Now, I say the time with some highlight because there is only 33 seconds remaining, so whatever this play is going to be, it's going to have to go quickly. Showstopper has a way to kind of clear out topside B tower. Mata, a little bit of trouble here, but is able to trade his life out by finding Cryo down low in the corner. Meanwhile, the rest of NRG through vents and over to A, where Boostio has so much utility to try to stall this. Can they get Asuda into the picture? No. Brock with the kill, Sam with the follow-up, and the spike will go down where it's just up to EU to try to rotate over.
Arsenal need to live in that situation. There's only one alive now. I don't think you can really do too much, but Busio doesn't burn any util. He's solo on site, and you said it. He had the utility, didn't flash, didn't use anything. A fault line to slow things down. If he could just buy some time for the rest of his players to come on in, and in a situation with Arsenal lives as well, that's a real retake you have on your hands. NRG, limited amount of time, but they used it well. They were able to apply a little bit of pressure onto B via Showstopper while sending the rest of their players on towards A, just running down anyone that was still there. Now into the eco. 100 Thieves. Now they have ultimates, but they don't have the guns.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, fault line, salvo, combination, looking for some sort of a trap, but Asano will be punished by trying to overpeak and create something out of nothing. Mata in a little bit of trouble, but can just run away and take the numbers advantage likely over towards A. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Scuba hasn't tried to go a little bit further forward here, but they'll take their time, be patient, get all 5 members together, and then try to burst over to A.
Have to be a little bit careful here. You wouldn't want to be putting yourself in a situation where you accidentally drop a gun. That's how these thrifties start to come around. As 100 Thieves go a little bit of exploring in mid, they know what is happening now. It's up to one player. Standard to hold the line. He's not going to be able to do so at all. Perfect flash into the headshot. Sights taken. A 3v5 retake where the big question now will be, do any ultimates get burned here? I think it's not looking great for the opportunity of 100 Thieves 3v5 and no weaponry, so might just be worthwhile to hold on to Armageddon. Although you could flush out the members on site fairly quickly.
I think you're
deal some damage here.
You're going to need a pick first before you can commit to that. Right now, we're still looking for exits. Yeah, and there's just no way you break through screens without getting at least traded dark cover to replace the smoke that's already there. And time will run out on this play. There's going to be an exit over towards ramps. Will Cryo maybe find an angle to do some damage here? Only taps the head of one, but yeah, it's just nowhere else to go. And NRG, they're looking really clean here on this offensive side. Yeah, you had the one little slip up in the previous round, but for the most part, again, just keeping the pressure on early. They avoid the trap play here from B main and just run away with another flawless round. They're looking really clean on this opening offense.
This is what happened versus MIBR. Had very, very clean 9-3 attacking round from attacking side, I should say, from NRG. It's 4-3 now, where okay, yes, 100 Thieves have certainly got a couple in the reminder that 2 of those 3 did come from pistol and anti-eco. So from gun round onwards, it's been basically all NRG. We haven't seen too much of 100 Thieves on the gun side of things, and economy has been pretty shaky. We just saw another eco coming through from them, so big round. Timely tactical pause here, given that you're looking at 4 ultimates, you're looking at your first buy round in a couple rounds now. So 100 Thieves, for them to sort of swing the momentum around, not just in being able to equalize the round score 4-4, but to swing momentum back and get their economy back underway and do something with these ultimates in what is going to be quite an important round. This is the one to do it in. So if they lose this one, particularly in a situation where they're also dropping an ultimate, you're going to start to see the game really snowball away from them.
The thing about it is NRG have like a anti-trap setup right now with the Seekers involved. Like they don't have to get super aggressive in the first 15-20 seconds. And if they hear utility being spent for trap plays, they could just flush it out by way of Seekers at worst. But as much as this feels like a round that 100 Thieves need to win, I just feel like NRG compositionally, especially with the ultimates they have available, can manage to what they're likely to face. So again, I think the big issue is, can you find some sort of opening extremity pressure? Because A's got overloaded. You've got really just one member there in the form of Scuba. He will drop in. Now you would have to burst if you're NRG onto the B site.
Yeah, I was going to say, the fact that you had that one play drop down is a bit of a problem because he is walking into a trap, and Xander maybe trapped himself.
It's fine.
Gets a kill before the Steel Garden though, so at least a 1-1.
But Mata, stealth drone out. Doesn't matter if he's suppressed or revealed. Thinking of the salvo. Nope, maybe the Armageddon instead. That little bit of pressure, though, from Mata will be questionable about what you want to do. And Mata's able to find Austin before the showstopper comes out. Resurrection in the mix. Armageddon really comes up a bit empty as it just flushes out the backside of screens. But NRG still overwhelmed. Sam gets caught looking the wrong direction. Actually, doesn't get caught looking the wrong direction. He just gets spammed through a box. And that'll be enough for 100 Thieves to get onto site and find the retake. But again, comes at the cost.
What it's worth, I do think, though, being able to flush out the back of sight like that does clear out certain angles forcing some away. But I think the punish is what I was really trying to talk about when I highlighted looking over towards the A side of the map. What I'm seeing is the potential for a track to be sprung onto Scuba, who might want to do a little bit of exploration, which is exactly what he does do. And we haven't really seen much of 100 Thieves punishing early aggression like that, punishing players, maybe trying to walk through, get a little bit more done. And they can actually be able to do so to deny that for one of the first times for 100 Thieves on that defense is certainly going to be something that helps them out a lot into a round that they really needed to win as well for momentum's sake.
But again, it was an expensive one. So Showstopper, Rez, Armageddon all off. You got a little bit of a fault line set up to try to assist over for the defense at A main.
It shows really how desperate they were to win that round, that I think it was required. I think at that point in time, they really couldn't afford to lose a round like that and throw everything in there. Well, if there's a round 2, throw everything into, I think they chose the correct one. See if they can have some success here with, really it's 3, but 2 anchors straight away on towards A, and Asuna pays the price.
Yeah, that's so tough because you're trying to hold on to a fault line setup to find that opening first. That EU drops off tower, like you mentioned, to try to avoid the Seekers and finds himself right in the waiting arms of Scuba. So defense will still possess the A site, but Sam on this tall lurk through tower.
The rotation.
He's going to be able to find one on the roto. Trailblazer, we'll see. Oh, there's Vario over the way. Just got face bashed into it. But there's also a teleport from Sam to get onto the backside of the site, and Xander cannot get in. 1v3, good first opening shot. Second one connects onto the headshot to the wall. Sam still trying to fight this one off as the spike is collected. 18 seconds. Plant gonna have to come through, but EU quick to be here. Does he find the timing? No. Sam instead breaks it, finds the kill, and now it's just down to Xander for the 1v2. Shots in the box, decent, but Sam able to teleport to safety. Flash to follow. Xander looking to try to place some stars to work with, but Sam will not allow him to get back in. 5-4, NRG take the lead.
Just needed to have an extra player there to play through. EU being taken down by a bad timing. To be fair, he was making a ton of noise as well. Didn't have his gun out. Xander had ultimate available. I mean, 2v2, Cosmic Divide, maybe we can get something done there. Really, I think the extra Sage barrier coming through was slowing down NRG's rotation enough that it allows Xander to get in position to at least find that first frag, right? Can't underestimate the fact that a single wall confused NRG a little bit. You could tell that even they were looking at the wall like, are we committing to this?
Yeah,
okay,
for real.
Sam's TP, we're going to commit to this one, have to break through the wall to slow them down enough, but just couldn't connect the 2v2 at the end of the day.
Another pivotal round here, especially from the perspective of 100 Thieves. The Rolling Thunder has been earned. So we'll see how Busio decides to play this. He is the sole member over towards A. Instead, it's 100 Thieves hard stacked over through vents, trying to find some surprise timing through the smoke, but oh, no welcome addition to that as NRG meet them and find every single kill. And it looks good for what should be a 6th round for NRG.
What are they really pushing through with it? It's not like they had Busio there to help them with a flash or a fault line. Maybe there was a fault line through the wall, but didn't see any stunned players, so 3 players trying to push into mid, almost face-checking into NRG without much support at all, and it's a massive, massive punish, and this is not a eco for them as well, where they're just like running in with pistols, hoping to make it work. They had guns there.
Yep.
Which means this is going to break their economy. 2 plays remaining. They might even just want to save this one. They really just don't have the economy to play through.
No. Well, Stars will give Xander maybe a chance. Nebula, Gravity Vortex, both spent. Time is a bit of an issue here. Busio can still rotate over, and maybe if you find a pick and then you call the Rolling Thunder, you can win this by mercy of the clock. But Xander, first initial peek, only gets him 1, and yeah, Busio all the way back towards dirt. It's going to be under pressure of things like a flank, and yeah, I just don't know if you really give this a good try. But kind of to speak to it quickly, this is what, yeah, there's no reason not to, but this is another one of those examples of why 100 Thieves are so dangerous, or not dangerous, but they're feeling the danger through mid. Just they're trying everything to hold on to mid-map, they just can't.
That just seemed like a weird way for them to play through mid, though. I mean, maybe there's something I'm missing in terms of what the strat really there was. Given the members that walked through, nothing to really allow them to gain an advantage. Just rushing into, well, it kind of, I mean, in some cases, they kind of got rushed into it. It's just where they died. It's like, I see a little bit more support. And as I say, rushing down the final player, Busio, not going to allow him to retain that rifle. Very important for breaking 100 Thieves' economy. 100 Thieves, it feels like they were only able to briefly get back into action. Specifically looking at that round number 5. Very important round, the one where they dropped in just about every single ultimate they had after the tactical timeout. And then straight after that, no, I think it was not number 5, it was 8. It was 3 rounds ago now.
It was 8. It was 4-4 tile,
Yeah, exactly. So round number 8. And they needed that round so badly, but they needed to build momentum off that round. But that last round was truly backbreaking for them.
No, it really is. And another thing here is like you're looking at an easy 7th round, you would assume, if you're NRG, unless something crazy goes. And you're maybe looking at an 8-4 half because you're going to have a couple more ultimates available for you if you are NRG. So Rolling Thunder going to be called on. Hold on a second. NRG trying to get out of this, but the salvo and combination of it is good. EU for a couple, plus the aftershock. What a trap setup and reaction for 100 Thieves. Pulling that one off of nowhere. So now all of a sudden you got numbers 4v2 and NRG are being chased down. Is that the right call though? Scuba's able to find one. The trade for Cryo is good. And Brock, it's going to be pulled back a little bit too far to make much of it.
Giant round, humongous. We talked about in the pre-show the capability for this team to find traps, but now can they complete it? 2 members alive. It was a 3v1. Both players trying to get Brock down. Minimal HP. They know the positioning. Spike is in favor of 100T. They have both players remaining upgraded on weaponry. Surely 100T can lock this one up, but they're not going to allow Brock to be able to clutch it. An opportunity, a massive opportunity for 100T to swing back the half after what was looking like NRG just running away with the side.
Unreal. What a commitment for 100 Thieves. I mean, don't be wrong, like they're in the right place at the right time with the limited amount of information that they were able to gather in the first 30 seconds, but for them to find the perfect timing with the Rolling Thunder, Aftershock, Salvo combination.
I have the spike. 10 seconds
And Brock
left.
may try to give this one last save. Cryo's going to hear this, though, and find the easy kill. Thrifty for 100 Thieves, and that changes the whole dynamic of this first half.
Yeah, it's really the Rolling Thunder. It's the fact that you have this situation where we've been waiting to see where the Rolling Thunder was going to come into Boostio. IGL makes the call happen and find all of NRG looking in towards a perfect setup. They've been waiting to make that happen. The round to make it happen in deep into the first half during a Thrifty. Now giving them the opportunity to maybe tie things up 6-6.
Well, is there a chance for NRG to continue to try to use the middle of the map as a success point for them? Inside the Nebula, Cryo is going to step on up. There's one more star in place, but Cryo just gets the raw peak. The contact play works out for 2. Also to deliver it with utilities just to make sure middle of the map continues to stay in the hands of 100 Thieves. And that is a critical opening. And what a step up from Cryo. Showstopper to follow for NRG, just trying to find some creation of space. Gets blindly sent on the way, and it just gets around the corner. Barely Asuna gets taken down, and we got a 3v3.
Otter actually couldn't see anybody. Asuna kind of delivers that kill a little bit. Maybe Asuna felt like he had a timing, could swing on it, just take down the Showstopper before it can even be fired. And unfortunately, he ends up doing the opposite and just gives Mata the shot because Mata didn't have that. He wasn't able to find anybody. That equalizes numbers here. Also drew all of 100 Thieves over towards mid, so they have no presence anywhere else on the map. And actually don't know it, but right now they essentially have sight for free, especially given that EU has gone down ropes. And I think at this point, 100 Thieves have to know that they may have overcommitted onto mid.
Yeah.
30
But
seconds
the ability
left.
to play retake is still very much so alive and well with the Concept Divide. The only issue is going to be the Viper's Pit, exactly. And the position of this Viper's Pit is going to make the Cosmic Divide a little bit interesting in terms of where do you want to put it? Like, do you want to just kind of block off the site by screens and just try to isolate by dropping off of the ledge into this Viper's Pit together? Difficult choice here for Xander in terms of how he wants to set this up. Unless.
I do think they have some of the correct utility available still. Yu has a decent amount in his back pocket. One away from the Armageddon as well as a reminder. So 1 kill here, enabling something that would be it. But he can't get a chance to bring out the iPad to use it. Instantly traded.
Love this. Good use to try to use the Concept Divide to play around the backside elbow. Boostio gonna trigger, but the shorty just too dangerous. Xander for 1 has to try to hold it in. Brock able to follow up, find the headshot, and secure the half. 7-5. A couple of the mixy rounds keep 100 Thieves alive. We'll swap the sides to see if they can respond on the offense on the backside of the break. 7-5 half in favor of NRG, but 100 Thieves showing some late life, keeping that a little bit tighter than initially how it was starting to build. And now a chance for 100 Thieves to go into their offense where you expect that this Breach Tejo combination will be, well, a little bit more effective just on how they can open up the sites.
Honestly, not a bad comeback for 100T, okay? Mostly we looked at the early pistol into the anti-eco looking good, but beyond those first 2 rounds, it's largely NRG. What are we having here? 7 rounds to 3 if you discount the pistol and the anti-eco. Really, when we look at the gun rounds, it just wasn't a lot there for 100T, but they won a couple of important ones in there just to make sure they were still staying alive in this game. Then buffered on top of having the pistol and the anti-eco allows them to claim 5.5 to sort of stay alive in what was otherwise looking very much like a struggle on their defensive side.
Well, see how things will start to change and mold as we get on to the switching of the sides. And just to kind of, again, use some reference point, offensively, 100 Thieves have been marginally better than their defense, but in particular, you look back to when they played Cloud9, they had an 8-1 half there playing this exact composition. But no slouches on defense are NRG, winning 52% of the rounds in the 2 times they've played it in this calendar year, which has come here in the road to EWC. So things to kind of keep in mind as we're going to get our opening offensive surge towards B. Defense really not in a spot to do much about this, so likely a quick plant here for 100 Thieves.
So where 100 Thieves were able to successfully defend on the B side of things, and B will be the name of the game again. And it's a post-plant situation. NRG didn't really have any response there at all.
Not ready yet.
And look at the flank coming through as well. EU all the way into mid. That late activation could be a round winner.
Oh, Boombot avoided underneath ropes by Asuda. Oh, able to clean up 1. Make that a second. Trades are decent, though. That long flank that you mentioned, though, is on the way quickly, and that is going to be an impact as EU Cryo find the crossfire setup, and Xander will finish things off. A solid post plant and a really good lurk from EU to get around the back of the retake.
Yeah, good calls all the way around. Again, finding success over towards B. There's back-to-back pistols here. 100T on the defense were able to prevent any sort of B rushing through in the early rounds, and then their own side, they just kind of get it for free. And the post plant looking absolutely fantastic as well. And as sort of mentioned there, EU with the longer play all the way back around delivers value to the team. Now his rifle in hand. Looks to equalize 7-7.
And how about this? NRG are just going to kind of stack up over towards mid and trust this toxic screen could be some sort of a muse to get back over to tower.
Sam walks through, by the way.
Yeah, Xander in some trouble here. Sam just trying to wait for help, but doesn't even need it. Finds the 1v1 win. Health will come through thanks to the generation from Ethan. And honestly, this has been a really slow take for 100 Thieves, who, as they make their way onto site, are going to be pretty worried about what's going to come around the backside of the flank through sewers.
There's going to be a lot of players coming on in. The good news is Xander didn't actually drop a weapon. There's no upgrade on board. Post plant's not too bad here as well. Depending on what happens to Arsenal. Might need a little bit of help. Maybe not double with the shot through the body as well. The collapse. So yeah, they're going to clean this up pretty nicely here. Some, aside from the fact that you had Xander going down, that is basically a flawless. I mean, Arsenal definitely needed to win his battle over towards spawn, and he got that very clean.
Yeah, and on top of that, Cryo finding a little bit of a crossfire shot through the top of tower to connect onto the third makes that isolation a little bit easier for Asa just to stand tall and hold down the trigger. So anti-eco is pretty much perfect, and now you've got a true bonus here for 100 Thieves. And because of the convincing nature of these first 2 rounds, yeah, you've got full rifles, but there's a handful of light or regenerative armors in play for NRG. This is not as comfortable as you would like your round 3 to be.
So what type of setup we have this time around? Early pressure over on mid.
Poison's off.
Scuba here. Ready to receive with Martyr as well. I think with the Vice, definitely got to be able to do a lot more on the defensive side for NRG. That's considering that NRG had a really reasonable attack as well. But yeah, we talked about the fact that 100T started to have the game fall away from them again. Now finally on this attacking side to be able to equalize. Very nicely played. You might get timing here potentially, but both players and ropes will just kind of miss each other.
And this is, again, just the presence of the Viper on defense, being able to kind of blossom that poison cloud and trigger it to put a little bit of pressure through mid. It can be replaced by a dark cover. You can essentially block off all of mid for the majority of this half if you are NRG. But as you start to feel pressure towards A main, what's the call? Ooh, Paranoia actually got spent from B towards mid, so this is going to be really difficult for 100 to try to deal with it. Asuna just finessing the double blast pack movement to catch Ethan literally by surprise. Brock with the trade, still holding strongly, not going to be affected or flash. Argroves gives Brock a chance. Scuba with the crossfire setup is perfect, and NRG have suffocated this 100 Thieves offense over towards A. Xander able to get 1 on the spam shots, but Brock for 4 in the round. The impressive feature of the NRG defense.
You play it into Brock's side, he gets a perfect flash and the cleanup there. Brilliant. You did have a little bit of a situation where EU was trying to get a little bit of a small fake, not just a fake, but by a little bit of attention over towards B, and you called that paranoia there, but really all the action needed to happen was from the anchors on A itself on the other side of the map, and it didn't really matter which way 100T came through. So, but a masterclass there for Brock, who I believe picked up how many? 4 in that particular round?
Sure did. So now we get to the full purchase of 100 Thieves and a look into what this playbook is going to consist of. Early guiding light pressure through A main for NRG, just trying to give something for 100 Thieves to have to think about. It's going to keep Xander in place a little while longer. And then really the contact play towards B is just going to be throw the paranoia, trigger the razor vine, and just hope that you can rotate over quick enough.
Like you said, allowed NRG to maybe push up a little bit further on towards A. Putting Ethan onto the line, who got a little bit of contact, I believe. Xander. Aside from that, it's 100 Thieves looking... They want to move through on towards mid. You can see the star placements there already. About to play into Brock again, backed up by Scuba. B-split could be the very likely finish here at the moment, although not fully committed. You haven't really had too much control from 100 Thieves, except now they absolutely have mid-lockdown, given Asuna's positioning.
Well, the interesting thing here, Avril, is not up to the paranoia, but you can replace this dark cover if you want to. Fault line out, there's that paranoia, there's the dark cover. So it has to be this double hit up top. And there's awareness here that NRG are going to be avidly watching. So here comes the timing of the play forward. Barrier wall trying to get across. But Scuba has found the elimination up top. 1 more to grab. Quick rotation for Xander in the sight, but Sam has done it all himself from the backside of screens. EU with the absolute finalized punch to get the spike down. And just in the nick of time as we go 2v2.
Yeah, Sam was doing a lot. The EU needed to shut him down. Barely they will get a plant in there with Xander coming up the ropes. Mana had no chance, wasn't prepared for it. Ethan solo has a single guiding light to play through, but 2 members need some isolated 1v1s, can't hit the head, and Xander isn't going to miss. 100 Thieves, that round was looking a little precarious. They're walking into full paranoia B main. Players in heaven, though, were going to be the advantage of Scooper on the bottom, having to do work. He at least trades 1 for 1. But it comes down to it. EU eventually breaking through and winning his duels, getting 2 at the bottom into B main, planting with 3 seconds left to go. And then Xander finishing off, that gives him the round.
I think the most important thing about Xander's play is not that he finds the trade up top towards tower, but the fact that he makes the bold call to recommit up ropes into that smoke to make sure the defense in that 2v2 is not able to even get a look at the site. Just such a bold call, but it works out perfectly. So now we got a handful of ultimates to consider. Showstopper, Armageddon, Cause a Divide for 100 Thieves. Really just a Steel Garden that could be round impactful for NRG as we swap positions over to Brock, who does have stingers. I mean, to be fair, there's a handful of players due to the nature of the last round who can't full afford rifles. Barrier orb up, paint shells to block, and that's going to be a tower fully committed and convincingly taken by 100 Thieves.
Completely blocks out Brock as well, and I think he revealed his positioning there. Quite a few of those stinger shots is now broken, so players have to be committed to defending ropes a little bit. 3 players positioning from NRG coming through ropes as well. That might be an overcommittal. You can imagine, but Cryer just loses the duel. He has to hit that.
But is there enough of a follow-up here for NRG? Showstopper out. So they're trying to just slow things down at tower. Xander making the most of it as he's going to get 2 up top on the cross. And then the toxic screen goes back up as NRG are just trying to find a way through, but Xander's not letting him. And what a couple of rounds this has been for Xander as 100 Thieves will take the lead for the first time in a while here on Split.
Yeah, well, Energy was just, again, trying really hard to force their way into A tower. Eventually, they do make it through, getting Cryo down. It's into a tack pause.
Should I place
From NRG for the gun round. A situation for 100T as well, where they would like to maybe get away with using as minimal ultimates as possible, but I think just dropping in the extra showstopper for an insurance policy ended up not even being required, as they just completely surrounded Heaven, locked it down, dropped only a single member. Things could have been quite dangerous, but did not relent. So actually have some work to do now on this defense for what was going to be their second gun round so far in this half.
Things to think about here for NRG, I think mostly would just be, can we get a look at where 100 Thieves are trying to hit before they actually hit it? I know it's an easy thing to say, but it doesn't really feel like they've been able to scope things out. Middle has been a pretty solid point of contest for them. They really haven't found much, I think, panic into the replacement of the Poison Cloud with things like Dark Cover or just shoulder peaks. It really has been these opening battles that have happened kind of mostly at like A main and then over towards B tower that have not really gone their way. And I think that's maybe a byproduct that they feel like they have to play more forward than maybe they need to with things like Guiding Lights that they could possibly use.
This is the first op we're going to see in the entire map so far as well for Marta. I think a bit of a risk here because a bunch of players on Energy don't even have full armor available. The thing is, I mean, they've had some reasonable defensive looks as well. We looked over towards B, a round that Energy maybe should have been able to win. Full paranoia onto 3, slowing them down. They lost a bit of control in the Heaven, and the EU broke through and wins that one very important round for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Now for NRG. Don't believe they've actually revealed the operator. I don't think...
No.
Yeah, I don't think Arsenal actually... Or rather, I don't think Marta took the shot, so... We might have to reveal it via a retake situation, though, because 100 Thieves are no longer come through 8.
Yeah, and here's that same point of contest that we've been talking about. 100 Thieves just using their utility to back off the site, try to storm their way on, paying some respect to the Snakebite, Guiding Light to follow. NRG have gotten in front of this Cosmic Divide. Armageddon, though, called behind this. Ethan has to step up, does well to go 1-for-1. Scuba behind the Cosmic Divide has stayed safe from all of this, and now you have to Steel Garden as a way to respond to the pressure that's already on play. Barrier Orb, Slow Orb, all being spent. NRG, though, haven't found a response, and still, you haven't been able to plant, you haven't been able to find an angle thanks to how that Steel Garden has gone, and Cryo is just sitting there, taking the hand off the keyboard and mouse, and lets NRG essentially walk through the round to go 9-9.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 kills out of that, but the other silver lining, at least, if there is one to talk about, is the fact that, okay, operator shot was heard, so now they know it's on board. Marta's going to be posted up somewhere that they have to be careful of. They struggled to get onto site. This is what we're talking about, right? It feels like previously NRG were able, I mean, they had some good util to stop the pressure coming in on towards B. This time around, you saw the amount of players that were flashed up, not able to really walk through comfortably, Steel Guard, and really slow things down as well. And the fact that 100 Thieves couldn't even get a plant after investing a bunch of their own util Armageddon to flush out Ethan, who, I mean, he even goes 1-for-1, right? So that's really something 100 Thieves can't afford to allow to happen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a really crucial round coming up here late in this map. Viper's Pit, the thing that would likely be talked about in terms of how do we want to use this. Do you use it like the traditional way normally goes? You kind of pop it into mail, let it congest the middle of the map, and then you just kind of force the 2-2 split towards the outsides, which honestly NRG could really benefit, I think, from the reinforcement of those extremities due to the nature that they have been overwhelmed more often than not in those first blood fights. The other side of this is, how do you want to use Mata and this operator? Like, there's just a lot of questions here that NRG have to consider, and it looks like 100 Thieves are going to want to go quickly here, Avril.
I was looking at Viper's Pit maybe over towards mid. And the other option would have been to Viper's Pit all in A main, but fast might be the name of the game here. They don't have completely full weaponry. It's the Viper's Pit being played through. It's going to be slow, actually. It's going to be slow walking over through, now speeding up.
Big. Opening op shot misses, but Ethan still takes down Asuna, who was trying to double ass plaque into the site. Seeker's going to confirm that this play towards 100 Thieves is at A ramps. Stealth drone out. Nova Pulse with that. Trying to force the fight at tower is going to be 100 Thieves, and they will get what they want. At least an opening trade, 4v4. But again, rotating away from this site is going to be really difficult to do. You don't really have the chance to go through vents because of the Viper's Pit, and rotating deep through your spawn is just going to take so much time, so this has to be an A commit.
suppress, by the way, onto Brock was actually huge. It removes all of his ability to play any util there. Spamming through the smokes to be able to get Ethan down. Now going quiet. Brock, he might sense something. I mean, obviously he sees the star being placed down. So many players from 100T. Can they get something up there? So they need it.
Wow.
Not getting it.
Say Mata and Sam from on the site were nearly surprised from screens. You saw it on Sam's POV, just kind of rotating his vision to and from the ramps. But Mata gets the opener. Sam turns his attention to find the follow-up. And a huge round for NRG that has 100 Thieves back onto pistol saves.
I mean, I like the call from 100 Thieves to go all the way through into screens and try and get a surprise, but they just couldn't quite land shots onto the required players. Also want to give a shout out to the fact that defensively, Scuba's Toxin screen being placed where it is just stops all the pressure coming on. It just completely slows down 100 Thieves' speed up. They wanted to get into heaven a lot faster than that. Also losing Arso straight away as he jump packs through. Very costly.
Oh, Mata looked like he was going to be dead to rights with this little trap set up for 100 Thieves at mid, but Blast Packs boops himself up to the showstopper for the kill. The follow-up elimination good for NRG. And that has the res off the table, and the initial aggression for Thieves has been completely thwarted, and NRG are looking good for 11 now.
Yep, and operator rather, it is in the hand, but Spike is on the ground. 100T have a lot of work to do to even try and walk up. It's around the corner in the stairs as well, which means they have to push up so far into 3 players, into actual weaponry. And even the chip damage they're doing is being healed up, even if only by a little by Ethan. And I don't know if going quiet here is going to do much for 100 Thieves. Just the fact that they dropped the spike is potentially going to end the round on its own.
Yeah. Well, there's the salvo with the fault line combination. And wait a second. We can't be throwing this. Ethan for one, stunned. Gets into the 1v1 situation. Boosty in the corner. He only has a sheriff. But he's got to go off the reload. Ethan now on the angle. Saves the round for NRG. I mean, I was about to say, it's bold for NRG just to kind of stick their ground here with the Tejo breach still available. It nearly works against them, but they save it regardless. And now 100 Thieves find themselves in a bit of trouble.
Honestly, I think 100 Thieves got a lot more out of that round than they really should have been allowed to do so. That was almost winnable for them. If they had won that Thrifty, that would have been a major turnaround for NRG. A huge mistake as well. They kind of just play into the fact that 100 Thieves have a bunch of players there, pistols, waiting to shoot, players peeking out, and then you're peeking directly into a bunch of breach Teo type of utilities. Like, man, that can be super rough. I think Busto could have even won that final 1v1. Unlucky timing on the reload, but he still had utility left to play through versus Ethan, who had essentially nothing. He has the gun advantage, but I think at that range with 1 or 2 good shots, especially just the one shot on that sheriff, I mean, Bustio could have easily have actually won that round by applying utility.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you, but a bold call nearly gets punished. NRG kind of holding ground in the face of, again, just the power that Breach Tejo has shown us, but still, the fact of the matter remains that 100 Thieves need to put something together here, and a couple of rounds in a row would do them wonders. And they've got, again, the power of the Breach Tejo to look at. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, Resurrection, all available, but Mata has been able to hold his hands on this operator.
Unless they can stall NRG on 11, we're most likely looking at an OT situation for 100 Thieves here. NRG are poised to go to find that 12. Will be coming sooner rather than later for them. 100 Thieves speeding up once again, looking at B.
Yeah. And I like that. Just throw a little bit of utility, make NRG have to respond, keep them on their toes, then you just back up, play the map as you normally would like to. So not much gain, not much loss, but it does pull Mata off his angle, so he's got to reaffirm it. And maybe even walk a little bit further down into it, but has to spend the shot to deal with the stealth drone. Poison Cloud goes up, and again, nothing gained, nothing lost.
Nice insurance policy on that Poison Cloud to make sure there wasn't going to be any return fire. The drone timing from EU as well to understand, look, they still have an operator, could be posted up mid. We're not just going to walk into this one and get sniped. Although I say that they might just do that now. Still, the wherewithal from 100 Thieves to say, it's too dangerous to blind peek this. Look, the way they're even pre-firing through the wall, challenging the operators, very on point for 100T.
Oh, but Kev,
Twice in a row.
Look at this walk down through mid. Do you check sewers in this corner? Because you've got Xander in maybe a position to stop this from happening. He's placing stars. There's the Rolling Thunder, and he says, hey, how are you? One taps, also sees the barrel onto another, and Xander may have just won this round because NRG were looking to suffocate and surround this B point, but now it's not really an option. And yeah, you're going to back away and just save here. A huge round for 100 Thieves to get this through flawlessly.
It's Lurk versus Lurk, and honestly, the walk down from NRG was perfectly played. In any other situation where Xander wasn't already in position to receive, that could have been it. They knew, by the way, they knew Xander was floating around somewhere around A initially in the first 20 to 30 seconds. Ethan had send his version of the drone, trailblazing down into A main, did in fact spot Xander because I saw the ping on the map. So they knew that Xander was potentially lurking around, just didn't expect that he would still be in mid, out of sewers, to catch two players walking down, which otherwise, if the timing had been worse and had already gone all the way through and wrapped into B main and Xander didn't get the timing, I think the round goes the other way.
Agreed.
So super important that Xander got that.
It's been a battle of the controllers, honestly. Like, Xander has been so big for 100 Thieves in a match that Cryo didn't really perform to the level you would have expected him to on map 1. You're not really getting the Raze presence from Asuna here in map 2. And on the other side, Sam has been, I mean, he's 22 and 13. He's been everything. He's been the solo standard over towards B. On this defensive side, he was also kind of the last man standing a number of offensive rounds and come up clutch. So
what he did. What he did on that map where 100T just wrapped into screens and Sam just, even being surprised, was able to just entirely shut it down. So holding down B main as well in various cases.
Poison's off.
Cloud down, snake bite, ready to go. Oh, but they get Scuba. Hasuna just spams him out. Now Mato's going to be in trouble. And yeah, it has to keep his life. There's just no way you can fall here. Trailblazer to clear out B main. It's going to allow Sam to step up into B tower, but again, this is a big numbers advantage for 100 Thieves.
If you look at Busio and Xander, they were waiting the whole time for potential aggression. They wanted to punish any players walking down. They saw that last round. It ended up being a winning play from Xander. But Busio even just waiting in spawn with his line holding into B main, thinking somebody could walk down here. We're going to go heavy mid, not going to explore anywhere else. And drone now over the way, in towards B. Ethan gives it up.
Well, here comes the take for 100 Thieves. Whoa, Asuna juggling on the outside of the map. Cryo, wall down, spike down. Or at least it should be.
30
there we go.
left.
Just waiting for the right
Xander
angle.
lurking again, by the way. Watch out for that later.
Spike planted.
And he's going to go the long route, but there's a Vice Ball in his way. Yeah. He'll trigger it, it looks like, and then come back to the play. Ethan stuck on site, finds his one. Cryo considering the resurrection, but uh-oh, instead there's paint shells in his face. He's in a little bit of trouble, but here comes that lurk from Xander. It's being watched right now by Brock, but how long can they stay here? Because honestly, you don't have to do much if you're Xander. You can just hold and wait until this execute on the site fully comes through, and the defense just can't get the numbers going, and there's Xander, finally pops his head up to take care of Brock. And we're gonna get an 11-11 game with Sam just trying to hang on to this rifle best he can.
Man, 100 Thieves have really turned the momentum around beautifully. That B hold with Xander just playing his life, being annoying on the flank, and you're right. I mean, even the fact that he triggered the share, and in many situations, that's like, oh man, the jig is up. You're not really, are you really effectively even lurking anymore? Okay, one gun got retained there, I believe, for the NRG side. But yeah, just forcing attention away makes that retake for NRG so uncomfortable. And even if the retake starts to find a little bit of bite on the teeth, and what do you have? You have EU playing off-site, Armageddon in hand. So insurance policies on top of other potential win conditions as well with Xander on the side.
It's great discipline from Xander on the timing for sure. So now Armageddon, Cosmic Divide, Resurrection available for 100 Thieves. Nothing immediately at the ready here for NRG. Dark cover will be placed at main. Lots of focus still for NRG's defense over the middle of the map, but Asuna has quickly burst his way up top towards ramps and behind that salvo. Guiding light to re-clear. NRG just going to hold on to top tower positions for now.
Nearly 4 ultimates as well. Asuna's one off. Single kill will do it.
Ooh.
Doesn't want to risk the orb currently. Decent amount of presence up here with Som, top fragger for the defense. If he can score himself a couple here, really lock into where he was before in terms of the performance, would be great, but Ethan will fall early and the heal to come in.
Oh, Mata trying to stop this. He's got a judge.
There it is.
Sam's done well to catch two. And they know that you really can't do too much from here. Nova Pulse is out. Mata does get pulled off. Resurrection's good for Boosted to be brought back to life. Armageddon at the ready. Looks like it might be queued up right now. Mata's a bit stuck. Oh, does he have the ability to get up and over? Mata almost able to turn that into multiple. But the fact that he gets one
30 seconds
may
left.
give NRG a chance, but the rewrap back to B is going to be the call, and it's going to have to be Brock, the only one who could possibly get there in time with only 13 HP.
Yeah, he just has nothing to play through. Scuba's going to be left behind because they're not even entirely sure it is going to be a B finish. You have to consider that it may be just going quiet a little bit. Brock's being taken down now with the time remaining. Obviously, we know what's up. Cosmic Divide to finish this one. 100 Thieves looking like they'll get the 12. It would have to be Heroics, and it won't be because EU just knows exactly what the move is from Scuba. No opportunity. There was some good moments in there from NRG. Som, I called it, the potential for him to step up, find that anchor positioning and get those kills required, and he got what he needed to. 2. But then the res comes in, gets EU back in, brings numbers back into the fold for 100 Thieves. And just no opportunity for Brock or Scuba to be able to save that in any way.
No, not at all. You're able to at least fully purchase weapons here if you're NRG to try to get us to overtime, but the threat of the showstopper is imminent. And take a look at this A defense. Hold on a second. They're going to try to walk down with the Trailblazer, see if they can catch a little bit of a trap here. But EU, operator out, has found one. Crossfire set up here, and Cryo will respond for the initial trade. Looking to force it, though, is NRG. Trying to keep Cryo a bit more at bay. Here comes help. It's Asuna over through sewers. He's able to once again provide a trade. Showstopper is out. Flash to come through. Asuna sends it away. Does not connect. Spike on the way back over. Oh, and then Asuna, who won the flashed. Still able to snap, find the headshot on Ethan. And it's all down to Scuba for the 1v3. First contact, not gonna come through. And 100 Thieves take the 13-11 win, tying up our best of 5 at 1 apiece.
Honestly, a lot of that comes down from the fact that 100 Thieves made sure that they secured the pistols. As I said on the first half, after the pistols, things got really, really shaky for them. We're looking at basically 7-3, minus the pistol and the anti-eco. That entire defense was not comfortable at all for this 100 Thieves squad, but retaining a minimum 5-7 on the first half where they struggled allows them to suddenly swing things back around, win the pistol again, win the anti-eco again, equalize on 7-7, and then have a very, back and forth type of performance on the opposite side once we switch sides. But a few important rounds in there. NRG losing momentum at the end. Several rounds in a row. I think we ended 4 rounds in a row for 100 T. Those were 4 damn good rounds as well.
Yeah, very clean, very polished, and executed to nearly perfection. I think there's a handful of moments in there that you can look at if you're NRG and be like, ooh, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The large majority of this offensive half for 100 Thieves was polished. The executes were clean. They're finding good first blood participation. You kind of saw it there at the very end of the scoreboard. And everything is starting to kind of click right when it mattered to most. And you kind of look back to that first half. You talked about the round where 100 Thieves felt like they needed to win in round 8. Throw all your ultimates at it. And that could be a difference maker between win the map and going to overtime. So it's a lot of small things right now between these two squads, but we're tied up at 1 with Haven as our swing map for map number 3 when we come back from the break.
yeah. If you scream, I'll whisper, la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it, la di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup road to Riyadh, road to the EWC with Valorant Americas. I'm Michael Schiff. With me, I've got Avril, and we've got ourselves a heck of a series at this point. It starts off with NRG taking a 100 Thieves map pick in convincing form, but 100 Thieves battle back on the split NRG's pick to get us tied up at 1 apiece, looking at Haven for map number 3. And it should be an interesting one because I figure 100 Thieves are going to want to play with that stapled raw aggression that they've showcased throughout a lot of this year. We assume the double duelist will be into play, and the question will be, how does NRG try to stop that?
I was saying, by the way, as we were coming back into this one, given how Pearl went, it was a very one-sided affair for NRG, and so we needed to see 100T swing back a little bit harder on towards split, and they actually managed to do that, but it was hard for 13 and 11, especially that first half was a bit of a struggle. Now we move on to Haven, as you mentioned, which is going to be a repeat of what we saw in that lower bracket in NA playoffs as well, where, you know, it ended up being 100 Thieves walking away with it, particularly on that defensive side in that second half. It was just complete stonewall that NRG couldn't break through. But that was old NRG. That was NRG back, you know, Finesse still in there, his final map of, I guess, his career now. You know, that was the basically retirement after losing out to 100 Thieves, and now coming back into this series, it's starting to get very competitive, starting to get very close. There's a little bit of a potential change up in the composition as well. Obviously, we know that Scuba is in. He is playing the Cypher 1-to-1. He's just going to fill that Cypher role that FNS leaves behind. But on top of that one, looking at how things have been going for NRG, they've essentially dropped. They'll be dropping the Teo and they'll be dropping the Jet and moving on to a Neon and a Sova, which is also going to be on the other side as well, on the other team.
Yep, I think the interesting thing kind of about that matchup that they had played was you assume with things like an ISO with a Neon that the entries were going to be guaranteed for 100 Thieves, but they couldn't find jack diddly squat. I mean, they were getting stonewalled so quickly, and in particular, Scuba went 8-0 on the defensive side. So NRG were able to ascertain early information and then utilize that to be more comfortable on site. Brock as well had a great defensive half, going 12-2 and finding a ton of utility success. So that's gonna be the question here for 100 Thieves, sticking with the same ISO Neon. Now, the big trouble spot is gonna be when they get eventually back to the offense. Defensively, that they were fine, but I think it's just gonna be the curiosity point of when we swap the sides around, how does 100 Thieves mold and adjust to make sure that this Neon and ISO combination actually gets value, because it found nothing last time these two teams played about a week ago.
I like the Breach here as well. I think Breach has been a staple into Haven for so long. You go back to the release of Valorant, back to the Jet Breach days. I mean, that was actually still a combination that was being run by NRG even in playoffs. So Breach has just been so solid on this map for the longest time, and this is Cryo's opportunity to really come up big again, as we saw on, I mean, I saw yesterday versus EG. Certainly Cryo on the Yoru had a gigantic game, was missing from action a little bit, as we mentioned, onto Pearl, and this time can get it done on this duelist here. Onto Haven, give themselves the opportunity to start leading in this series again, as you wouldn't want a repeat of what we saw onto Pearl. That was still the sort of standout again, where, okay, the last map, what we saw, probably what you would really expect in terms of the power levels of these teams, but that Pearl, just a little bit of black mark on that. And yeah, really want to see this ISO being justified onto 100 Thieves, given that they were able to beat NRG with this before. seeing the success in there for NRG, swapping their comps ever so slightly to at least match on the Sova side, match on the Neon side to try and get some more success in there.
Yeah, and I think, again, the big thing about this is going to come down to what happens in the second half, not to take away from these first 12 rounds, but NRG, I think you're looking to get 5 would be fine. It would match what they'd done versus 100 Thieves before, but you go back to like when they were playing their road to qualifying for phase 2 and they played 2-game esports, they had a great offensive half. 9 rounds is what they were able to find. So there's a level of, again, losing is learning to a certain point. See if 100 Thieves can handle that. Whereas for NRG, just trying to be more efficient on their offense. Good recon bolt.
The walk down bait.
Immediate paranoia. Now you got the walk down the middle like you're trying to exclaim towards, and no one is ready for that whatsoever. 100 Thieves find the first couple, and it has this NRG offense completely trapped on C.
Now EU just slowing things down inside of Garage. The trap has been sprung. NRG have very minimal members. Rock at least will return one, but Arsena finds 3 in the round. Walk down perfect. 100 Thieves instant rotations as well. Even saw Busio didn't bother trying to stay over onto A. Knew exactly what was happening on the map.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just that's one of those things that recon bolt paranoia combination. As soon as you recognize that there's a hit at Garage, why not walk things down with a double stack at B? You got the ability to, at worst, trade things out, and at best, do what just happened. So, clean opener from 100 Thieves, and their opening pistol. Got a couple of Guardians, a Phantom, and a Bulldog to follow up with Boostio on a knife. Just kidding. He's got a Ghost ready to go.
Big stack from 100 Thieves over on A long as well. This time NRG a little bit more cautious about mid, but they're going to walk into Xander. Not cautious enough. Xander catches them slipping.
Yeah. Just enough of an off angle to not be seen at the bottom side at grass, and then you just get to follow up easy, no problems there whatsoever, and a very formidable bonus now going to be coming up for 100 Thieves, and a lot that energy you're going to have to worry about in terms of what do you even want to do here with this full purchase, which again is still going to showcase some lighter armors.
I mean, even this bonus coming in for 100T, there's some pretty reasonable firepower coming on in. But 2 back-to-back rounds that have been very, very flawless so far. The Garage play from NRG, that gets completely crunched up and pinched by a walk down, and then just a firing line into B.
Go, go, go!
This time it's all on A. Paranoia down early.
Well, the opening trade is decent. Oh, goodness. This is key. Yeah, so Austin knows that Sam's in a corner trying to find some isolation, but not going to happen. So Energy will stay in this 4v4 with the spike collected and looking to try to hit this through sewers.
Leave the utility onto C. Busio moves over as well. Right, will remain behind just in case something does happen on another part of the map. It won't be the case for now as NRG heavily stacking here. And that is a major walk down of players, Sam. I'd have been able to get a couple there, but Asa so quick on the trigger finger.
Wow. And then you got the ability for Neon to do Neon things. Trying to follow up, pistol out, and NRG are left to just Brock, who's got nowhere to go. Yeah, that's just one of those moments that, you know, you get the recon bolt out. I think NRG are like, are we going to get hit by this? No, okay, actually, we're all good. So maybe there's a chance for us to kind of surprise this hit, but instead the double swing over towards A-Long catches NRG by surprise, and it's a bonus win, now leading to only Stingers being purchased for NRG in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, you basically had us looking at 3 in that opening round of the pistol, now 3 again in the last round. So already 2 away from ultimate, but yeah, that was a quintessential Neon moment, just sliding on through NRG. Very little to say about it. Couldn't even get the punish onto Arsena, obviously. And a good call from 100T again on the defense, just to put all their members over towards A on the correct side of the map, and another call coming on through, recognizing that possibly Garage, but also into C-Long.
I must wait a moment.
Yu is pushed up a little bit here as well. What triggers the cage on purpose, maybe?
Vault line out. There's the follow-up. Crossfire set up a Garage. It's going to work out for 100 Thieves. And now NRG are really in some trouble here. Not a lot of room to work with. You could see the setup over towards A with the Cypher Cam all the way in the tucked corner with 2 trap wires. If they want to try to rotate in the defense a little bit late, like everything is just very comfortable right now for 100 Thieves.
See how fast they rotate once they realize what's up, because be honest though, you do have some that can just maybe TP past that. He doesn't know exactly where Boostio is. Doesn't realize that Boostio has already fallen off the site. Camera also didn't see anything. The next tap of the camera is going to see a lot.
Yeah.
Boostio is already smelling that something's up. He sees that there are smokes down and knows that the hit is coming.
Yeah. He only sees the one, but doesn't make much of a difference. You know the hits here. Trap wires have been exhausted. Plant's going to be comfortable here for NRG. No lurk, but you can see EU is looking for one through mid, so this is going to be a very delayed. Oh, a little 4v4 on the site, and Sam goes unnoticed on the teleport up to heaven, so that's a huge elimination. Now we have the true 4v4. EU's got to run quickly. Here's the double tap. That's going to be blown up just by spam through the dark cover. And it's just down to how NRG are able to hold here. Contingency out. 100 Thieves trying to work their way back in. EU's able to find one through long. Mata from inside the site. Working together nicely. NRG able to restabilize. It's down to the 1v3 for EU. He finds the first. Stun concussed. There's the right click for Mata. One more needed. Hitting the high drive. And there's just no time for this to turn into much of anything. NRG pull off a Thrifty to get on the board.
The thing that 100 Thieves couldn't afford to happen is just completely lose control of the site. There's a chance, okay, yes, retake into it, but when you lose that trade up into heaven, they just didn't realize Som could have been there. Som made a brilliant play to TP up, catch a player out, find himself an upgrade on towards a weapon, and then they just lock down CT. They just lock down the defensive spawn. The one player that activates late to try and swing that retake around is EU, and he does get his one, but at the same time, NRG make the call to break all the players inside that smoke from 100 Thieves, and the player advantage, when all is said and done after that, is just way too big for EU to overcome.
Yeah, for real. Well, Xander, top of the box, just getting to work, trying to get some spam through this dark cover. He's actually tagged Mata down to critical health. That's important. That's your usual entry, man, for NRG to get deep into these sites. So things will have to change a little bit in terms of how NRG are going to try to execute this. And they may just have to finesse and finagle and see if they can get 100 of these to overcommit on one side of the map away from where the spike eventually wants to go.
Shadows.
Looking at Arsenal being super pushed up there as well, so good information being brought over to 100 Thieves.
Cover going out.
Double Hunter's Fury on board here.
Oh, mercy.
Xander first up through the wall onto Mata. Goodbye.
I mean, really, Mata's just not allowed to play that round. After he's initially spammed through the opening dark cover, he's just got nowhere to go. So 5v4, you already mentioned Austin up through A main. This is going to have to be a B executor for NRG.
Salm is pushed up here as well, so might have an opportunity to go around the side. Camera checking over towards B.
There they are.
Because they pulled so many players onto C, this could be a good opportunity for them. Hunter's Fury might get a catch here. Good ping, and a secondary will confirm it.
And that's your spike down. And now, oh, Hasana just going to throw some shoulders of the high gear. Defense rotates accordingly. Brock, good opener. Xander's going to need to get one. And he does. So numbers go to a 2v3. Now, you do have the ability for Hunter's Fury here on this post plant, but there's not going to be a lot of room to use it, especially with EU Cryo flanking through the front while the focus is Asuna down C long. 4-1 tally for 100 Thieves.
Asuna had to break the trip, but obviously in that situation, even breaking the trip forces attention away, allows the other two players coming through from your own defense to have a really good opportunity just to collapse. Asuna played that round very, very patiently, biding his time, but also just, again, Neon situation where you can just rotate so quickly, and he got himself into C main at lightning speeds. Good looking round there. All is said and done from 100 Thieves now. 3 ultimates on board. And a good recovery from losing versus a Thrifty as well, which was, you can imagine, a little bit painful for 100 Thieves.
Well, this round has, I think, I just saw one hero rifle for NRG. Everything else is pistol upgrades. And while the hero rifle pans out, just a one tap onto Asuda. And honestly, if you're NRG, I think you're trying to, get the breach back over here. See if you can get an owl drone out and try to get this weapon collected. 100 Thieves are going to have a really hard time defending this. EU
By the way, I mean,
and the contact is there, but no kill.
It's just a good punish because they knew Arsenal walked down last time, so they're thinking if Arsenal walks down again, this time we'll be ready for it. EU wanted to almost check that with his body. The Theft coming in confirms location, but it confirms that there's 3 members on A. Yeah. How badly do you want to push into this?
I don't think you'd really want to push into it at all. I think you're just trying to get that weapon, and then you can try to flank a little bit deeper, but no, instead it's going to be a rolling thunder. That's out. Hunter Sphere to block things open, and then Xander in the corners has got nowhere to go. Really good dissection of the site. Cryo able to provide one in response. But how do you stay on this retake? Paranoia perfectly timed. EU will drop. Double tap will be reset though. Cryo, after his win inside the kill contract, has 100 Thieves cooking up a 2v2, but here comes that lurk on the backside from Scuba. Sheriff shot needs to hit, and oh gosh.
Shield.
The shield gets broken though. Doesn't make a difference. Scuba is able to find his counterpart in Boostio, and it's just down to Cryo. Contingency makes this a bit of a different difficulty, but it should be a crossfire setup that keeps Cryo away from being able to double tap this again. Spam shots are out.
Have time.
Cryo's gonna have to stick it right now, and nope, not gonna happen. Scuba able to find the headshot regardless, and NRG get their second with another Thrifty.
Yeah, 2 Thrifties, man. Not quite, obviously, not in a row, because you're certainly not going to be broke twice in a row, you would think, but essentially 2 Thrifties in a row when you consider they won a Thrifty, got some guns, lost a round, and then had to win a Thrifty again. The Thrifties right now are being a real pain in 100 Thieves' backside when you really think about how these rounds are breaking down. They really shouldn't be dropping rounds 2 Thrifties, but the early punish onto Arsenal was so huge. It's an extra gun being dropped. You can't really do too much to hold on to it. Would have to call through a lot more rotators. And actually, they got a decent amount, 3 rotators or 2 rotators to back EU up on towards A. Both teams playing in towards their ultimates. Rolling Thunder. Crow dodges Rolling Thunder by placing down kill contract. Gets martyred down in the middle of that. But then the flank, the large flank coming on from Scuba. Biding his time. Sees that there is a double tap shield on the Crow, but gets the opportunity to find Boostio instead. Boostio just walks out at the perfect time for Scuba to still find value.
Yeah. Okay. Well, off the timeout, NRG has not been comfortable, but are saving this half with those Thrifty rounds. This has to be a showcase of something that changes how this half has gone to this point, a narrative-changing round, so to speak.
Yeah.
On the flip
it's
side,
the only thing they've really done. They've won the Thrifties and nothing else so far. So the actual gun rounds, they've been kind of faltering a little bit, and even this is not really quite the gun round. They have 3 rifles and at least 1 pistol in there. Okay, quite a bit of speed. At least in the window.
This way.
Well, fast lane is open. Here comes 100 Thieves to that limited purchase. Kind of a mixed buy situation. They're going to get a little bit of a crossfire set up here at A long. Both of these players with rifles. Aldrin is out. Paranoia comes through. They're going to try to challenge this. Fault line to follow. And now all of a sudden you got to look over to Boostu. He's going to have to try to save this while Xander is in trouble with Asuna. But wow, Xander teleports to the opposite side to at least go 1-for-1. Asuna, what the hell is that? No way he connects out of that headshot. And it makes it manageable for this 100 Thieves defense. But NRG with the numbers. It's just down to Cryo inside the site. Does he have the double tap up? No, he doesn't, but it doesn't make a difference. Now he's got it. Undercut comes through, doesn't connect. Long flank though for EU, and NRG are a little bit stuck at long at the moment.
By the way, I don't think EU has been spotted because trip got broken there. Rather, I think the trip disappeared. There's no Cypher on board for NRG anymore, so that means EU is still in a great position. Map is now entirely quiet. EU is wondering, where is the plant? Where are the players?
Oh.
Cryo's gone walking as well because Barrel should do it. Barrel should do it.
Last player standing.
The trade is out. Some, yep, he's got the teleport. Oh, he's got to go to C.
Cryo's there. Cryo's there.
Seen it. Oh, mercy. What a set of timing this is. Oh, goodness gracious. It just comes down to the fact that you thought NRG with the perfect fault line, the perfect reveal on that A-long double setup. You think that maybe they're going to get trapped by it, but the trades are decent enough.
And that is
eventually
just,
you get into sight.
It's just terrible luck for Son because he made the right call. He thinks that both players are surely on A. He's not considering, okay, surely Cryo didn't walk all the way to C by now, right? Even if Cryo walked over towards B, I'm going to have enough time to plant, post myself up somewhere, play this 1v1. Cryo's got not a lot to work through, no util left to play through, has to wait for timing on the double tap minimum, low HP, but just has no idea that it's even possible that Cryo is that far up on C, because Cryo walked away from A and started walking through onto C so early.
Well, Boostio has a trap wire here. Trying to slow down Mata. Well, he's just going to find him regardless. And yeah, NRG were just trying to play to get the utility down. Not going to work out. The reveal now coming through with an Earl theft. And 100 Thieves will stay on their toes and maybe get a little bit more proactive. There's the paranoia. It's going to cut through just about everybody from NRG. Contingency just in case, but Ethan, good first. Almost has more, but Boostio responds with 2 of his own. And there's just nowhere for Scuba to go. The shock dart's on the way in. Xander and Asuna right there to deal with it. And it's going to be a very convincing 6-2 start to this first half for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it was another thrifty, but unfortunately this time NRG are not going to get anything done. 100 Thieves shut it down straight away. You think at some point, something's got to give. You can't just be constantly losing thrifties, and indeed, that's not going to continue to happen. But the equal on the opposite end is now true. You can't just keep losing gun rounds if you are NRG, because this is getting brutal. The far too brutal. 6-2, not a single gun round winner. That last one was pretty winnable. Came down to a 2v2. Extremely unlucky for Sam, but also what a call by Cryo to make that move happen super early. This gun round now very important for NRG. They can't afford to drop this again.
They could just use the kill contract as a way to retake if they really want to. And you've got both Neons just dancing with each other. It is VALORANT on absolute 5 times speed right now for those two.
VALORANT on ice.
Yeah, exactly
we're dancing.
Right.
We're dancing with the Neons.
Oh, and it will be, at least the Neons traded out. 100 Thieves still finding the success with Xander up top. EU on the backside of the site. I mean, this has just been as convincing as you've ever seen in terms of a defensive response to the quick hit from NRG. Scuba going to be stuck. Sees the limiting barrier of the initial shield, but, well,
through the smoke? What?
Yeah, may as well give it a spam. That works for one. But this is still a very difficult 1v3 with the spike down at long.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of time to play through, but it's just the work involved to get it done in what is a 1v4. He's at least getting isolated 1v1s, but he needs to hit those shots into EU, and if he does, maybe you start believing in the remainder of the 1v2, but this game has completely gone out of whack for NRG. You talked about the fact that you were looking forward to the 100 Thieves attack. Well, the defense right now is currently delivering wonders, and for NRG, this is just a disaster right now for them. The fact that they've won 2 thrifties, you've got to say, is like an extremely impressive thing to do.
Yeah.
But the gun rounds have just been all awry. They can't find a damn thing on the gun rounds at all.
Yeah, that's not what you would expect from NRG, but it's just been the proactivity from 100 Thieves continuing to overwhelm. Neons trading relay bolts with one another, just again with this aggressive battle for A long. Doesn't really turn out to be too much as we've got NRG already walking down quickly through mid. Boostio, the one to rotate in.
Camera taken out.
A late trap wire, but it doesn't actually get the reveal.
They missed the timings of each other.
Absolute 2 ships passing in the night, but a couple of spam shots come through for Scuba. That alerts Boostio to what's happening, and he finds first blood.
One of those ships does a quick U-turn. I don't know what the technology required to do that is, but now 3 versus 4. As you mentioned, ISO, ultimate there, kill contract, ready to go.
You may spend it here. Yep, you sure will.
That's a Sova gone.
Yep, that will capture the Sova. Ethan stepping into the fast lane. Cryo wins his 1v1 of the kill contract. Ethan stuck with utility out. Sidestepping it for a moment as Boostio, but not long enough, and Sam provides another. It's just not enough, though. 100 Thieves continue to find success. Cryo on this ISO. He's won both of his 1v1s so far in the kill contract and continues to be a major presence on these retakes.
This is going to be recovery mode. Any sort of damage mitigation to stem the bleeding for NRG. Now, if they can finish even 3-9, I think they'd be happy with that. 4-8 is possible, but given how these rounds have been going, it just doesn't feel like it's something that's likely to happen for them. Although I do got to say, if there's a round to come through, Rolling Thunder, it's going to be a pretty large presence. 1 away is the Hunter's Fury as well. So for NRG, we're looking towards some very powerful utility. Walk down, by the way, EU is potentially walking down through garage, but a bit of that maybe.
This is one of those rounds that you just have to have if you're NRG, but nothing has been comfortable on their executes. So do you have to spend the Rolling Thunder just to get into sight? You really don't want to have to do that. Both Aldrones pass each other. Good information for EU. We'll make sure that this Aldrone is somewhat challenged by the shock dart, which lands right in the feet of a couple of players, but everyone is largely fine. NRG will back away and reset. 57 seconds on the clock.
They pull members away though, so A is looking very empty now. And a reminder, one of these thrifties from NRG was won due to the fact that they completely emptied out A. 100 Thieves overcommitted to the other sides of the map, and this time around, the energy are not really walking up in towards A until maybe a little late. In fact, you might have the Marta being caught here. Marta's surely dead. There it is.
I love this from 100 Thieves again. That's that proactivity coming to play once again.
30 seconds left.
Now, A, like you mentioned, wide open, but that has been elected and voluntarily given away by 100 Thieves. From the shadows for Xander, going to stick this by playing up top into heaven. The rest of the team are going to be rotating into this late. How do you crack this code? Because you also have a Rolling Thunder that's still available to stop this retake if you're NRG.
By the way, I don't know who planted, but it wasn't Brock, so he doesn't have his Hunter's Hero. That could have been an extra ultimate for the post plant. Speaking of which, here comes one of them.
That will stall this out just a touch. But now here comes the next effort. Asuna in the corner. Running, trying to gun. Not going to happen. Ethan. Oh, wow. What a providing help. He could able to get two. Scuba on the crossfire setup. Just has 100. He's completely entrapped over towards this A link. And there's just no way that you get back into this. If you're Cryo, not enough time. And beyond that, not enough space to exit at all. So 8-3 we go with a chance for a fourth coming for NRG.
Last round in the
Yeah,
half.
brilliant. Like I said, 3-9 I think is really required for NRG to have some sort of a salvageable half, to at least have something to play into for that second half. But now you're starting to believe in the possibility of maybe the 4 and 8. And that last TP by Som, by the way, brilliant. Because the extra player swinging on through from defense, from CT, just didn't expect an extra player to be besides Ethan. Thought he had an isolated 1v1. Wasn't the case. Lucio's going to walk into this round. Pistol only. Not comfortable.
How about this? With the recon bolt
He's
plays,
just got a plot.
Tom is just going to play.
Oh my god. He's just got a plot. Is he going to TP out?
It's going to be too late. It's just going to be too late. He does get tagged by that and eventually taken down. And how about it? Xander's going to hop for the immediate defusal, but he gets taken out before the neural theft can come out. So 4v4 we go. Asuna maybe going to get this a bit of a go. There's the trigger, but no, Boostio caught off guard, and NRG have just blown this door wide open with the timing of this plant. Neural theft going to come through once again. EU trying to break timing through grass, but it's not going to happen. And how about that for a 12th round for NRG? 8-4 the half. A statement made as we swap the sides, and we'll be right back with more.
There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me
A convincing first half for 100 Thieves, with the last two rounds going to NRG has us looking at this second half with a little bit more confusion and maybe a little bit more anticipation here, Avril.
I think a little bit more confidence for NRG as well. And what a brilliant final round. I mean, just completely catches 100 Thieves off guard, off red barriers, drops some, TPs onto B, and just gets an instant plant. I mean, that could be very tricky. A lot of confidence there, because you don't know what you're going to find. If a single player is holding there, you can just drop spike and that round goes a completely different way. But you gamble that one correctly. You flip heads, even at the cost of Som's life, because he doesn't manage to get out. The post plant is just infallible, with all four remaining NRG members shooting down range.
Well, this is the half that I think we're all anxious for after it was an 8-0 for NRG on their defensive half last time these two teams had played in the upper semifinals in phase one.
Over there.
So surprising with a double duelist comp that 100 Thieves found no success on offense. But already off to the races here with this pistol being planted in. Xander holding onto a Paranoia, waiting for the time to execute onto this as soon as these cyber cages will fall surely. Paranoia comes through. Here comes the effort for NRG. Som for the opener and the follow-up. Down from the heavens. Ethan spams out another and an absolutely flawless retake. The shock dart, kind of a mere inconvenience at this point. It's only a matter of time before EU gets overwhelmed, and that is a flawless pistol for NRG.
Yep, wait for the timing of the cages, as you say. Paranoia to support and everybody dropping in and finding their marks, not missing a single shot. And where we ended, we start again. It is very important for NRG in the situation that they're in. Even 4-8, 3-9 would be a lot more dire, but even 4-8, win a pistol, convert the anti-eco, you've closed the gap to 2 rounds, and now you're suddenly brought back into the entire map, and you're in a position. I feel like this is within a winnable grasp, because it certainly didn't feel that way in the early side of the first half. Like I said a little bit earlier, momentum shifting quite a bit for NRG, getting that confidence back.
And another one of those things that just has you continuing to scratch your heads here if you're 100 Thieves. Little check from Ethan, has the fault line at the ready in case there is an execute through this trap wire, and meanwhile Scuba is able to take down the Lurka Boostio. So now you hit the fault line, get to work spamming through the dark cover. It's got help on the way just to keep that spam alive, and Som will connect. And it's just spray it, pray it, let the judge do its work. And a second flawless for NRG, building their bank account quickly, to put it plainly.
The only thing 100 Thieves could have maybe have found success in is the additional player going through Garage was just shut down immediately. As soon as that was gone, you start noticing it's going to be a full C commit. You're not going to see any defaulting on attack from an eco team on the 100 Thieves situation there. So yeah, likely it's just going to be all 4 of the other members in C long. Super easy for them to spam down there and just get everyone down. So no worries.
All right, true bonus here for NRG, and the threat of the judge will be known that 100 Thieves will have to consider. And again, it's so surprising to look at the recent results between these two squads and to see 0 offensive wins with this double duelist comp, which often finds free executes. It's just their post plants did not look to be all that stable.
They literally just walked in.
Yeah.
NRG have fully committed onto the opposite side of the map. Now it's going to be a full retake. Maybe a little bit of luck is what 100 Thieves required here for this offense. First gun round, though. That's what you want to see for a first gun round. A lot of big commitment of memberships going all the way in the flank. Boostio up first. He's going to spot Marta, and Marta spots him back.
I'm out of here.
Well, Paranoid's going to come through relay bolt, trying to keep this post plant interested at C long, while the rest of the team for NRG are focused on playing through Garage, but these weapons are less than comfortable. Also, they're going to take away Garage immediately. Mata trying to deal with it, but not going to happen. Scuba's able to find at least 1 exchange, but it's not going to be enough for NRG to get back into the site. So we'll be a 9th here for 100 Thieves. Key to stop the bonus round, something they were unable to do the last time they played. And now it's just down to trying to establish some trends that keep NRG a little bit, I would say, more confused than what they want to do defensively.
Honestly, that was, again, maybe there's a little bit of luck involved as well. As 100 Thieves just find themselves a completely empty site. Going to be a little bit tough to get that retake in there. They tried to go through from every angle possible. Lucio was able to sniff out the fact that the flank was definitely going to be there. I don't even think he saw extra members beyond Marta, but just even seeing 1 member is going to allow them to lock down every possible entry, and not a lot of ways for NRG to break through. But again, getting early pistol, getting the anti-eco, you lose your bonus. Too surprising so far.
Well, Mata's going to get aggressive behind all of this utility from Brock. Spy cam deleted. Scuba on the other side, dealing with some resistance through Garage. Still has the trap wire to play off of, which is exactly what he's looking for. But no commit for 100 Thieves yet. They have the earliest Hunter's Fury, and if you can get a tag onto somebody, maybe you use that to open up one of these 2 sites.
Gotta go.
I think Marta got the spot there as well. And 100 Thieves are trying really hard to walk their way into A long. I believe they committed drone into that play as well. With Marta being pushed back, you see the call over from the rest of the members from NRG now. At least 2 of them rotating. But even Som is Leaving C behind, only a camera to check that, but they're confident that it's going to be 100 Thieves all the way in on A.
Undercut does come through. Hunter's Fury trying to follow on that. Tags onto Ethan, who's in some major trouble, and as he drops, now it's just down to who can actually hang inside the site, and it'll just be Mata through sewers to find one, but somehow Sam, there's some weird timing on the peek over through lane. He's able to find another. Oh my goodness. Just down to one. Asuna in the backside of the site, not going to be able to snap up to find Sam, and that is just an unbelievable pick initially from Sam to pull the attention back, and in that moment, NRG collect the kills through sewer to take the round.
Just taking advantage of the fact that, okay, you can just swing so quickly as Mata, see how many members there are, commit that stun into play, but I believe there was also an extra paranoia in there. It's looking like Xander got hit by something extra, but he was also stunned on top of that, so the double stun from Mata, it was just a cleanup for him to be able to push his way through short. But having an additional flank on through, allowing him to draw more attention and just disrupt this post plant from 100 Thieves, after being able to walk in quite comfortably, Ethan just being dropped immediately, Hunter's Fury to guarantee them the site. Wow. What a return for NRG to be able to recover that.
It's just, again, I wish we would have had the replay on that, because it is legitimately just the timing of Sam's peek through A-Link to find that kill, turn the attention, make that post plant feel a little bit more vulnerable, and then in that moment, Mata converts on that play through sewer. Unreal stuff. So 9-7 goes the count, and 100 Thieves can continue to feel the stress about these post plants, just not able to lock down sites. And like I was kind of referring to, and looking back over it, they had a handful of missed opportunities when they played last time. 3 post plants that were unsuccessful when 100 Thieves were on offense.
Let's take a look at their money situation as well, because they just took the tactical time out here to talk about playing a round in which they're actually not going to have much to work through. No ultimates on board either. Where NRG now have, as already mentioned, even from the last couple of rounds in the first half, strong momentum coming on in, which is confirming that last round for NRG is so huge, because 100 Thieves got off to a great start but couldn't close out.
Yeah. Kind of been the name of the game for this 100 Thieves offense.
I'm out of here.
So to pistols we go. NRG stepping up with Brock, already putting some pressure at A long. I'll drone just to see what's going on. He's got help nearby, so he's not going to feel too much pressure because Mata's got his back.
They just got overdrive as well, so that's going to be an extra threat. It's a Guardian on Cryo, plus an overdrive on Asuna. That is it for now, as they walk through several different areas of the map. It looks like they're going to commit over towards C. It's been slowed down. It's been backed out of.
Yeah, Cyber Cages just to keep the defense safe. And once again, Sam finds timing on a peak, takes care of EU. So this hit developing towards mid grass is going to have to commit onto B, and Mata's able to find Asuna before they can pull the overdrive out. Trade is decent though from Cryo. Spike could be planted, and it will be. And a weapon collected. Cryo would have to tee off here though, and he's got a little bit of help from Xander. So now you've got at least some worry built into this retake that 100 Thieves are able to kind of make this post plant more dynamic. Xander's still unnoticed. Over through Gong. Kill contract earned off of that.
You and me.
Ethan finds the pick. Sam's going to go to the defuse and just hold this, and Ethan can just stay and just dance. This is exactly what happens. Oh, the timing of that pick into the kill contract, unfortunate. And another round for 100 Thieves that goes awry.
Oh man, 100 Thieves, they started to look like they were maybe building momentum in that round. The hand-me-down guns was pretty hilarious. Losing Asuna early is not comfortable, but Cryo finds the trade on the Guardian, drops to Xander, who then gets the kill with his own Guardian. But yeah, timeout there. Just not quite enough time remaining. I do appreciate rotating back over towards B after kind of getting pushed out of C. A little unlucky on the timing there. As we sort of mentioned, EU just the last member to cross, dying to Som. And now we're about to close the gap and equalize on 9-9. Plus, by the way, NRG is just stacked on ults now.
Yeah. Can just keep this defensive run together. You obviously see Mata getting into position at A long. There still is that trap wire there in the corner. Timing of this hit's going to be everything, though. There's the recon bolt into the backside of B. Trap wire deleted. Brock to replace with an owl drone, just to try to keep this a little bit more delayed. Suppression comes through with the undercut, so that Aldrone sees nothing. The dark cover from the defense plays right into the hands of this, though. And now Mata's going to make a decision. Aldrone out, and he still steps up to find one. Hunter's Fury to follow, and the damage is converted on his Brock, takes down another. The duality between NRG's defense continues to impress.
I mean, just the fact that they bail out, well, not quite, because, you know, you still have, unfortunately for NRG, Mata going down, but getting a secondary off that is brilliant. Now Scuba onto EU. That's basically going to be the round. They know the last two players, and it won't take too much effort from here. Scuba should get the cleanup. He does.
How good has Scuba been for this NRG team since being added into this roster? And NRG is really starting to cook. I mean, the first phase of this road to the EWC had some adversity, mostly just off of 100 Thieves, but that lower bracket run they put together was flawless. Scuba now 17 and 11. I mean, he's just doing it all.
With full respect to Finesse, who is by far still one of the most accomplished and best NA IGLs of all time.
Agreed.
So no, you know, no flame there, but if you look at Scuba's scoreline right now, in the fragging side of things, I mean, the meme continues, unfortunately for Finesse. Age does catch up for Scuba. Young player, able to mechanically convert. On top of being able to, if he is, and of also coming into an IGL position as well. I don't know if that's fully confirmed or anything, but is stepping into Finesse's shoes. Hasn't been quiet in terms of mechanics.
No,
is also able to do everything else as well, it seems.
And you got to be thinking, I know FNS is an avid watch partier. He's got to be sitting there just dripping passion for these boys right now, who continue to put on a defensive masterclass on Haven. Just again, reducing the ability for this ISO Neon to do anything on site at all. It's so surprising to see, because so often it's been a free entry and a free scale deep in the site playing this composition, but 100 Thieves just cannot quite figure out this NRG defense.
A little bit of a casual look over towards C. I don't know if Lucio made any noise, but I think it's going to be where it finishes here. Som gets his one. It's going to be a long rotation, by the way, because a lot of NRG members actually went over towards C. Again, possibly because Bucio is something to draw their attention.
Yeah. Well, the retake going to be just with the numbers here. 5v4 overdrive at the ready. 100 Thieves still stuck on limited purchase. So NRG can get themselves set up. There's the fast line to block off the initial entryway. The flash behind that, though, doesn't really affect too much. Aftershock to clear out hell. Nice shot from Xander, but the follow-up perfect from NRG. Shock dart on the corner. Also going to hit, makes EU weak. And the last one standing, and Xander's down to a single bullet with the health. Som's going to stick for the defuse, and there's just nowhere for Xander to go. Makes it interesting by finding another elimination, but at this stage of the game, it does not matter much. 10-9, NRG back in the lead.
You couldn't really ask for too much more there coming through from 100 Thieves, given the fact that they basically got a site for free after Bucio pulled over a bunch of members from NRG over to C. Very long rotation. They got the plant down. They had a post-plant setup, but they didn't have the weapons. They just didn't have the firepower to challenge at that type of range. Members from NRG coming through window. And the rifle superiority just firing down on top of 100T. And like you say, you know, Xander made it interesting towards the end, but very expected round win for NRG.
It's still just like, this has got to be so frustrating for 100 Thieves. Just, this is the second time in a row you've played up against these guys, and you have not been able to do more than just win a single offensive round to this point. Like, we're not really seeing the shield come out for Cryo to get into play and actually fight on site. And to be fair, that's maybe a product of like what NRG are doing. Like, they're essentially allowing 100 Thieves to come into the site, but not allowing them to get deeper in towards it. Like throwing things like flashes kind of scattered and staggered. You got like a little bit of or recall information that's coming through from Brock, whether it's a late owl drone or a late recon dart. Like, it's just not allowing 100 Thieves to get comfortable on site. And then you hit them with things like fast lanes and paranoias and fault lines. And it just doesn't make a difference if you've got a shield or not if you're Cryo.
Just want to refer back to the lower bracket game. Actually, maybe I will now, given that we have quietened down a little bit. But as a reminder as well, in that NA playoffs game, NRG got an 8-4 on that initial defense versus 100 Thieves. Then 100 Thieves got 9-3 on their own defense. So both teams doing very well on defenses. That's kind of what we're seeing right now.
And it's another moment that NRG just get an early first blood just by way of spam. Connects for now a 5v4. Here comes the attempt though. 100 Thieves still gonna stick for this. Rolling Thunder called out over to Garage. Keeps the eyes forward for NRG over towards C Long. And that stops this play completely in its tracks. And 100 Thieves are really kind of laboriously trying to find their way into either of these sites. And they're gonna have to maybe default to going back to B, which is not gonna feel good.
Now Brock's already moving as well, just in case there's 100 Thieves pushing their way through. This could be a huge punish. EU up for 2, but he can't connect it.
Down mid.
Cryo, though, will pick up, but EU couldn't. EU did get us 1, but that is a giant punish. Just by going quiet for 100 Thieves. NRG thought there was going to be a rotation. You already saw that Brock was moving back into spawn, rotating back towards A. And the rest of NRG are thinking, we're going to walk down now because we don't know what's happening. We think that this is 100 Thieves going A. 100 Thieves didn't go A yet, so unfortunately a missed call from NRG. You can understand the thinking, but the coin just didn't flip their way in there.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Sam gets 1, but seen by Boostio. Leaves it down to Brock, and the ping is already out. They know exactly where he's coming from. Dark cover will fade. Brock's going to have to do this the hard way. Crossfire set up at A long. Is there going to be any opportunity for Brock to actually work his way back in? The recon dart's going to come up too late. There's the first toggle of the spike. Check from Xander. Try again. Shoulder. Not going to get punished. And now you have to hold. Yeah, it's not going to happen. And we'll find the final elimination. No worries. And with that, 10-10 and a key round for 100 Thieves.
And a missed call from NRG. Unfortunately, that is one of the more clear missed calls. Something happened to draw their attention. Well, maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just a gut check coming on through to say it's a little too quiet. Sounds like the possibility of a big rotation from 100T, and it ended up being a giant punish. Walking through garage doors into firing lines. EU himself could have potentially have shut that down, but he had backup, and Cryo connected the shots required to deliver that round to 100T, and then just the 1v2. Ooh. Pretty unavoidable situation. Booster didn't even have to reel himself.
Yeah.
10-10 now.
Odin spam over towards A long once again, has Mata pushed forward. Early presence for 100 Thieves over through mid. And into garage with not the same resistance this time for NRG, who have often thrown something a little bit more late in towards this double door setup, but nothing this time, just staying very respectful, staying very passive.
Yeah, Mata pushed up here as well. On for another potential flank, but has to get past the trip placed a bit more aggressively. Short is the only thing that they don't have covered, so have to rely on the camera for that. This is going to be Som. Checking a little with his own ultimate.
This is just going to be down, and I kind of like this from 100 Thieves in terms of how you've adjusted. Just don't show anything until you're about to get onto site. See if you can catch NRG before they can rotate out. That's exactly what's going on. Yep, Cryo, Asada getting the job done. Brock will find 1 with the Odin. And really, if you're 100 Thieves, this should be a guaranteed round win. I mean, it's just, you would not figure that Mata's going to get through this extra trap wire and break this post plant down. But maybe. Nope, not going to happen. Cryo able to find the head right as Mata does slide through. And for Ethan, it's just going to be a back out, try to save, and 100 Thieves will take the lead right back.
I think that round really comes down to if maybe Mata can find an angle and work through it. Ethan could potentially work the opposite and just pray for miracles, but Cryo just reads it so perfectly. He's in position to instantly punish the Neon slide in. He's got no health, right? So you're looking at a situation where trip gets broken, Neon's got a slide, and Cryo's just there to receive. Now the hunt as well to make sure that the weapon gets dropped. See a barrel?
That works.
Sees the full player, actually. He sees the entire person. All right. Ethan gets to walk away with a gun, so small silver linings here as we are looking at a very, very tight game now. 11-10 tactical timeout for NRG, who, for the most part, are still leading on this side of the map. So this half, they've still largely been winning. They've only dropped, this is their 3rd round, I believe they dropped on this half so far. Yeah, because we ended 8-4. 100 Thieves now into 11.
Yep.
The 3rd round they dropped so far, and they want to make sure they stem the bleeding right now. As I mentioned, NA playoffs, low bracket, elimination game, Haven, this is where both teams had a lot of success on their defenses. Attacks were a little bit rough for both of them. That story is repeating again.
Yeah.
NRG got themselves I'll repeat the scoreline. Energy got themselves 8-4 on their defensive side, and currently, Energy have 6 out of those 8 that they got last time.
Yeah, the big story was just the lack of offensive success that was coming out of 100 Thieves the last time they had played, in particular. Just first bloods galore onto Boostio. He had 4 deaths and a total of 8 rounds that were first deaths. So as long as he stays alive and can keep the Lurka, as a potential, maybe we see more of this. And Energy, I mean, I like the idea of the timeout here for 2 rounds in a row, but more importantly, it's just you haven't really been able to do much with Mata walking down A long here, so try to put him somewhere else that he can be more impactful. And they may try to get some sort of a trap set up with a fault line and a push through mid, but instead it's going to be a quick walk down for 100 Thieves over towards A main. Show of force with the the fast lane being called in. Also, the contingency expended for this, it does pull the defense convincingly. There's only a spy cam on the C and no real good retake ultimates, but
Will be a plant.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, Som is unlikely to get much done here. He's being pushed out, doesn't have the support to back him up. A brilliant sell over towards A, a 1-to-1 trade as well. But his overdrive is going to be taken care of, although to be honest with you, he was the only one that didn't actually have a gun, so everyone else is pretty well equipped coming into this retake and see what they can do. Big conversation might be what's happening over toward the south side of the map with a potential flank, but on the top side though, it's Ethan down.
Hunter's Fury, though, going to be called in. That's from EU, deep over towards C long. Som somehow still able to provide a double. That clears off the site completely. Neurope that's going to be spent here. You can really make a play on this. Shock Dart going to be called in. EU trying to hold off what would be a 1v3. Low health pulls on this side, though. Recon Dart re-earned. Immediately spent. Owl Drone to follow. Tags onto 2 players. You got to find the player on the spike, though, and that's not going to happen. Energy hold the angle, find the kill, and successfully retake to tie us at 11.
Yeah, that was a nice one from NRG because things were getting a little bit dicey. They they fully bought that fake coming on in, committed heavily over towards A, emptied out on towards the C side, allowing 100 Thieves to get that plant, set themselves up. They end up being Som, the first player on contact on the C, gets out alive, waits for teammates, and is able to retake himself a decent number in there to make sure that NRG not necessarily staying in the lead, but equalizing here. Retain their opportunity to win on the defense as they did the last time they played this.
Similar look for 100 Thieves in this offense. Kill contract called out early. It's going to catch the Neon Amata. Suppression on this. But he deletes the shield before Cryo can peek, and now he's able to get himself back into the hyperdrive to get out of there. And oh no, 100 Thieves just a little bit stuck. I don't really know what holds them at the front gates there. After you catch the Neon, you think you're going to try to flood, but Energy is prepared. You're going to hit a follow-up on Amata, who's doing it all himself. And 100 Thieves had to back away, and I don't even know if you can consider the rest of this 3v5. You might just have to save.
They didn't even consider how many members were on. You can see EU still walking up. He's walking up blind. He's just trying to maybe lurk there or find a player leaving. They thought maybe, like, going quiet, forcing a few members to rotate. At least they've been able to get themselves onto C quite cleanly here. That's the only silver line, but they just don't have members. Leaving EU there just to die is extremely unfortunate, on top of the fact that the contract just goes completely awry for Cryo.
Well, 100 Thieves are going to give themselves a chance at the 3v5 by getting the spike planted at C. Double stack over towards Garage. NRG trying to clear this little by little, doing it largely together. Som, though, able to find the first. That's Boostio who drops Xander. Nice stabs for 2, but still 3 more to find if you're Asuna. He's able to find the first one, but nothing more. Too much of a stack up, and NRG successfully retake once again. And it's going to be on to map point on, again, 100 Thieves map selection for NRG.
100 Thieves did win this in the playoffs, but currently it's looking like NRG are bringing this home. OT would have to be on the cards for 100T to be able to do any more here.
Match point.
Yeah, the early round just goes so poorly for them. You start on the kill contract going sideways. Little information there. EU just walking solo up straight into A main, directly into 4 players. Obviously, they have no idea there's that many players just waiting for EU, but still, man. Numbers advantage was looking so damn good for NRG. And even beyond that, Xander still finds 2. It still comes down to 3 kills from the 3 remaining members of 100T. We're going to see our first OT of the day. Reminder, we got 2 OTs yesterday, so teams have been playing pretty tight.
Yeah. The other part about that catch on Amada is like that's the worst character you want to catch in a kill contract, because if you get Brock or if you get Ethan, then you can execute knowing that the control initiation is completely off the table, but it doesn't really work out. And how about this? NRG throw a paranoia through garage. Now they're going to walk down heavy through mid. Shock darts are out. EU aware of this and ready, but he only has a judge. 2 for 1 the exchange. More possibly to comes. Cryo is stuck over at window and flashed beyond recognition. Good eliminations for NRG, and it's a 2v4 last ditch effort here for 100 Thieves. And they're going to try to get the spike over towards A for a quick plant.
Look at all Icebox in the lead for NRG right now. Plant is definitely going to come on through, but how much can you get done in a 2 versus 4? Really now. No paranoia left. Smoke to play through.
Spy cam trying to get the tag. Som holding, ready to go. Fault line out. It hits onto Scuba. Yeah, pardon me, that was onto Xander. Oh, Scuba, where did that come from? Clean stuff coming through though. NRG 13-11. Able to take both of 100 Thieves map selections, which again were both the maps that we had seen NRG take against them prior. So the work that's done by 100 Thieves not fully coming through, and NRG find themselves now up in the series, 1 map away for qualifying for Riyadh and the official EWC tournament.
I mean, it's just a complete mirror of what we saw in the lower finals, or not the lower finals, the lower bracket elimination game in NA playoffs. It's just the other way around. Back then, NRG were the team that could not quite secure a 9-3 on their defensive side, and this time they are the team to get the 9-3. So it's like the same scoreline, right? 13-11, just the opposite team. 100 Thieves were the ones that got 13-11 in that lower bracket game. And now, here in the qualifying match, to go to EWC, NRG turned it around. Scuba on top, look at that, 24. Like I said, has the firepower. You could argue that maybe NRG were missing that with Finesse. And again, no disrespect to Finesse, because he is still one of the most legendary players ever. But Scuba has really blown the gates wide open for this team. You can instantly see what he's been delivering. And this is not a one-off. Yesterday as well, led the way on Split, on Viper. This is MIBR, which is not a team that you can take lightly at all. It's not a situation where you're like, well, maybe they just beat an easy team. Not the case. MIBR, top dogs, you would imagine, is a favorite into this. Currently, NRG, they really want this one, man, because they exited playoffs in NA so quickly. They're like, we have so much more to give. And right now, I think we're starting to see that.
The trends are up for sure, and the stocks are rising for NRG. Up 2-1 in this series with a chance to try to close it out in 4 back to their map pick. And we'll talk all about it when we come back after the break. friends, so far it's been a battle of don't win your map pick, as all 3 maps have gone the opposite direction of the team who's selected it. But last 2 have been tremendously tight as we look and really get ourselves amped up for map number 4. Back to NRG's map selection on Icebox, where both teams have shown some resistance and resiliency at the same time to what this map has been able to provide. Both teams playing it yesterday, both teams going to overtime. Talk me through it, Avril. You were there.
Both teams winning it as well, 15-13 both sides, but very different kind of looks in terms of not just compositionally, but also how the rounds sort of panned out. For NRG was largely a conversation about their attacking end. Both MIBR and NRG were heavily winning their attacking side and heavily losing the defensive side, whereas the opposite was true for EG and 100 Thieves, where they were winning the defensive side and not quite getting as much success offensively, and then breaking that down into the OTs, again, both 15 and 13s. And then you have the difference in the compositions here as well, where for 100 Thieves, they're looking at more of a gecko type of look, whereas you look over towards NRG, they're going to be bringing through the Harbor, and the rest of the picks look through pretty much identical, the same.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it is 2 distinctly different styles. We were kind of talking through it during the break, what happened yesterday versus what we're going to expect today. And not to sit there and be patronizing to the audience at large, but when you've got things like Harbor, you're trying to break down the sites by way of just dissecting it with things like your high tide, and then you dash into that space, you try to win the battles on the site themselves by that way, and then make it difficult for the retake afterwards. Where for 100 Thieves on the opposite side, it is a lot about trying to just get flash and dashes, and you can use that utility from really either side of the spike, whether you find that on the offensive side, which is something they did versus Furia when they were playing in the upper quarterfinals in phase 1, or you do it on the defensive side by way of just kind of reacting to what you're being thrown, which is what Evil Geniuses was trying to do yesterday. So both teams kind of playing, again, a bit opposite styles, but very distinct identities to what these compositions should provide.
Yeah, we've seen a few different looks come out so far. I mean, in the MIBR game, I think that was actually a mirror match between the Harbors, but in the EG game, EG brought more of a KO type of look coming on in. So Clash of Styles is going to continue now, as exactly mentioned. Everything else will stay identical. It is just the Harbor versus Gecko difference here, but both teams did end up winning this map. NRG feeling a little bit better about their chances actually picking this one in this BO5. Also looking at a situation where perhaps score-wise, NRG on match point for qualification into EWC 2-1, leading the series. But aside from the Pearl, Alan, every single map so far between Split and Haven, 13 and 11.
Yeah.
Very close calls.
Yeah. I mean, it really has been anyone's game to this point, and we've highlighted in the midst of some of these maps individual moments that could be map changing in terms of thrifties or 2v4s, whatever it happens to be. There's been a couple of swing rounds that have really dictated the outcome of how these last 2 maps have gone. So which things will plague us here as we get ready to go for Icebox? It will be 100 Thieves starting on the defense, like you kind of had mentioned. This was their stronger side in their match yesterday, finding some really good success.
Yep.
8-4 was the count, plus 3 rounds of overtime.
NRG's stronger side as well, by the way. So both teams starting on their stronger side, at least based on the results from yesterday. So, I mean, it's really going to say a lot, whoever ends up winning this side. If it is the side where, I mean, we are kind of just going off the most recent game here, but if it ends up being the side that they are favoring a little bit, I mean, this is the half that may even potentially decide the entire map.
True.
It comes down to it that way. So potentially a lot to play through very early on.
Yeah, I mean, really, both teams, I think especially it's a little bit easier to read from NRG's perspective because they have started on this map on offense 5 times, and they've found tallies of 9 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins in their last 4 playthroughs. So, again, getting it done on the offensive front, it definitely leads you to want to see good early starts here from 100 Thieves. Maybe just take the pistol, get yourself a leg up, try to get this Asuda and Cryo duo really put together here, and see if you can, again, use that ability to kind of flash forward, get space, put some pressure onto what this Harbor wants to do. Otherwise, there is the ability, and this is something that we've seen quite a bit in terms of like how teams have dealt with Harbor without necessarily playing Harbor, is try to find ways to contest the wall early. Don't allow the high tide just to dominate your space. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Later in the rounds as well, looking forward to seeing Cryo back on that operator. Perhaps as well. Had those duels yesterday. Ye was also on Jet. First contact found very quickly, and Busio can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Now Cryo, the toxic screen trying to save him. Just distracted by the recon bolt on the wall. Som follows up with 2. And NRG looking good for their opening pistol. Just going to make sure Som gets the amount of charge needed with those 2 eliminations. Give him a 3rd for potentially early efforts towards the lockdown. And yeah, that's just one of those things that NRG can do to you. You just kind of block off the site. You force your defensive side to worry about multiple things, and it just overwhelms them.
Toxins going up.
Aside from the first map where Som had a bit more of a quiet one, supporting on the Vikes between Split and Haven. Double omens there. Som had much better performance here. With Brock cleaning up Xander. It'll be mostly clean opening pistol win for NRG. Again, their preferred side here, where they racked up a lot of round wins, including the 9-3 on this side versus MIBR yesterday.
Can I get this?
Are coming through with potentially 2 early rifles. You see Som, yeah, there we go. Double Vandals in there. Super early on.
Yeah, why not? I think the thing is, you know, again, like with this defensive toxic screen as the only real line of immediate defense on A, how far forward do you want to play in front of that before you use that as kind of like your method of retreat? You know, your safety net to get to the backside of the site. You know, how much are you going to commit a Dizzy to try to get this orb, or to try to get Cryo forward? Those are the questions that we'll have to consider as you will collect the offensive orb quickly. Asuna on the corner may have actually seen a barrel here. Mata in a little bit of trouble, snaps down to it though, and is just equal enough to find the first blood.
Tai's going to lock out the rest of the side here. Covering off the remaining 2 members, one of which goes down straight away. Only the Jet remaining. Cryo good for 1 as he falls, but 2-member retake now. And actually do have low HP, so there's a potential here for a little bit of extra damage from 100 Thieves just to get those low plays down, including the Harbor of Ethan.
Well, they actually stopped the plant from inside the cove. Cascade gets tossed behind us. Snakebite's still fresh. And you're absolutely right. This NRG offense is extremely weak in terms of health pool, but as all this defensive utility gets spent, there's the extra wall from the Harbor to get the plant in, and now it's a very difficult 4v2 for 100 Thieves working on the long route from Boostio.
Yeah, and that could pay off because no one's marking that right now until Som is maybe potentially taking a look. Boostio's actually going to give it up. It actually would have been nice for maybe Boostio to commit to that one, but if they can maybe find these low players first, Marta and Ethan in particular, low HP. 3 members, the wall's dropping!
Yeah, as soon as the wall drops, it's just a firing range. So NRG will take the pistol and the anti-eco. No worries there for the large part, but this bonus will be a little bit hampered. You're going to have the rifles collected still. Just comes down to what you want to purchase with this. And on the flip side, yep, there it is. You called it. Looking for the early operator is Cryo. In fact, going to force it as a glass cannon. No armor purchase with this.
I don't think NRG really lost that much either, because what they brought in was Stinger, 2 rifles, 2 pistols. So you consider they got out with 3 alive. Really, they only dropped the 2 pistols and got away with the rest of it. But early operator, I think, is a great way to potentially get a nice punish here. Can he find the shot? A lot of Harbor utility to block that line of sight.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot onto Ethan. I was about to say, it was major trouble for Cryo. Cloudburst to stop the recon bolt from finding a reveal. Asuna stuck in the corner, is he stuck in the corner, or is he just going to hang out here and just use this as his bastion over the top of A? Wingman will get to work, try to scout things out. And then the follow-up onto Som has the spike down, and this has been flawless for 100 Thieves. Mata still working on it, though. Able to find 1 in response, but shock darts will land, and NRG going to be stuck behind this generator trying to get onto site.
Xander also considering the possibility of a rotation coming on through as well, as we've gone quiet now. Spike is in the hands of NRG. Just a lack of information, unfortunately, for 100 Thieves, and you actually start to see Mata move through, so potentially not committing, but also potentially just waiting to see if 100 Thieves might rotate off they, but it's not happening. 100 Thieves they're ready to go here. Yeah,
there's no reason to. I mean, you still have the ability to kind of watch for a mid-cross from Xander, and then if you need to rotate over to play retake 4v2, you just do that. So not going to give anything away here, although Scuba gets a late double before Asuna eventually puts him to rest. So a couple of repurchases coming through off that bonus, which is not the worst case scenario if you're an NRG fan.
Honestly, Scuba made that expensive. Got the extra 2 kills in there. We talked a lot about Scuba in previous rounds, and the fragging power once again comes on through. Operator retained, though, is extremely important this time. Cryo doesn't have to play glass cannon, but he immediately finds value in that. Almost got the secondary shot onto Mata as well, if it wasn't for the fact that he did have to drag us across it on a flick, and Mata was just slightly quicker on the draw, as now for this particular round, Mata coming through on Blade Storm.
Need a drop.
Cryo's also going to be looking over towards B, so don't see too much early on. I also wanted to mention we didn't see much play out of mid. Might even be contact into mid.
Oh, Mata with the knives, trying to punish in a late secondary peek. At least catches Asuna, but the trade is good for EU, so we'll go to a 4v4. But the quick walk down from Scuba. Does he see the rotation? Yeah, sure does.
And Xander, both of them. Both of our Vipers have walked. Xander's got an opportunity, but he just can't quite connect.
And this is so difficult for 100 Thieves to rotate back into. They've made the right selection, though, working their way back through mid underneath the tunnel. And yeah, Boozer, wow, just able to benefit by finding the kill before the toxic screen can completely conceal the player on the site, but the plant is still good. And the Owl drone going to get to work for the scout as we're looking for the retake.
Busio maybe brought the numbers back into contention enough for 100 Thieves. Certainly with that one, Busio again delivering. Now to just get through the high tide, get through all of the harbor utility to finish this one off. Cryo on the line, but only half health. Time is running out now.
There goes the wall. Cryo sees the shoulder. Ethan's still alive. Not the second time, though. And now it's just down to Brock, and no. The crossfire setup scales a little bit deeper. EU finds elimination, and then will be benefited with the finish on the defuse. 2-2. And 100 Thieves in a 4v5 situation, or 4v4 situation, pardon me, try to rotate back. I just love the fact that they try to do that through tube and not just go to Snowman.
Round could have gone a very different way, considering the fact that you see the walk down from Xander and also the lurk coming through from Scuba, and Xander not quite able to at least trade 1-for-1. Sorry for me, though, was the fact that Boosty was able to get one through the smoke before the plant comes through and then delivers on another kill off screen. Just giving the numbers back over for 100 Thieves in what was otherwise looking a little bit less tenable to work through.
Uh-oh, Hunter's Fury. Forcing people over to Boostio's direction, but a quick trade comes through, 4v4. Ethan working to play this through mid, has the high tide and the cascade to be played. Assassin is completely separated, but what?
Oh my cow!
You just spams out a corner and gets a headshot. So now the Dizzy could come through. Ethan's now the one in trouble, or is he? Brock saves a life. Ethan caught with utility, though, lets your spike down. Brock predicted top window at tube. Thrash trying to get him into a position to where he has to take the fight, and as he drops down, EU finds not just one, but two. 4 in the round for EU, and 100 Thieves now up 3-2.
Scuba's probably shaking his head a little bit, throwing hands in there like, what the hell happened there? Just getting tapped through the smoke. Second time in 2 rounds, different players in terms of who was involved, but dying through the smoke like that, giving numbers over. Thrash to confirm the final there as well. Arsenal not wanting to take any chances. And why not? Good from 100 Thieves now. And again, on both, historically, at least on the last time they played this yesterday, their favorite size of the map, but Energy are slowing down a little bit after the pistol and anti-eco. Haven't done too much on these gun rounds at all.
No, they haven't. Operator out for Cryo, just trying to find the contact, and we'll just default to playing for the Aldra. Mothbit down, Reckoning going to be called in. NRG going to spam their way forward through that. And then we'll find first blood. It's going to be a weapon upgrade to one of the Stingers if they so choose to have it. Spike down. Retake.
Massive ultimates, by the way.
Yeah, so you don't really have much, but they do find one on the Scuba inside the site, and they get another one? How do they get another one? Lockdown now earned. Both teams are going to spend it. It's going to block off the majority of the site for both teams, but 100 Thieves continue to find elimination after elimination. Now you have to respect the lockdown, and the reset will come through.
And by the way, the Hunter's Fury didn't get played into this one. They could have maybe canceled the opponent's lockdown. Didn't want to do that. Wants to save it for this situation now. Can they get a kill off the back of that one? Som was actually detained.
And Cryo could just stick. It's a shock dart. That's all there is. It's not going to be enough. Brock's going to have to see this round come to an unfortunate end. At least he can find one pick, but that's just another one of those rounds that NRG use everything to get forward. They get the quick plant, but then they can't get out. And 100 Thieves have NRG scrambling now with 4 in a row.
And Som getting detained there where you only have 2 players alive is dreadful. And again, I repeat, the Hunter's Fury was there to potentially take down the lockdown, but it's just like the decision was made by Brock. Okay, we're going to hold on to this one. We're going to let both lockdowns play through, and then we're going to Hunter's Fury afterwards to try and make the play happen. We're just unable to save Som's life, and the numbers just completely work against you. Obviously, Hunter's Fury for the post plant to stop the defuse is also very important, so fully understand the decision-making there. Both those ultimates not quite getting where NRG wanted. It's a now tactical timeout. The 2 rounds gapped, but I think it's, again, important to note where the 4 rounds 100 Thieves won are, and these are all after Pistol and Anti-Eco.
Yeah. Wow. It's just, again, one of those things that feels like NRG are setting themselves up in these post plants in the exact right positions. It's just a couple of the key 1v1s don't go your way. And more importantly, in that last round, you just don't find any sort of an exit. So as much as you have to respect the operator, it really even hasn't been that. It's just been how quickly 100 Thieves are able to gain space back. Full gun round here, though. An important one for NRG.
Placing alarm bot.
I'd argue maybe a couple of situations where NRG did feel like, hey, we're kind of just dying through smokes, which is very unfortunate.
True.
Speaking of which, EU nearly copped one back his way. Look about the Viper's Pit as well being expended early, just to block out B main, secure that one, force everyone else to funnel through into EU. Who says, I'll lose most of my HP. Well, let's take down your jet straight away. Doesn't deter the rest of NRG, though, from walking up.
No, not at all. And goodness. It's just, again, these isolated picks that keep coming through. NRG just getting a little bit stuck here. Straight on to EU, but the problem is you still have to try to work your way into this site behind Boostio, who has some more tools to play with. Nanostorm to delay a little bit of time. Now has a separation to get back over towards bottom tube where Scuba is waiting. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised the defense hasn't rotated over a bit quicker, but they're going to give away a little bit of space and just trust this Viper's Pit could allow them to get some sort of a staging ground to get the retake.
Yeah, it might just be a retake play now. Boostio wants to just link up with Xander into the side, the safety of the Viper's Pit. Very soon, NRG are going to discover an empty site. You already mentioned it, but a slow rotate. 100 Thieves just want to be very careful here. Cryo, though, sees the bullets coming on through, doesn't hesitate to immediately take the shot in.
It just continues to go the way of 100 Thieves. Som back of the site, has to connect onto a headshot here to Xander. Not going to happen. And now it's just on to Scuba in their own Viper's Pit. 1v4 situation. Smokes, Wingman's getting to work, and then Xander comes out from behind. No worries there, and it's 5 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Som had no health there anyway, so a body shot would have done it.
I guess we're doing this.
EU getting that very first pick as well. Right out the gate. Honestly, the fact that NRG still had the guts to keep walking into tube. Som staying alive for so long. He got pinged out up against 2 members inside their kitchen, but just wouldn't die. They are realistically only got the site because, as we saw on the minimap, Boostio understood he was under pressure. Want to overstay his welcome, play under safety of Pit. The slow rotate from the rest of the members, but the confidence from Cryo instantly peeking into Brock, doesn't care, gets the shot in, dropping the numbers down, makes it really workable. Still 4v3, but instantly down to a 4v1, which is just not going to be a thing that NRG can work with at all.
Well, Cascade Wall going to push out green for now. Cryo just going to wait for this Owl Drone to expire and then trust that he can hit a quick snipe if there is a push through or if this wall drops, but he misses. Oh, he misses. And NRG looking to go quickly here. Hunter's Fury going to get called out across the map. That's from EU. Doesn't really land into too much. It only really just stalls out the play, but NRG are happy to track backwards over to A.
Yeah, they got rid of the operator. They got rid of a pretty large threat. And then on top of that, the extra ultimate as well. And as I mentioned, looked like a bit of a freebie there for Cryo. Had the one-way as well, but just couldn't quite land the shot. Now full pressure on towards A. 2 defenders there, high tide to lock him out. And EU has no response. Yeah,
trying to get proactive, trying to step up to see if he can stop the NRG hit before it actually develops. But both him and Asada will be taken care of really quickly. Boostio going to be held back by a snake bite, or so you'd think. Gets into the corner underneath Raptors. Sander with a double swing, and it's enough to at least find one. Still, though, this would be a 2v5, and you just don't figure with this post plant that Energy are going to give this one up. Surely not.
They have the money to play through it, though, so not a situation where I think they should be saving. Also, I know that Sam is going to be doing a little bit of exploration around the back to try and get behind them. Timers are going to start getting tight now. Dare I say, maybe not the best two members to go for the retake. However, looking good for Boostio. Maybe they could work. Not quite.
Say, Boostio was in a great spot.
There.
He was in a great spot to try to take down more, but not quite able to connect. And also the time was running out. So important round for NRG. Now it's just down to can he start stringing them together.
Exactly. They finally got themselves a win on the attacking side that wasn't anything to do with the pistol, only anti-eco. They got one during the gun round. Super important there. They got past the operator. So a couple of things that have just been bugging them so far on this offensive side, they managed to put together, get rid of. And with 4 rounds left to play through, still definitely not in like the absolute worst situation. Again, just because of the extra pistol and anti-eco, the buffer is there.
Well, defense not going to change up too much here, as they're going to continue to put a little bit of pressure at the front gates of green to yellow. Alarm bot, double nanostorms playing kind of in front of the B site, with the poison cloud kind of holding a bit of a one-way. Mata with knives, up and over, sees one on the corner, looking for Xander down low, hits the right click but misses. Xander punishes. Can he stay alive and find more? Trying to, gets a second but not a third. Back and forth we go to the 3v3. Knives are at the ready though for Cryo as they try to play for retake.
Ooh, losing confidence there, maybe. Okay. They didn't end up going for the plant. Assumed he was safe under cover of smokes, but not given the case now as rotations are making their way slowly. This will be a lot more difficult for 100 Thieves if Energy had already planted. Som, by the way, made his way upstairs. This could be very interesting. Because I don't think 100 Thieves are going to expect this one.
No, and
saw a lot of high-low plays yesterday between all the teams. The player up top always finding his mark.
Good damage. The Dizzy, though, comes through. Sam returns to find the elimination onto Asunda that he had previously started. EU through Snowman, trying to catch an angle, finds one for free. And how about the shot from Cryo? Just down to what you can do outside the site. Scuba trying to get the bolt done, but no. Cryo trusts the op the whole way, finds the final 2 shots to get the kill, and 100 Thieves get a retake going after NRG. Looked like they were going to find a free initial plant like you had mentioned, but I think it was just a recon bolt they didn't want to really flirt with. They couldn't block it, they couldn't destroy it, and the last thing they wanted to do was get spammed.
They got spooked out from the plant, and that allowed extra time for the rotators to come on in. And as mentioned as well, being able to get yourself just a little bit of high ground advantage. Cryo hitting decent couple of shots down the end as the sole remaining member. Even after all is said and done, even with the late plant, it still came down to only 1 surviving member. So super close round. But we talked about the fact that NIG need to start stringing rounds together on these gun rounds, and it's still not happening.
This has not been a good first half for NRG. Obviously, the scoreboard would lead you to believe that, but it's just, again, the metric that they normally find on offense usually floats well above the 6 mark, usually in the 8s, the 9s. And the best that they're going to be able to manage here is 6. Reckoning is out. Quick hit with the high tide, cutting things off to isolate Snowman. First blood good onto Xander. EU just trying to dance with the Reckoning and also throw a couple of spam shots. See if they can continue to find some connections through these smokes, but not this time. NRG 5v3. Cryo with the knives. Can he provide? Good initial flash with the Dizzy over the top. Cove still in the way. Nanoswarm comes out. Whoa! What a knife from Cryo at long range. Connects onto Sam. And all of a sudden the numbers start to tilt to 100 Thieves. Ethan turns into a 2v2.
And there's no plant.
Ethan tried to toggle the spike, but instead the call is to bail, and we're going to reset here, Avril.
Yeah, that's probably the right call to make. My goodness, Cryo has just turned that one around. Excellent couple of shots. Look at this player, Brock. He's been left behind, but unfortunately the turret will spot him. And now, as the plan does come on through, Brock is solo. If he dies here, that could be the round given over. 2v1 after this. He's got it marked.
Has to play this life, though, correctly. And 100 Thieves are just going to leave him. Good shots from Ethan to the 2v1 now. And Boostio, which fight do you want first? Do you want the one versus Ethan, or do you want the one versus the flanker? And he's trying to find the one onto Ethan. But ring around the Rosie they go. And Ethan, I think he's seen him. He's just going to play out the time, knowing he's got help nearby. Should surely be a 4th round for NRG. There's the check. There's the kill. Ethan for 4 in the round after Cryo nearly stole away another round for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, brilliant call to not plan it B. They had their plan disrupted, couldn't quite get it off, and they're saying, you know what, the numbers are pretty low here. We could make the rotation happen right now, and they do. Even leaving Brock behind. Given that that is potentially a bit of a risk, if Brock goes down there, you're now left in a 1 versus 2, but Brock stays alive, plays his life, slows down the rotators, buys extra time to bleed that spike timer down. And really, it's as soon as Cryo falls, it ends up being a 2v1. Even you could even, if it wasn't a 1v1, Ethan just playing ring around the rosy, playing with the time entirely. What are you really supposed to do as Busio? There's not a lot that you can do to just chase him down. Time on the side of NRG, and we talk about NRG needing to string together more offensive rounds in the guns, and there it is, finally.
But would a 6-6 half even be enough, I think, is the lingering question for NRG. We can keep that a hypothetical question for now as we try to get through these last couple of rounds. And with 100 Thieves, they still have the Thrash to play with in this next one. So could try to play for just a little bit more of a passive retake and just, again, continue to just disrespect the Harbor utility by way of kind of playing through it, or just not even playing through, just spamming through it. But the issue in this round will be the weaponry, as you can see it. Sheriffs and a Vandal will be all that has 100 Thieves working with, where you have Mata on an Outlaw against nothing but 2 light armors, and then everyone else just on the raw health pool. So Mata could absolutely just take over this round if he can connect some shots.
They want to put the success in the hands of Cryo, though. Only one with a weapon. Thrash could be something to think about here as well, as you look at 100 Thieves beyond what Arsenal is doing on A. Rest of the members heavily in towards mid. They wanted to make something happen there. Couldn't find anything to bite on 2. And now full rotation, in position to receive NRG on A.
It's a good call. Just put Xander at green, trust that he can stave off. Enough time for a rotation to come through. There's the high tide. Toxic String goes up in that place. Deciding who wants to get this orb. They're going to give it over to the Harbor. 100 Thieves. Going to take their angles now. Cryo finds the first, but Mata does connect. The Nano Swarm finishes this one off, and it'll just be on to Xander to see what he can do from the rotation from B.
Yeah, well, Cryo got his one with his hero rifle, but just couldn't quite stay alive against the onslaught of how many NRG members were there. Outlaw, you already talked about it, but versus light to no armor, just completely ripping through that defense. So despite the early struggles here, NRG can still end the half looking strong. Minimum of 5 here. We're assuming that Xander's not going to get anything done, and that's the case. Even 1 kill into Brock just doesn't have the time or
Last round before
really
the switch.
members alive. 1v3 would be a little too much to ask for. So possible 6-6, definite 5-6, ending even 5-7 is not bad for NRG considering how much they struggled in this half. You can see just in the middle there between rounds 3 and 8. The 5 in a row that 100 he got was so backbreaking for NRG, but to slowly recover the situation in the last 5 rounds despite losing an extra 1 in the middle there. Starting to feel good about energy chances again, especially given they have 3 ultimates here. A couple of good ones to play into the pit as well. If the pit does come down,
Agreed.
3 of the ultimates that NRG have are pretty well poised to take that pit down.
And Xander's going to pull this up top. Reckoning going to get hauled at the same time. Here comes the immediate dash over to the site, though. Hunter's Fury going to be called along with this for energy to try to break this site down. Xander does get tagged by 1. Mata trying to follow up with a shorty, just a little bit too strong. 5% will fall behind this. Keep in mind, the lockdown will be called into this. On the other side, if you can get a single elimination from Boostio, he will have one of his own as Ethan will commit for the plan.
Oh, destroyed.
Spike
Actually got the lockdown. Good to see you. So now maybe this is feeling a lot more possible, and a Thrash coming in as well. If it finds purchase, now suddenly you're looking at 100 Thieves with a strong opportunity to get this retaken.
Yeah, but the post-plant tools that you've got for NRG are so disastrous. Sam up top on 410. You still have shock darts available. You still have snake bites available. 100 Thieves get put into a corner in this 2v4. I just don't know how you work through this. You have to clear out this post-plant on the backside of the site, and the trades not looking good enough. EU stuck on top of the spike, which is wide out in the open. Yeah, do what you want, but not going to happen. NRG really start to cook at the very end of it, finding 4 of the previous 5 rounds. And it gets them to a 6-6 half as we swap the sides. We'll step away, reset. When we come back, we'll see if NRG can close. Welcome back there, friends, as we get into a tied half here in map number 4. NRG up 2-1, looking to close this series out here, earn themselves the number 3 seed out of the Americas region at EWC. Whereas 100 Thieves would desperately love to get this thing to a map 5 on Ascent. This pistol could be very crucial towards that. Let's lock in and get going.
Closest half so far, 6-6. Nice recovery from NRG. NRG walking down. Som collects onto Busio. Decently done for now 5v4.
And 100 Thieves is going to continue to try to feel things out, even
Here.
against that first blood to A. They don't see much. And honestly, you put Ethan in this position at the middle, he's going to be able to hear any footsteps that quickly rotate back and forth. Little walk up here from Xander. In the corner, though, will be Som.
The finish. A little bit to talk about in terms of what may end up on a mid, but who's going to think better of that one? It's going to come down to Som to slow this one down, as NRG have made the wrong call. They are heading towards A, and Som is about to find out and deliver the bad news.
Oh, but Som, the news is not as bad about getting all those eliminations in the picture. So 4v2, post plant though for 100 Thieves. And they're going to try to stick this on top of the site here with Xander at low HP. He really can only afford to play a 1-for-1 angle. Nice shot, though, from EU. He's got Mata inside the smoke, able to connect onto a second, give Xander a chance at this. Timing here is going to be everything. Pinch is on the way. Xander here in the footsteps. Who does he see first? There's the first pistol shot, but does not see Scuba, who will ice up, clutch the round, and give NRG the pistol.
Yeah, that just comes down to Som getting 2-for-1. Incredible stuff. Had to solo hold that one. Everyone running into his direction, but the fact that he collects 2 leaves an extremely damaged Xander there, so even what is alive is just not got the HP to finish things out with. Suddenly it looks a lot better for the retake, but that could have gone a lot worse considering in terms of the actual calls for that map. Actually ended up on the wrong side, and 100 Thieves didn't quite get as much of a free plant as they certainly got the free plant, but they didn't quite get as much success in the post plant as they would have liked.
Yeah. Okay. Big pistol win, though, sets things up for NRG in this anti-eco round. 100 Thieves largely sticking to classics here. Early Cascade Walls could be something that NRG are likely going to continue to throw out. It's going to give them so much orb presence here at A, which honestly, outside of throwing a Dizzy and just hoping you can try to overwhelm with numbers, there's really no way for 100 Thieves to contest that.
First time that NRG has led in this map as well. They've been trailing behind 100 Thieves for the entirety of the first half. We had a conversation as well. Is the first half going to be the defining half? Well, ended up being completely even. So what we find here, brilliant shot, double it up. Mata, happy with it.
Not the first time, not the last time. We'll likely see that. And this round seems like anything but a concession at this point for 100 Thieves.
Not ready yet.
Can you make this punishing, though, in any form? It's the only real question remaining. Can you get a plant? Maybe that's the other thing you can maybe try to hope for economy purposes, but the reveal comes through. NRG will just send all of their numbers over and try to make sure nothing gets collected for 100 Thieves.
Have to walk through so much. Maybe Nada has to be a little bit careful. Nope, they have to be careful about him. Even with the no scopes, it doesn't matter. Ace on board. Some will take it, but 4 kills is more than enough.
Who needs a scope? Are we kidding? That thing looked like a freaking Bucky. Woof. 17-11 now for Mata after the 4 eliminations in round 2. Full purchase available for 100 Thieves into what will be a full bonus here for NRG, which it will include the Outlaw, 1 Vandal, 2 Bulldogs, and the Stinger. Heck of a start, though, for Mata.
Yeah, I mean, this was the pistol into anti-eco start that we saw in that first half, as you can see on the scoreboard, but really the 5 rounds afterwards decided it for 100 Thieves to find momentum. Can they do it again? Attack was their stronger, or rather, the defense was their stronger side, and now on the opposite end, into... it's going to be the Killjoy utility setup site for Som. Som was previously playing on B, this time on A.
Scanning ahead.
Well, Dizzy will go up and over. Doesn't really connect onto too much. There's the late wall to be sent out by the Harbor. And with all of this defensive utility in the way, like, again, like, 100 Thieves are threatening, but how do you get through this?
Yeah, actually, fully here. Mata's collecting again.
Yeah, that's how the lurk through mid. So 100 Thieves have to commit to this. Also going to go for the plant with the wingman, but it's just, again, you can't break through all this defensive utility, or can you? Also with another special moment, but it doesn't make a difference. There's Mata back into the picture, combining with Brock, and the bonus comes through. NRG going to be up by 3 with an economical advantage coming up for at least the next couple of rounds.
That is terrifying to consider, because now you're in a situation where NRG are snowballing exceptionally hard in this half. But if you consider the previous rounds from last half as well, there's 6 in a row currently between halves. And man, dropping all of your guns, 100 Thieves, it's starting to get very high pressure considering the scoreline as well. I'm not talking about the math here, I'm talking about the math.
Yeah, yep.
2-1. This is the qualification game. NRG have match point in this series. We're already in a timeout. I don't blame them. This is the time for it, probably. Maybe the round afterwards you could argue, but you're about to see NRG hit double digits. So what's going to happen here? Is it a 100 Thieves force? You're going to do a timeout after you lose the gun round. You're not going to have any money to play through at all. Single Hunter's Fury. Losing that round 3 is... I know we're early in the half and we ended 6-6, but you really feel the game just swinging so favorably for NRG as they snowball through the rest of Icebox.
Yeah, they really do. And I think the thing about this timeout is maybe a conversation around how can we get a plant? And can we even get a plant here quickly? Try to beat this Harbor utility up. Because if we can, then we've got at least a Hunter's Fury and a handful of post-plant tools that can maybe get us through a thrifty round. But I don't know. If you overcommit here, drop too early, the round becomes unwinnable, you feel, and then you're looking at a 6-10 tally, and again, how do you just get your playbook going? So we'll see. Yep, it's going to be a forced purchase here. So 100 Thieves are going to play for the win and try to get this thing back to level terms. This is going to be bold, and you can see the pings that are coming out for the defense. They've got Mata playing aggressive angle through green. This is going to be aggression from NRG.
I think NRG need to be considering the fact that this is a force as well, because you just had the tactical timeout. You know 100 Thieves are under pressure. They need to bring a round in sooner rather than later to stop you from going to double digits. If you NRG, don't assume that 100 Thieves are coming in with pistols only.
And now they'll know. You hear the Guardian, you hear the Vandal. Defense will rotate early, could have trust that Mata, can get the job done on his own on the green. You still have nano swarms to stop a play through yellow, as well as the default plant position. And now Mata knows he's in a little bit of trouble, or is he? Connects onto the first, gets the cloud burst out, he's back. Can he get the reload off? Dizzy will connect onto him, but it doesn't make much of a difference because the rest of NRG are swiftly back over to try to contest this 5v4.
It was the Viper's wall that really allowed that to happen there as soon as it came through.
Thanks, little man.
I don't know what the story was.
Oof.
He even had a second shot there as well, but the first shot is enough. It gets out with his live buy time for his team. The plant is there, but the high-low setup is too much for him.
And still finds one, though. That's enough. Hunter's Fury called out way earlier than you would like if you're 100 Thieves, but you have to get EU back into the picture. Xander steps up, only finds one. Now it's just on to EU. Got one more shock dart to play with. Tries to queue that up, but there's a cove in the way. Brock finds the elimination, and NRG are going to get to 10, and 100 Thieves are going to be stuck on extremely limited amounts of economy.
Which means NRG are looking over towards 11 right now with a lockdown in hand. Bladestorm if required, which it won't be. 100 Thieves, are you going to force again? Has to be the question. And at this point, forcing again, which is what they're doing, they're going to likely be forcing until the end of the map. They're going to force until they either win a force buy or they literally lose the map and get sent down to the lower bracket. You're all in at this point. The amount of round advantage NRG have.
It's just, ugh. This has got to be so frustrating here for 100 Thieves. You make a call trying to get yourself tight into this game, and now you're just hoping and praying for some sort of a lifeline here. Brock delayed off the Aldra. Good to see everything. Sam up top, just playing for the long crossing angle, has help nearby. Nanostorm in front of him, and he's able to find first blood into Cryo for free. Lockdown is going to be queued up and ready to go just in case they have to call it in, but NRG feeling comfortable with Mata clearing around the back. Here comes the play forward. Lockdown going to be called into this, and this is going to be blood in the water here for NRG, and Scuba is feasting. 100 Thieves are completely stuck, nowhere to go, and it's going to be 11-6. 100 Thieves in some major trouble now.
Time to see what kind of money we have on the 100T side, because it's not going to look too pretty. They did manage to be able to hold over at least some. Only one player really bought into it in terms of, it was EU that walked in with a hero rifle, but everyone else had a half buy, a light buy, Stingers with max loss bonus after losing, 5 rounds in a row. You gotta walk in with some real weaponry, but man, 5 rounds in a row, and that's just this half. You combine the last half, that's 5 rounds in a row for NRG.
It was a 6-4 start at one point, or 6. Where you start
6-3,
6-3,
5-2. Yeah.
Little tap there from Mata. Aldrome putting some pressure on, but again, look at the defensive pressure from NRG. Just going to say, you want to fight us? Let's fight us. Let's get this little brawl going. Scuba caught on the reload. Ethan just letting the Odin sing. Gets 2, but the trade is decent. The only bit of insignificant amount of pressure here is the fact that even though it's a 3v3, 100 Thieves have 2 members at low health.
Both Killjoys about to see each other.
Oh.
Busio wins that trade. That's going to give opportunity now. That is a very important kill that allows 100 Thieves now shift over towards A, and NRG going to have to split the difference. 1 player on B, 1 player on A, because they don't know where the commit's going to be. You're going to have to play for retake here. Do you even just drop the Viper? Actually, no, that's the other team. The other team has the opportunity to drop the Viper's Pit, and actually, honestly, 100 Thieves, a little concerned. They might even do so, but the player advantage is looking decent. The only thing is the HP could be a little bit better for the team. If they're giving this one up and just going to reshuffle again.
If Brock stays here, he might win the game right now. It just comes down to, does he catch the sound? He's going to hear the sound fuse. Like, you can't afford to shift walk here if you're 100 Thieves. And there's the information. How many does he find? How many can he get? All Cryo just delays it off, and Brock has missed the window. Now it's a 1v3 post plant for 100 Thieves.
Man, Brock needed at least one there.
Yeah.
I think Brock got baited a little bit by the Jet. See the smoke come down. The Jet dash in. Maybe if he just played the back end of Yellow and rotated around the backside instead of immediately challenging Cryo, that could have been a better look, but ifs and buts here. Scuba has a lot to do, and unclear, probably unlikely to do so.
Yeah. Gonna toggle, see if you can try to find a couple eliminations, knowing that 100 Thieves is low on health, but Busio's just going to be the one at full health, just continuing to throw shoulders, and eventually gets the Jiggle Peak to find the elimination. A huge round there for 100 Thieves, considering how it all started. Just a big brawl over towards green. NRG still has plenty of economy to play with, so they'll be fine for the repurchase, but still critical for 100 Thieves to not see this thing go from 6 to 12, and now can maybe have a chance with these ultimates to get this thing a little bit tighter.
It's a moment of respite because they needed that break. They needed to break up that 5-round win streak, not allowed to go to 6, more importantly, not allow NRG to go to match point, qualification point, up to 12. Which then would require you to get 5 in a row just to hit the OT. But what a round from Busio in particular. Wins the 1v1 versus Som, causes a ton of chaos on the map. And then Brock not even watching being able to get the singular. The 100 Thieves capitalize on one more round here to bring it to 8.
Well, Thrash to clear out some space early. Knives are also going to be in play. That's on the other side, though, for NRG. Viper Spit called in early for the offense. Reckoning is at the ready and immediately called in. Looks like NRG want to try to contest this, and the knives will hit onto Cryo. Asuda cannot stick for the plant. Spike now down on the ground. And honestly, this offensive Viper Spit has become a bit of a deterrence, because look at this defensive wrap over through mid. They're able to shut down a Debustio, who's trying to play for a Lord. Do they get the read on the EU as well? Oh, not quite. Scuba caught, moving from knife to the regular rifle. And now EU can scale up and top into kitchen.
They just didn't realize he was there. He might capitalize on another. He is just an assassin in the night, cloak and dagger, through the back end of the map, and they are still not able to find him or challenge him. How much more is you going to do here? Some finally spots him, but he's too low in terms of on the map. Okay, that was just a missed close range shot from EU now.
The same point here. Mata's able to convert onto another, so the spike is down right in front of Mata. He can just right-click if he needs to, but no need. Sam finds Xander just on the fringe of his Viper's Pit, and what looked to be a possible round-winning play out of EU. It all goes awry thanks to Mata being able to find a random knife pick that we couldn't see on screen, and Sam following up after the shorty doesn't connect.
I mean, EU just drops down on top of Som and just, yeah, like you said, couldn't connect onto him. I don't want to call it a free kill. It definitely wasn't, but man, that was a kill that you would like to repeat, a duel you would like to go over one more time for EU, who nearly rescued that one.
Out of my way.
Now you're up to match point. Could be final round here.
Oh, and Mata opens things up. Cryo trying to get something done with the knives, but the Hunter's Fury has not hit onto too much. And NRG will be able to hold their ground. And it does feel like Under Thieves are saying, you know what? Let's just give this the good old 1-2 heave-ho. And Cryo gets the first. The lockdown will allow space for the plant. Hunter's Fury trying to deny. It does connect once. Does he get a secondary pick? Oh my goodness, Boostio will drop. Xander's still able to plant, but here comes NRG behind the cascade, and they find Cryo. 4v2. Xander up top, shut down by Sam, just down to 1. EU stuck, able to find the first. The reveal is in, and Sam will find the final punch to get NRG through the road to Riyadh and clinch the third spot for Americas in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the first team to qualify on through. They were the first team eliminated from playoffs in NA unceremoniously by 100 Thieves, a 0-2. Vanessa's final 2 maps, NRG knew they needed to make some changes. They come through in this EWC qualifier in phase 1. Didn't drop a single map, and now phase 2 in this qualification bracket. They defeat old-time rivals and the team that knocked them out in 100 Thieves. And honestly, the end of this map was all NRG. If you forget the fact that 100 T got that 5 in a row on that first half, we ended 6-6. But you got to the second half defensively, NRG completely locked in and locked out 100 Thieves to the point where 100 Thieves just went missing.
I think the other side of this here, again, just to kind of bring this full story back to where we had started and kind of give it a full circle affair. We talked about the matchup that these two teams had before and how difficult of an opponent Cryo was in that head-to-head matchup, finishing plus 26 with 72% cast. This series, not the same story. I won't say he was a non-factor, but he wasn't as much of a factor as he was the last time they had played in phase 1. And NRG, the stocks continue to rise with Scuba in the roster. Everyone getting it done here in a lot of different ways. Sam's going to exit likely as the top fragger in this matchup. And it's kind of appropriate that he's able to get the final 3 eliminations as well to kind of put a staple onto this. But NRG, after a tight battle versus MIBR, only really kind of stumble once on their map pick.
Yeah.
A couple of tight affairs, of course, like you mentioned, in Haven, it could have gone either way, but convincing in map 1, pretty darn convincing here on the Icebox as well. They will qualify and send 100 Thieves down to the lower bracket. They will have one more chance, of course. It will still be another best of 5 versus the winner of our upcoming matchup, though, Avril. Give me your final thoughts before we recap and get ourselves set up for the
honestly, just maybe a small renaissance here. I won't say it's a full renaissance because it's not like NRG were bottoming out of VCT Americas or anything like that. They still managed to get themselves into playoffs. It's just the fact that had a really shaky, stage 1 so far, came 4th place in their group. instantly knocked out first elimination round in that playoffs bracket, and they get revenge. And how sweet it is to get revenge on 100 Thieves, specifically to then qualify through with a new member on the team, with their old coach back in. You know, a very small renaissance here for NRG, and something to be excited about as they head over to Riyadh.
Great stuff there. 100 Thieves will have to wait for the winner of our next upcoming matchup. It's MIBR taking up against Evil Geniuses. Both teams falling 0-2 yesterday, with the caveat of both maps being very tight in both of those two series. So we'll see who's able to continue on for their road to the EWC and who will have to be eliminated when we come back with MIBR and Evil Geniuses on the backside of the break.
till it's over. Let it shake me no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
back to the road to the EWC with Valorant America as we were able to celebrate and qualify NRG in their win 3-1 in the best of 5 over 100 Thieves. But now, we turned up the heat just a little bit. We got an elimination matchup between Evil Geniuses and MIBR. Both teams falling short yesterday by the narrowest of margins, and a chance to try to play redemption here today. I'm Hold Shift. With me, I've got Avril. Again, you were there yesterday. You saw both these two teams in some extensive action. Where was your take on where they fell short just a little bit versus their counterparts on the day yesterday?
You said close, but I will say that's only really true for MIBR, or at least more so for them than EG. EG had at least one close map, but the second one that they played up against 100 Thieves on Pearl was a little disastrous, and something going on with the Pearls today, because we also did see a super one-sided Pearl, 13-5 Pearl, that NRG crushed 100 Thieves on. 100 Thieves got enough confidence off their Pearl win against EG yesterday that they felt like that was going to be the starting map for them today, which ended up costing them a little bit. MIBR, on the other hand, back-to-back split, 10-13, Icebox 13-15. And the fun thing about Icebox is both the teams between MIBR and EG both lost Icebox 13-15. Both probably felt like they could have won that one.
Sure.
So the tiniest margins on Icebox cost both the teams here.
The case. With that in mind, though, how about it? Perfect timing to bring up our map select. Haven and Fracture gone immediately, but our picks bring together, I think, again, that icebox that you're talking about. Both teams are going to probably feel like that was a winnable map for them going into deep overtime. But the Lotus for map number 1 is a curious one, because Evil Geniuses are probably sitting here like, thank you, we'll take that. They just came off of a recent win versus G2 here, which is impressive to say the least. That was in playoffs in Americas. On the other front, you know, for MIBR, you're getting rid of Fracture because you haven't played it yet. Seems to be kind of a hard veto for them, and it leaves you vulnerable, because not only is this Evil Geniuses like one of their best maps, it's one of your worst. So not a great place to start here for MIBR.
Seems like MIBR maybe slightly losing in the map draft here, but I will say confidence in Lotus is also coming from the fact that they lost to G2 on it, but it was close. It was a 13-15, so another situation where, like, okay, have we lost this map before? Yes, but are we confident enough to say that maybe we could have won this one? On the opposite end, EG are like, well, we actually did. We actually did end up winning this map against G2. So, yeah, why not? Heck, this is going to be a great one. Neither team feeling like they want to ban. I think both teams actually want to play the Lotus. So, in a sense, EG picking it, MIBR is like, actually, we're happy with that. We also actually want to play the Lotus. The one map that MIBR always do not want to play is Fracture. It's their permaban, so that's going to be obviously gone. But good to see Icebox back in there as well, because as I sort of alluded to, both the Iceboxes yesterday ended 13-15. The two teams we currently have on screen, both of them feeling like they probably could have and maybe should have won that one. So now trying to rewrite history a little bit in the lower bracket here, fighting for survival.
I kind of want to just reflect a little bit on the America's playoff run, because it was an interesting one for Evil Geniuses in particular, kind of coming into what's having to start in the lower bracket. They handled business, and they found themselves into a very tough matchup versus G2 after they had lost to Sentinels earlier. G2 had lost to Sentinels earlier, and I thought there was a statement made that this Evil Geniuses team was not as representative of what they were in the group stage. Their playoff run, I think, was a more idealistic look at what this team's potential was, and that there was still maybe a little bit room beyond that ceiling that we saw at playoffs. And they proved it by coming into this stage to this point and really giving a bit of a workout to the teams that are in the mix. But it's still, I think, an interesting conversation point, because as we looked at this bracket initially, I think there was a lot of expectations that MIBR and Evil Geniuses would be able to clean their way into an upper bracket final or qualification matchup. Didn't go that way, and it feels like all 4 teams that are in this phase 2 are playing at their peak. So I say all of that to say, even though there has been some mismanaged results, I do agree with you, especially from the side of MIBR, that, you know, yes, you're going into a map that traditionally you have not found a lot of success on, but you also haven't played the map in about 3-4 weeks. So there is a level of improving upon your recent result, which was versus a tough G2 team.
And I think NRG really is the outlier here, because based on their recent results, plus a bit of a shake-up in the lineup, you were thinking that could go one of either ways.
Yeah.
You're not thinking instantly, okay, you bring up a player from Tier 2 from Cupid Academy, and suddenly your entire team's just shaped around with Bonka also coming back on the team. And the reason why I bring up NRG again is the fact that they have now taken 1 or 2 qualification spots, which you would have imagined the other 3 teams on paper coming into this event would have had a lot more favorability, particularly looking towards MIBR, who came 3rd in playoffs. But both EG and 100 Thieves, speak one of them, both came extremely close to G2 in the lower bracket, to the point where they probably could have beaten G2. Like, they came down to best of 3, final maps, close score lines. Both EG and 100 Thieves like, man, we just met G2 slightly early, but even then, maybe we could have beaten them and gotten the opportunity to go a little bit further, face up against MIBR. But MIBR probably falling to NRG 2-0 yesterday gave the first inkling of like, hang on, maybe this NRG team is actually kind of insane. But even 100 Thieves, looking at them in the lower bracket, where the winner of this game will end up playing against 100 Thieves, which that might be a EG rematch into them where maybe they'll avoid Pearl this time. But for MIBR, a really good game that MIBR, you would think on paper, should be favored in given their recent success. But for MIBR, it's just it's a little strange to see them having already gone down 0-2. At least you can say it was close and that this team still has more to play through. But they are also the only team, not that this is really a thing to consider because MIBR obviously want to win, but they're the only team that doesn't quote-unquote need to win because they already qualified to Toronto. They already have an event to go to. It's the other teams that have nothing to do until stage 2. So for MIBR, winning this, qualifying into Riyadh, will give them an extra thing alongside G2 and Sentinels to participate in. They get Toronto and EWC. And for EG, if they lose today, they're gone. They do nothing until stage 2.
Sure. And I think that still, like, there is a level of, like, as much as we're talking about, like, the schedule of play and the competition side of Valorant, like, there is still a level of, like, you want to be the first team to win when your title is at an event. And that's the case here with the road to EWC, especially considering that I think, you know, the long-winded explanations of like the difference in these two teams, we're at a stage right now where it does feel like the top 8 teams in Americas, anyone can beat anyone. Like, it's maybe with like a couple of exceptions depending on the matchup, but there have been some tremendously tight games as we got through playoffs. We got through phase 1 of this event as well. It just feels like any given day, depending on how you're playing that day, could determine who's going to win, who's going to lose, which sounds like an easy thing to say, like very John Madden-esque commentary. Like, you just put more rounds on the board, you're going to win. But there is a level of these teams are so tightly packed together, and that was represented yesterday. Again, even though we're 2-0s, outside of maybe one map, everything was as tight as you could possibly want. Same situation that we just saw in that upper bracket final, and I expect the same situation will occur in this matchup here.
I mean, it literally is. Every single map is extremely close. We saw in our BO5, you know, maybe with the exception of Icebox getting a little bit out of a hand there for 100 Thieves, but particularly Pearl has been the outlier. Pearl has been the map where teams are going 5-13 in this particular event right now. EG just had that happen to them. 100 Thieves had that happen to them versus 100 Thieves have been on both sides of that equation. They've been the team on the 13, and they've also been the team on the 5 side of that now as well. And Icebox is going to be a map that we are going to be playing potentially. No, we are definitely going to play because it's a BO3 now. We're back into a BO3. We just played a BO5, down to a BO3. And we're going to definitely see Icebox, which is going to be quite contentious. You know, Lotus is exciting because both teams are quite confident in terms of wanting to play this one. But I think both teams are quite happy with Icebox as well. So our opening 2 maps, really no excuses here for anybody.
Yeah, no, I super agree with that, Kale. And now it's just down to just waiting to see what we're going to get out of this map 1 agent select, and just to kind of allude towards what the history has shown us versus what we kind of expect here. You know, it is one of those situations that these two teams play this map dramatically different. MIBR kind of plays for that more initiative heavy kind of style with Breach Tejo being in the picture, whereas for EG, they actually still default to playing for Clove on the map, which is not something we see all that often, but the ability to kind of persistently put down smokes has been key for them kind of controlling pace, controlling tempo, and that's represented on their ability, I think, defensively in particular, to come out and at least win 5 rounds almost every single time, which sets them up then to play a little bit more explosive behind the Rays on offense. So there's a level of, I think, you know, kind of knowing what your roster has strengths with and setting yourself up for that success. Again, it's just, we don't see a ton of Clove. It's just not a common agent at all at the moment in this current meta on this current patch, but it's worked out nicely for them, whereas the initiation heavy style that MIBR has played has not provided the same offensive success that you would expect. You know, Breach, Tejo, Neon. You should know that that gets you a pretty much easy entryway, at least it should, based on your ability to fault line, fast lane, and throw down salvos. But they have not found the amount of success that you would anticipate based on playing this roster, playing this composition. So there's questions here. And I think, again, the thing about this, all of this to say as we're filling the space here, it's a caveat because they haven't played the map, at least competitively, in the last 3 weeks. So the results, you know, from 3 weeks ago may not even be relevant anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking out for Aspas versus Ye as well. I think it's going to be a big talking point. Heavy hitter duelist players. Ye is still kind of finding his way, feeling it out a little bit, kind of molding himself back into El Diablo as he was back in the day at his peak. Aspas, you could maybe say, is maybe not that far off his peak, potentially still in the realm of that currently. Had a couple quiet moments yesterday, but largely when asked to step up, is absolutely still a player that can do so. And I will say in Ye's side as well, when we look at where that Pearl was, when Evil Geniuses was losing that one yesterday, he was still the one standout player that was holding his own and keeping the team competitive in situations where everyone else wasn't able to really get too much done against 100 Thieves. Ye, still a consistent threat despite losing and despite their team only getting those 5 rounds. Those 5 rounds, Ye definitely present.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup, man. Just those two together should be really, really fun to figure on that. We did hear that we're dealing with a small tech issue for MIBR, but we should be resolving that soon, and we should be able to get into game pretty soon. But while we're waiting, maybe we can kind of just pull up the maps one more time to give us something to kind of speak on, because we've now talked about what we've had in Lotus, and Icebox for that matter. Again, both teams on the map have gone to overtime. It definitely felt winnable for both those two teams when they played yesterday. And I think the really, precarious thing about this Icebox is that was also the first loss that both these two teams had faced on that map leading throughout the calendar year, whether that be in playoffs at Americas or in phase 1 of this particular event. So you still trust the system, I think. It is just one of those situations, though, kind of, again, reflecting on how the maps got picked and banned. You lose out on your Haven a little bit, I think, if you're MIBR because of that veto, but I'm really surprised that we didn't get something like a Pearl to be picked out early. In fact, MIBR banned that away from being the decider, which, again, is just kind of curious because back in February and March, they looked really, really good on the map. So it's interesting how things change that quickly depending on the patch that we have.
And instead we have Split where, looking at some of the histories here, both teams have pretty mixed histories on Split. Not a lot of wins recently, certainly more losses in there. It could be a little bit of a strange one. Maybe looking over towards compositionally, though, Breach Teo kind of look for the side of MIBR, leans a little bit heavier into their play style. You get to keep Zenom on his Viper as well, which has been pretty dominant. Us on the Jet, so compositionally, that looks pretty decent for them in terms of what they might want to bring to the table. I don't know if either team is really that keen on Split. It just happened to end up being that final map remaining.
Yeah.
And Pearl probably could have been the mix-up in there. We did see Evil Geniuses struggle on that map yesterday. MIBR could have maybe capitalized on that and said, hey, this is maybe not a great look, at least most recently for them. Could this be an opportunity to get one back against them? But beyond that, though, I think the scary thing is Evil Geniuses didn't have a 11-13 Pearl versus G2, which is like a strange one considering you took the best team in NA that deep, but then just kind of fell by the wayside versus 100T. So, yeah, very strange one.
Very strange indeed. I do have to say, again, just to kind of look at this particular matchup is, the history between these two teams has also kind of just strayed to one side or the other. Again, they haven't really faced against each other all that much in terms of like the head-to-head. Most recently, it did come back at the beginning of this month where MIBR did take a 2-0. That was in the Americas kickoff. But it's just one of those things that you look at the rosters on paper, and I think everyone's just kind of foaming at the mouth to see what Aspes versus Ye is going to provide, right? Like this feels like a matchup that, put the spotlight on those two guys in particular because they're often the guys that not only dominate and provide the highlight clips, but there's also a level of like these two guys in particular have been one of the elements of like why offensive rounds are successful. Their ability to entry and find success in that has been key. And there have been moments where we've seen Aspes provide that, I think especially in stage 1 of Americas, and still MIBR were not able to get through the hurdle of some of the more team-composed squads, like your G2s, your Sentinels, things like that. So I'm interested to see if that's been proved, I think, on top of that.
Biggest difference for me is the fact that I think for how EG want to run their team, Ye is going to be a little bit more flexible in both like a way that is good in the sense like, okay, you can play a couple of extra different things here to round out the team's strengths and weaknesses a little bit, but at the same time, when you're moving Ye off of a duelist, you're putting them onto something like in Astral, which you did play on Split versus G2. Suddenly you're now having to put the reins of the team into another player like Icy to step up on the Rays to maybe lead the team a little bit in the fragging power, and Icy is probably the other player to talk about on this team that can bring in that firepower. And, the role swap capability to come in there. But the double duelist potential here is obviously there as well. So we'll see if that ends up being a thing because you see the Icy Yoru into the Ye Jet as well for something like Pearl, which, has found some success versus G2, but couldn't quite get that same success yesterday versus 100 Thieves. But beyond that, you go to the opposite side, and for MIBR, it actually feels like they have a lot more fragging power across the team. Zenom, super impressive. Fortezia, super impressive. Yesterday as well, Zenom, a massive threat on the Viper, on the controller. Feels like this is a guy that can step up at any point. And then Cortezia as well, another person that can step up at any point. Really dangerous players across the board. EG, on pure player power, you probably don't feel as confident in that ability once you drop off of Ye and then once you drop off of Icy as well. That's not to speak ill of the other players, but it does demand that they step up a lot more, given that Cortezia and Zenom do so often.
Indeed the case. Well, we'll see how things go. We're ready to go. Let's jump on in and check to see how the compositions are going to come through. And yep, we are getting exactly what we would expect, at least as pending this is going to get locked in for MIBR, which you would assume it will. So Ye will be on the Clove. Icy, as you kind of mentioned, as the focused duelist now for Evil Geniuses, will be on the Raze. And they'll be starting on defense, which is, again, like, there's not like a lot between these two teams in a lot of different ways. But I think in particular, you have to kind of focus on the fact that, like, more often than not in key matchups, the most amount of success that Evil Geniuses has found has come by way of the offense. Save the one map that they played at the beginning of the month versus G2, where they had a 9-round defensive half that got them over the hurdle of what would eventually be the America's champion. So something to kind of consider in terms of trying to continue that momentum. I even hate myself for saying that because that was so long ago. But, you know, we'll kind of see how things unfold, because I think there's a level of, like, this MIBR comp on offense needs to provide some dramatic success early.
And I will say as well, for a player like Ye, he is going to be role swapping over to control, but at the same time, is like, you look at Clove, this is the type of agent that has also the fragging power and the carry ability with Pick Me Up, that maybe with Ye on this agent, you're going to still see some potential Ye magic in there, some duelist magic in there, almost like a pseudo double duelist type of composition. So definitely very different to when you see Ye on something like the Astra. So both teams probably not particularly pleased with the results that they had yesterday. Both teams probably on the upper end of, if you were to predict out of the 4 teams who are most likely to make it through, these two would have been the ones that you say, yeah, they should probably beat their opponents and be in our, what was our best of 5 upper bracket semi-final, and now instead they're facing elimination.
All right, well, the stakes have been set. The time for the casters talking, well, it hasn't come to an end, but the vamping has come to an end. See what we get as we dump on in to this opening map. Again, best of 3. Not a big lifeline here for either of these two squads in terms of trying to fight for another chance at qualification, or your first chance and only chance at qualification for Riyadh. The road to EWC coming to possibly a quick end for one of these two squads. We'll see how things go. It's going to be Evil Geniuses on the defense, MIBR on the attack. And we've got map number 1 ready to go. Let's get it on.
It's looking like a rubble start for definitely on the MIBR side. Not too sure about EG. Actually giving it up at least slightly. No hesitation here coming through from MIBR, rushing straight into it. Ye is going to back out, but with the door obviously opened.
All that is just a little turnstile. See if they can keep the focus for Evil Geniuses a little bit more forward over towards tree, which Ye is primed and just ready to go for that. Toxic screen goes up once more. A little crunch potentially on the way over towards B. Deep dark cover pulls back the defense on top of the site, but Nature still in a spot to potentially fight the south. Stealth drone up and over, gets a good reveal onto 1. Suppression is going to be key, but it's not enough to deter at least the spike from being planted, so it's going to have to be a 5v5 retake.
And all 5 coming through different directions really for EG. Icy finding the first onto Verno. Him to activate a little bit late. He needs to come in, but it's just too late. His entire team is gone.
That felt a little too easy, I'm not gonna lie. Everyone just kind of walked in, found their 1v1 wins. And even though Zen was able to find a couple of consolation kills, that was about as clean as you get on a retake. And the stealth drone suppression looked like it was about to expire as the retake was coming through. It just simply put the players down on the close corners of those choke points. Backside of the site just were not able to respond to the pressure that came into their site very quickly.
EG timed that so well. I mean, all 5 obviously there for the retake. They gave away the site a little bit for free, losing rubble control, losing small door. Art was there, but unfortunately, it's all angles, all of the defender angles that they can certainly enter through. They did so. It's a massive success. Now for MIBR, once again, rubble. Nothing here to really defend Icy with a shot potentially, but it's all quiet actually, as they just use the cover of the smoke to get by on the wall.
Well, that's going to fade eventually here. Close smoke down for now. Icy still holding with the outlaw in hand. There's the flash, dark cover comes through, but Icy just blindly takes a shot and it lands. First blood going to come through. That's also under spike carrier. Ye peeks the corner at the right time to find a follow-up. And yeah, the salvo just completely chokes out this offense. Nowhere to go. And outside of Zenom again, creating some consolation kills. It's another really clean round here for Evil Geniuses. There's no way he gets more than that. And yeah, another double at the end, but it's still comfortable for EG.
Well, Zenom is getting active in the kill feed, so again, a dangerous play mechanically. It might be not winning these opening 2 rounds or doing too much of it, especially on that first one where they couldn't really get too much done outside of Zenom. To be losing this hard and still Zenom picking up 4 kills in 2 very losing rounds is actually kind of impressive. But beyond that, Adazine through the smoke, instantly dropping spike, massive information, instant rotation from EG, know exactly what is up. See what MIBR can get done on their first gun round. This time looking over towards Mound instead. Note that EG haven't been really aggressive on either of these locations. They've not really been trying to contest either Mound or Rubble, which is a little strange for a defensive team.
Well, I think it's just a simple fact that there's not really an opportunity for them to flood any initiative or initiator type of utility to dominate that space. Like, you just have some information gathering tools with this fade.
Right.
So you really don't have the ability of, like, trapping and forcing the fight on your terms, so...
You don't have the breach, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Massive deal on that.
Yeah. Or things like a Gecko to get, like, you an extra flash. Like, there's just not a guarantee in terms of utility connecting, so instead you're just going to play the patient game and try to see if you can flush out some of this early MIBR utility and set yourself up for success later.
You talk about patience and setting up for success. Nature's very, very cautious about the fact that they have lost B control previously. When you lose either or of Rubble and Mound, so he is just putting Prowlers in there, making sure that they have at least that control. See what happens with smoke fades here. They've cut noise completely, but EG have not moved off, and now they're going to be rewarded for staying.
Well, Aspis for the first. Good damage coming through. Ye with follow-up to find one. The overheal going to be in the mix. Cortesia on the backside of the site, just kind of delaying this hit as Ye continues to connect, but eventually he will drop, leaving Nature to be the one to try to follow away in. Haunt's going to be sent.
Spike planted.
Doesn't really affect too much. Again, there's those persistent clove smokes that continue to be placed post-mortem here for Ye. Nature and Icy trying to work together. While the paint shells land? Oh no, not like this. So now all of a sudden, Cortesia stuck kind of in the corner here. You've got Verno trying to watch over the side. Did they see the information on this wrap? They can ping the Vandal. They want that so badly. Here comes the look. Able to get one. Pass back over the top. Not able to get it though as Verno has the lineup. And that will get MIBR on the board at least.
Oh, they made the noise. Started to run there a little bit. Picked up the weapons, got the upgrades. But Verno surviving on 2 HP. Collects both. Knows exactly which angle the final 2 are coming through. Some decent shots from Ye, though, on nothing but the Sheriff. And the first Ye versus Aspis duel goes the way of Ye. So despite winning that round for MIBR, economy is not as clean as they would like. They're going to be walking through, guns in hand. Maybe not fully for Adazine. This time around, back over towards Rubble. And a walk down as well from EG. Look at this.
Yeah. Bold call here, but they have not seen much of that early utility being spent over through pillars. And wow, not even eager enough to stay here. They're just going to get the read that no one's at mid. You're also getting the visual check over towards C. So EG can very early on kind of hedge their bets that this is going to be at least an early effort towards A, but we'll see, because this is not a commitment yet for MIBR.
They didn't really do anything on other parts of the map, so they have to consider that potential of plays that have potentially walked down. Map control just hasn't been there. But as we sort of discussed, MIBR going to be very aggressive in taking these parts of the map, which EG haven't really been able to contest at all. It's Nature once again in mid, in B. Sending Prowlers just for extra information. A very slow round from MIBR so far.
It's been kind of the staple of these first 3 rounds to this point. Here comes the defense, though, rotating over. Have not seen any of that initiation towards A. Haunt over the top. That's going to give you an intention that there will be some sort of a C hit here. Snakebite at the front doors. Bouncing on into sight, or at least attempting it, is MIBR. Salvo meets them, though. Ye still on a corner up top. Derek for 3, just playing the deep angle on ramp. And MIBR just cannot get into sight. And that's why EG are not bothering trying to take the fight early to MIBR. They're just going to suffocate it with utility in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, can't even get on towards C. They had a plant there last time, but A, we saw similar struggles in the early rounds. So 3-1 now is the gun rounds. Typically, well, I mean, technically speaking, they're 50-50 for now, but money's gone awry here for MIBR. Guardian on board for Zenom, who still, again, has been pretty sharp so far in the early rounds. It's been Verno picking up the rest of the pace. Aspas still really yet to make his mark on this map.
Satchel out.
First time we're going to start to see some ultimates in play as well, potentially.
Here we go. For the first time, we're going to start to see a little bit of aggression being shown by Evil Geniuses. Just looking to see if they can get any early damage, and they do for what it's worth. Damage onto both the Omen and the Breach, and enough to actually push MIBR away from A. Angle from Supa works out, and he's able to connect down to Archgen. And now you're just dealing with a limited amount of initiation out of MIBR. You've got the Armageddon. You might have to spend it just to get onto site here.
What they get is a free site because you do have Superman just backing out. A lot of membership from EG that were walking, or rather standing on top of me. They wanted to play that mid. So once again, you're gonna ideally be able to get this plant. It's been delayed somewhat.
Well, there's the Armageddon. Viper's Pit gonna come through. Icy though with the showstopper, and it lands right into the teeth of the offense, leaving Zenom with the last one left. And I just don't know what you can do from here. Now, granted, we've said that a couple of different times, and he's been able to find some consolation eliminations, but this one doesn't feel nearly as likely. It's going to be a flawless round for Evil Geniuses, the quickest that we've seen so far in this half.
Yeah, prevented the plan entirely. Armageddon coming on down. Showstopper to fill the gap. Armageddon covers the lower side of C, which then allows the Showstopper a lot more guarantee in terms of where you think the remaining members are. Obviously, potentially within the pit. There's only one way to clear the pit, and a double coming on in for Icy. This fraud is now going to go for a tactical timeout. MIBR losing Adazine that early as well. I mean, the fact they even got onto site, good in the sense that they were potentially a little bit lucky that there just wasn't really much holding there in the first place, unlike previous rounds where there are a lot of EG members, at least 3, on C itself, making it difficult for MIBR to even walk in. And even on those previous rounds, I believe Adazine also died super early, got sniped out by the Outlaw. So that's 2 rounds, I believe, in a row where Adazine just hasn't been part of that hit at all.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, you're absolutely right. And it's, again, just one of those situations that Evil Geniuses are just, I mean, happy and kind of from a game plan situation, just allowing MIBR to just continue to flood their utility at the choke points, whether it be at A or C, and then saying, all right, fine, we'll just kind of smoke you back. Get a little bit of a burst in out of Icy, and then all business from there. Derek's 9-3 as well. I will say, like, in terms of your Tejo, it's not been like a 9-3 casually in the back of the site. That's been Derek up and active on these defensive rounds.
Yeah. The player we need to potentially start talking about here as well, because attention onto Icy and Ye, but really Derek has been holding his own. Holding comfortably. AG getting aggressive over towards Rubble, but it's MIBR looking at Mound. Very similar setup to what we saw before. Solo is super going to be on towards C. This time, Anazine's still there, not sniped out early. You'd think that would allow them to get on C quite comfortably.
Well, different look for how this fault line is going to be played into the site. It's been used over the top connection through this kind of narrow alleyway. This time it's going to cut around the backside of the site if they commit to this. Defense once again, though, rotating over. Delayed stealth drone. Poison cloud up. The DK, not something you want to really fiddle with. And MIBR will back away, hit the door, force the attention of nature right back over to B. But you still have Icy in a tight, tucked corner to where he could rotate to B quickly or stop any late rotations to A. And again, it feels like Evil Geniuses are comfortable on the map right now.
With Addison coming back over towards C, it is going to look like a C finish. Exploring now is Aspas. I don't know that Super is posted up. Are they going to spot this one? Showstopper in hand. That's
unreal.
Creepy, but it gets traded.
It's so good from Supa, and even better from Derek, just spamming through the railing, catches the head of Verno, and now you've got the potential to open up the flank through tree if you want to, or probably through the mid doors. And it's going to be a 2-2 split up for this retake, and they are going to try to make sure that nobody gets through it. Derek, are we kidding? Just continues to connect blindly onto MIBR, who have to be extremely frustrated at this point.
Yeah, they just spammed the default and, good damage coming on through. And that is frustrating extremely because this time you can't even say, oh, Artisan died too early. Not the case. Just a simple matter of the fact that they wanted to get in towards Seagull, a little bit uncomfortable. Poison orb being dropped down. The fact that Super trades 1-for-1 versus the Showstopper is really impressive as well. And no opportunity for them being MIBR to go anywhere else on the map. They didn't really explore anywhere else. B is a little tricky. Nature's just hard holding that one down. There was a second member there as well from EG. And as we move into number 7 here, we really haven't seen MIBR make too many attempts on A outside of the early pistol.
Yeah, exactly. Now, they said they're going to give this a bit of a feel out this time around.
By the way, Super, massive information.
Yep. Continues to see, if I don't have any pressure towards C Mountain, I'm just going to go ahead and play contact on it. Also an early door pop here for Ye. Sees a pretty good amount of information here too. Stuck in a bit of a corner. Stealth drone deleted, and Ye finds 2. Can bring himself back to life. Arches in, is able to find only 1. And MIBR is just getting suffocated on this offensive half. They've got no room to work with, nowhere to go. Verno stuck in a corner. Blast pack just to kind of keep his aim a bit awry, and Icy will finish that one off with ease. 6-1 Evil Geniuses.
And this doesn't even need to be a Ye game. He's going to throw in the res in there, whatever. It's like you didn't even get Ye down on his essentially one and done type of angle there. This is getting really messy. That was their gun round as well. Now they're going to go half by in towards Stingers. We said they didn't really have too much success on towards C. Maybe it's time to look towards A again, but even looking at A, it just doesn't go their way at all. They've only got 1 round. That was the 1 round they found on C.
Yep.
Quite a long time ago versus
a bonus.
EG that was on a bonus.
Exactly.
So EG didn't even have full weaponry.
Yeah, this has been annoying for MIBR. And now on Stingers.
Critical with your EG though.
Yeah, exactly. But as I say, on Stingers, you're looking to go quickly. You got the Rolling Thunder, you got the Armageddon. Rolling Thunder comes through. Ye affected, or is he? It's an aesthetic utility. It doesn't matter if you're stunned or not if you're Ye. Archzen trying to stay alive. Verno Zenom, don't bring this back. Weapons to be collected. Spike looking to be planted, but Verno, is he actually going to full commit to this? Because Supa's going to play over through stairs side. Doesn't have the snap fully in play, but can separate it. Offensive toxic screen goes up to delay this play a little while longer.
By the way, Ye can still drop smokes, which is what we saw there. Can help Super out a little bit. But there's been no plant. Might be a cutting noise. And Zenom just has the shot. Zenom able to have the foresight to predict the possibility of Super coming through there, and you have to give credit here. That was a thrifty, picking up some weapons. Very messy once MIBR actually got aggressive on towards A. It was looking great, actually, honestly, for EG with the amount of kills that Ye picked up early on, but just barely enough trades off the back of Verno. Artisan even got one there. To give themselves the opportunity for Zenom to finish that one.
Yeah, I think the other side of this too is like that could be a lesson learned right there for MIBR. Like if you can get on site and a little bit deep onto it, it is difficult for Evil Geniuses to recontest because this is all about stopping you from getting on site. The retake tools are not necessarily as great.
Most aggressive that we've seen from EG so far onto Rumble. This is actually insane. Well, they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, I was going to say they've ran the same utility before on this where it comes to paint shells and prowlers behind it, but MIBR able to scale through it, find those eliminations deep, and now it looks like a very comfortable round for them here with a 4v2 post plant.
What a 1v1. Zenom good for it. That should be the round now. 3 recovered for MIBR. You would think, yeah, Super might want to do some damage. Does so, but not enough. So with 6 on board for EG, MIBR starting to find their pacing a little bit to recover this half. 6 is already probably more than MIBR absolutely want to give away. And as you can feel that MIBR finding momentum, Potter goes for the attack pause. And a good timing as well for EG to talk about how they want to play through their still remaining economy, but also the fact that they do have 3 ults in there as well.
Yeah, I think that's the big conversation point here. I don't think you're sweating about the last 2 rounds necessarily because it's a Rolling Thunder stinger push through that you just flat out, like you just get beat because you scale deep into sight. I think there is a lesson learned there though. Like if MIBR can get through the first line of defense and get onto sight with some comfort, it is difficult for Evil Geniuses to retake. And then that last round, it's just a trap play, set play where they've thrown that a couple of different times where you toss the paint shells and the salvos, you toss a Prowler behind it. You're trying to get A main control, but MIBR kind of wait back a little bit longer, counter flash it, and find the kills that they need to find a comfortability. So again, it's just like a level of, okay, trap play doesn't work. Maybe you're more worried about like what had happened in that Rolling Thunder round, but I think you're absolutely right. In terms of conversation point here, this is all about, okay, we've got 3 rounds to play with. This is what's going to happen in the next 3 rounds. This is what we're going to use. This is how we're going to break it down.
The insane thing is that the Rolling Thunder round, Ye was completely stunned up and still managed to get kills and stay alive for an ungodly amount of time. So even that Rolling Thunder round got a little bit tricky until players like Zenom and Verno was swinging back around. Of course, talk about the money here a little bit. It is getting a little bit tricky for the side of EG, losing 2 rounds in a row. I don't have full armors anymore. First time since Pistol as well that we're really seeing MIBR back over towards mid.
That's fair. Early Prowler from Nature. Doesn't really reveal too much, but does at least illuminate that there could be some early pressure at B. MIBR have been eager to toss out some early utility, and Nature is going to wait for the Armageddon first, then the Nightfall behind that. Counter Armageddon being sent in a really decent position, but Derek is the one to connect. And then a little bit of spam just to make sure there is no follow-up with Superman also playing on this connection through tree, or probably again through that mid door. But Verno and Zenom make this a little bit more doable up until Verno gets traded, and now it's just down to Zen for a 1v3.
Well, you know, Super did the same thing he did on a previous round where he pushed up a little bit, looked in towards Mound, a play that can be very dangerous if MIBR are also pushing the same side, but Super, full information, knows nothing is there, gets the call that the action is happening over towards mid and can just flip the door and surprise MIBR, which is exactly what happened. By the way, double Armageddon's used, man. Aspas is just in the middle of bombardment.
30 seconds left.
It's been really clean for Evil Geniuses. Salvo's out just to put a little bit of pressure on Zenom. It's free, why not use it? And this round will, well, maybe still develop into something. As Zenom finds that headshot, Can Plant has the Viper's Pit. This is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. Ye's moving quickly. Able to get the decay into play, but Zenom finds the Elim.
No way.
For the 1v3. Icy's gonna tiptoe around the side. Shorty doesn't fully connect. A little bit of spam on both sides, and Icy saves the day. At what was the full HP he had before the decay? 59 health, just a couple of bullets away from falling. But EG still win the round, just with a little bit more drama than you would have expected.
Just didn't spend enough time in the decay. I think a little bit more, a couple more seconds. He's decayed enough that the Shorty was just absolutely obliterated, but just not the case. And Zenom played that so superbly. Again, the player that yesterday impressed me, that was a standout. Today, again, in these situations, he actually made a 1v3 more than possible. I mean, I was even thinking as like, well, he's probably not going to save because they do have money. So he's going to do something here. But what can he really do? Is he going to get some damage in? The economy for EG is pretty bad. So if he actually takes away a few weapons, that will hurt.
Yeah.
He does so much more. The fact that he made that possible is disgustingly good.
I will say, just as a small little tidbit, never a confident building when you see Aspis in spawn 2 and 10 trying to take shots at his teammates to get his aim locked in. So, has not been great from the duelist for MIBR. Hasn't really had a chance, though, for being honest. And again, that's just a byproduct of Evil Geniuses just stuffing these hits before they can really even get onto sight. So,
really, and the conversation is more on the rookie side. We're looking at the players, MIBR, that are not the superstar trophy lifters, the players that are a little bit newer. Zenom, Verno, Cortezia. On the upper side of the fragging power right now, Ye, okay, he's playing controller, but he's still delivering on the promise of what we thought he would. Aspas needing to maybe fire up just a little bit here.
Well, they're going to break small door. Ye still playing. He's played this angle almost the exact same place, exact same rounds, just behind tree. It's good for the trade. Arch is in, just trying to get the isolated 1v1 onto Ye. Tough battle versus El Diablo, but he's got help. Ye going to bring himself back to life. Not going to do much with that, though. Meanwhile, keep your eye on Espes. He's all the way up and over towards ropes. And Nature on a Stinger isn't going to feel great about peeking this. Special delivery connects. Gives EG a little bit of room to work on this platform. The drop down in towards Cortegia's direction. No, backs away. And we'll stay to the 4v3 as we're waiting for Supa to get the rotation back over through small.
Super and Verno is all likely to spot each other very soon, depending on how these walls played. Likely waiting for a timing from Super to play into this one. Is MIBR coming out on top? Is Super the only one left?
And he's really got not much room to work with nor time. Has some decent damage into Cortegia, but not quite able to finish off the elimination. And a 4th round tallied for MIBR. Now, let's be honest with one another here, Avril. That MIBR pull off a 7-5 half after how this half had started.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're gonna be feeling great. Like, whoa, we're in this. Like,
we had a 6-1 at one point, and since that 6-1, EG have only crawled back a single round. It's been mostly MIBR. The fact that they've been able to put themselves in a position to finish 7-5 is a decent comeback, and that's even absent of Aspas really having much to do with this half at all.
Not at all.
Might be one of the reasons that they are faltering a little bit, but also credit again to EG and how easily EG have been, especially in their winning rounds, to just completely shut out the members of MIBR as they do so once again.
Oh, that's so frustrating because this is a round where like full purchase is just not really available for either team. Light armor is also in play, so things like the Guardian, things like the Outlaw can pack a punch, and wouldn't you know it, EG just play the full-on, flat-out angles and come away with the first 2 kills. Now you got Showstopper, and it's just one of those rounds that you look at and say, damn it, if you're MIBR.
And you lose Zenim as well, who's been your top fragger so far in this half, the one reliable player. We've seen him land some, honestly, really good shots on players just jiggle peeking walls for information. Zenim will take you down. I'll tell you what, Aspas is alive deeper into the round. It's his turn.
Nothing.
Won't do anything with it.
Can't even fire back. But to be fair, I mean, it's just after you get to a 3v5, like you just have so much you have to clear. Like you can't really put it onto Aspas. It's just there hasn't been an opportunity. And kind of again, let's just reflect on these 4 rounds that MIBR have taken. One was in the bonus that they were able to punish. The other was in a Stingers Rolling Thunder round that, again, I think illuminated the fact that MIBR, if they can get deep onto site, it's difficult for EG to retake. And that was the case in their 4th round win, that you get a little bit deeper onto A again, and it just, they can't contest with it. Showstopper out for the retake here, though. May not even be needed. Verno, last one standing. And Icy will connect on just the outside of the explosion radius for an 8-4 half to EG. Final thoughts here, Evel, before we send a break.
Zenim, bit of a monster. That 1v3 clutch, that could have been their 5th round, but unfortunately MIBR not looking great. So now let's go to a break when we come back to the second half of the map.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it.
A first half where Evil Geniuses were just not allowing MIBR to get any significant sort of a post plant put together. And now we swap the sides as MIBR. I'll be honest with you, like, you don't have to have this pistol, but boy, do you really want it to give yourself a chance to get your defense set up.
Yeah, 4-8 is not comfortable 5-7 was nearly on board for MIBR, and you really wanted to see that as well, because the capability in terms of the momentum swinging in the latest 5 rounds start to look more favored towards MIBR. When you look at those first 7, though, EG just had a chokehold on that defense now on their own offensive side. Let's see what they can get done. Yep. It's going to be Mound coming through for EG. I think really aggressive from either team, but just yet taking it slow. Name of the game for EG, of course.
Yeah, I think the thing, though, for EG on this offensive side is that you don't really have the ability of playing around with your setups. I think you just have to kind of commit, because you're really just relying on controller abilities to get into sight. Like, you don't have the ability to, like, to flash on in. It's going to be all about throwing good smokes and using that as an opportunity to kind of set the battlefield on your own terms. Whereas for MIBR, they have got, of course, the ability to play for trap plays with the Breach Tejo Rays, but we'll see how much they actually try to do that, as there's going to be a mad battle here at the front doors at C.
And MIBR, they've spotted something here as well in terms of their read on the game. They are assuming, they are knowing that C is going to be the play. Salvos are going to slow it down, though. Look at that.
That fault line, though, does get avoided. Icy now, double blast packs on in. Flash merely avoided for now. And AG will find entry. Keep your eye on number 5 on the minimap. You've got Supa on the long route. And honestly, EG can just sit here and wait a little while longer.
30 seconds
Paranoia
left.
comes through. Now you have to start making a little bit more noise for Evil Geniuses, because the door will start to open up some space. Icy on site, able to find Cortesia. And now you look over to what Supa can find for timing. Easy peasy, no problems. The only way that the defense can try to contest this is by through waterfall, and Icy's going to find a bit of a collapse, double headshot, and the finishing punch is provided by Supa from that long route for the pistol win for EG.
And I actually saw Zenom check it as well. He was kind of curious about the fact that there is a flank coming on through. He actually went there, but what you see is the tiny little box in the minimap. That's where Supa was hiding, and Zenom didn't go further than the box. To be fair, if he had, I think Supa would have killed him anyway. The fact that you had Zenom knowing the potential to be flanked was open. He thought he checked it, but he didn't check deep enough. Supa found the timing. Comes in big alongside Icy to win that round.
Unbelievable stuff. And that's, I think, what we're going to start to see. Like, Evil Geniuses are going to wait back, make sure they don't get subject to any sort of a trap play. And then once they feel confident that there is no such thing involved for MIBR, they'll start to make their move. Stealth drone deleted, doesn't really reveal too much outside of the fact that Evil Geniuses have not left spawn yet.
At least one member hasn't left spawn. That would be Yate. Counter stealth drone now moving on through, clearing through rubble, but should be info from MIBR. Understanding what is happening here. Cortesia over on tree. First contact.
Fault line out. Small door, the muse of threat. Salvos get a little bit of damage, but again, that's a lot of utility off the board there for MIBR. And now if you're Evil Geniuses with the fault line, the salvo's gone, now you're going to start to set up your attack.
Door opens again. It's going to cause some problems, because this time Cortesia is not there, and they are not sure about what is happening on that side of the map. Toxic screen's going to block the movement, and onto site we go.
Yep, Haunt sees all the way to the backside of the site. Yay responsible for ropes, but also leaning towards this stairs setup. Long wrap from Arches in. But with just pistols, what can you really get from here? You're going to have to connect onto a headshot. And look at
Timing could be pretty good.
The thing is, like, there's still players who are responsible for this. They're all stacked up. They can respond to this very quickly. This is taking so much time. Fault line will reveal the play, and Nature will shut it down immediately. Here comes the play now back from the front. Verno for 1. You can't get through stairs, though. This is just taking so long. 4v4 out. Trigger on through the spike. Aspis holding the front doors, but the spam on the backside of the dark cover too strong. Cortesia just trying to stay alive, deal some more damage, but it's not going to be allowed to. And as Verno falls, the anti-eco is good for Evil Geniuses to get double digits.
And as the smoke fades there as well, just the superior guns coming on through, EG blasting their way through. And they held that entire post plant off-site as well, on towards tree. Artisan couldn't get more done from his positioning. You start to question, maybe it would have been better for him just to slowly peek through that one to try and find a timing. He fault lines, and the fault line reveals one player, but it also reveals himself, which means he can't get a backstab kill to cause issues. So both on the front end and the back end. I mean, you also said as well, it is pistols, so we really expect that, but I think there's just a little bit of good timing on Artisan, maybe a little bit more. This Aspas to spam through the smoke, delivered one. Might be now 6 rounds in the hole versus EG. You talked about MIBR not necessarily needing to win the pistol, but it'd be nice. Now it's them needing to win gun rounds.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is they had half purchased in the last round, so now you're just stuck on Stingers and Sheriffs again if you're MIBR. And this bonus becomes extremely winnable. But as you able to find the first one on the IC though. Follow-up coming through Nature for the trade. Fault line stopping things in place, but Aspis is affected by this, but doesn't really amount to too much as both teams will kind of just default back to their corners and continue on the 4v4.
I mean, it might be going to fall off this a little bit as well, so it's giving EG the opportunity to now walk through. Door's not open yet. Door open with Toxin Screen, allow them to pass through in towards Tree. Only one defender there so far will be Aspis. Straight through the plate, drone leading the way. Spotted one, testing information.
Oh, that's annoying. Marked up by the C's, just kind of stuck in position. Ye finds the easy kill. Spike now planted, 3v4 for the retake, and you've got Verno at low health. Archigen stuck over towards Pit, and they know he's there. Oh boy.
Will be cleaned up now.
Should be. Gets one for his efforts. Zenom follows up. You got to remember that he's kind of the Sheriff King so far in this map. But time is going to be a major issue, especially considering that the salvo may have been re-earned at this point. Hard to say.
Plus the fact that Ye can continually drop smokes even after death, and long range advantage for Super. Outlaw in hand. How can you even do this? Trying to swing on in. It won't be enough. Easy for Super. The final situation with 6 HP remaining for EG to lock in 11, and disaster for MIBR now.
Yeah.
As they could be losing this map in a very dominant fashion from EG's POV.
Yep. Not good news here. I'll tell you that much. I mean, nothing has worked. I mean, you got to combine 9 and 28 for Aspis and Archizen. Like, what was the last time you saw Aspis not go even remotely close to even? I mean, he's just. The thing about it is, we watched this MIBR team on the offensive side. There hasn't been a chance. Like, the way Evil Geniuses have congested the sites, it's just double blast packing in was not a successful option. And now here on defense, it's like, unless you're playing for a trap play, you're just sitting here and hoping you can react. And Aspis is ice cold right now.
MIBR need to react to this though. They have traveled into rubble. They see nothing. They should know at this point. Allen has a pretty big stack. Zenom up first. This is the sharpest guy on the team so far. So if you want one player to receive the first contact, Zenom surely is able to get a lot of work done here. Where Aspis may not be finding frag power, Zenom surely has. The poison orb just buys a little bit of time for MIBR to regroup a little bit, but there's not any rotation. They're not fully trusting that EG are actually stacked up on mount.
Yeah.
They don't have any info.
Well, here we go. The delay tactics have already pretty much been spent. Snakebite salvo already gone through. What else is available? Can you get all across the map fault line from Archizen from B? Might need it. Zenom stepping up. Has avoided a lot of this opening utility. Good delay coming through initially, but Nature still able to find first blood. Verno stuck over towards Waterfall has been marked. It is dealt with quickly by Ye.
Spike planted.
And Supa continues just to keep Aspis at bay. No need to overchow this. You've got the plant. You've got the 5v2. This should be a casual 12th round right here for EG.
And it looks like they might even go for a save here, because if they don't do something with saving these rifles, they're going to have nothing for when EG their 12, which is on hand. This is not going to be EG dropping the round at all. Zeno unfortunately baited out by the blast pack. It didn't quite catch a secondary member coming through smoke. Aim just wasn't in place to collect even one of those kills, and the hunt comes through for EG because they know if we get these rifles down, MIBR are broke for what will be the final round of the map. An entirely fast map in this BO3 rather, I should say. And a super quiet game for MIBR, Aspis included, who's here, who needs to now deliver a little bit. There it is.
All right.
Okay, where was this? Where was this the rest of the map?
You put Aspis in a corner and he's like, all right, let's go to work. So they save one rifle. Honestly, those eliminations will allow him to help afford a couple of things for his teammates, but still, the fact of the matter remains, there just has not been any sort of significant defensive pressure for MIBR. And here's the issue, like when you deal with, you have to win 8 rounds in a row, like trying to throw like a curveball by setting up kind of a blind trap play when the barriers drop is so risky, because if it doesn't work, that's like all of your delay utility gone. So like if you're going to pull it, like you have to find eliminations to win the round off of it. And it's so hard to commit to that. Like you would have to have some big cojones to pull that off, because you miss it and you just lose the map. But if you find success doing it, you might be able to start moving the trend back to your direction.
Speaking of utility being spent, I mean, look at that MIBR Seaside defense. They were actually quite successful in delaying EG's push on in, but EG were not deterred. They didn't want to rotate to any other part of the map, but MIBR made the call to keep 3 other members off of C. They kept one at B, 2 more over towards A, standard defaulting 2-1-2. And at no point did MIBR gather enough information to really shift over their members. They just had no idea that EG were going to continue and commit towards C. And MIBR did, dropping in Poison Orb, obviously, but the double salvos, everything to really just stop EG. The only thing they couldn't really do is actually then stop the hit.
Well, here we go. We've got a little bit of aggression being showcased over towards C. Mound the Prowler has read this out. Is EG going to commit to it? Aspis instead with the showstopper, but Ye finds one, and then, well, he's not dead yet. Right back into the play, so it's a free first blood in certain regard for EG, and Ye wants to get a little bit more! Oh my goodness! How has he been able to find that? Aspis will at least be able to find his own trade by way of the paint shells, but Ye has done so much damage, and now a 3v3 develops.
Cortezia has to be the one. If he can spot the play through mid, then it will be potentially interrupted, but he's just not able. Wonder if he got the footsteps, so he has. That's delivered information to MIBR. Adesin going back over towards A now. Cortezia on the flank, important. Still winnable round for MIBR. Cortezia's positioning there might just deliver them one more opportunity to pick up 5. Whereas otherwise, MIBR would have been completely off center from where they need to be on the map.
Yeah. Well, this is still a round that is very winnable as Arch is in from topside ropes. Well, he gets suppressed. That's unfortunate. But to say he's got the chance to possibly get the fault line out to stop this plant, but instead pushed off into drop by the salvo, and EG are aware of that. The post plant now stabilized, waiting for Cortesia to make their way over, and Supa may have the cutoff, but changes his focus at the exact wrong time. Armageddon's going to be called to flush out the player over towards Tree. They know where Supa is. He would have to snap, but no, not going to happen. Verno catches 4, and MIBR will stay alive.
Cortezia ends up making the right call. So I was wondering why he didn't commit to the long flank play all the way through Robert, but he had a judge that he didn't quite have the range capability to duel anybody in that open space and needed to link up back with his team. But the position that he had held deep in towards B, pushing up, gathered information about the rotation from EG all the way onto A, because you saw before that had happened, Artisan started to move from A towards C. Then as soon as Cortezia made that call of the running sounds, Artisan back over towards A. MIBR in a position to maybe receive the 3v3. So MIBR saved themselves for a round, and now an opportunity where EG are on pretty bad money. I do also have to remind the things over on C were not looking good, considering what Ye was able to do.
Yeah.
Disgusting stuff. Kill, res, straight into another kill.
Yep.
Unreal.
And Evil Genius is on this limited purchase. Going to try to open up something over towards B. Verno, the only defender in place at the moment, as the stealth drone will scout out the 2 defenders over towards C Mound.
Drone going out.
Verno trying to respond. It respects the play. This is not with the spike, though. So keep your eye on Supa, who continues to lurk over towards A. This is Evil Geniuses trying to force a couple of rotations potentially and open up space for Supa to connect, but now the spike will make its way on and will attempt for plant, but instead, Icy's able to find Archison, and Supa does find the cross from A to B on the defender. So now you've got a 5v3 post plant with a Viper's Pit to possibly win the map.
Yeah, Zenom dying there is absolutely awful, but Artazine losing his positioning over towards spawn means that Zenom was going to get crunched. You'd just like to have seen Zenom maybe at least get a 1-to-1 trade, which doesn't happen. This is, by the way, EG winning now on a Thrifty. 2 upgraded guns. MIB have no ultimates. They have to play into Armageddon. They have to play into Vipers. But this is so difficult. I mean, there are 3 guns, but now there's 2 guns on EG with superior members as well.
And this has to be something from Verno and Cortesia over through Tree. But look at this. Evil Geniuses just huddle back together. Aspis for 1, though. Can they spam anything else out? Time is running out. Cortesia finds another. That's going to drop the pit. Is there a chance to continue to clean this one up? Yay from inside the site. You don't have that Armageddon anymore, so it has to just be gunfight wins. Nature, Haunt in the corner, just waiting for the timing. Finds the first kill. That should be enough. It doesn't get to halfway. No chance you get this. And how about the little 1v2 from Nature on a clutch, thrifty round to get Evil Geniuses the first map in convincing form, 13-5. Mercy.
And on a thrifty as well. The final round was a thrifty. That's the craziest part. Making their way through mid, full map control, even looking towards spawn. Artisan sniffs it out, but loses the duel to pistols. Zenim doesn't trade 1-for-1. Things get a little bit spicier when you look over towards what ended up happening onto A. Aspars turning on the heat slightly late into the map, late into the round. Deliver a couple more kills to keep it interesting. But when the time runs out and the spike is about to explode, really, Nature doesn't even really have to win that final duel. The time could just tick out and they would win by pure time pressure alone. But he gets it done anyway, just to send a message to say MIBR shouldn't have picked this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy how convincing this stand was from Evil Geniuses. Just to think about the fact that, I mean, you allowed this map to come through in the first place for MIBR, which, again, I think it's just one of those situations that you look at and say, well, thank you very much. But to bounce back after a tough series yesterday for Evil Geniuses and do that on your map pick is unbelievable for the mental, for the composure, and the ability to now feel like we got these guys in the bag. Like, legitimately, this is a mismatch. We shut down Aspis the entirety of this map. It just feels like a lopsided affair to this point. But, Admiral, it is going to be MIBR's pick. Icebox, though, give me your final thoughts or kind of, tertiary thoughts on that as we head to break here in a moment.
Yeah, let's see the Jets in play now. Aspis gets to play onto the Jet. Operators are going to come on in. Ye proved his worth on the Cloven. That was on a Cloven. That wasn't even on a Duelist, so now could Ye be even more threatening?
Seems like it very well may be, but MIBR will have a chance to regain on their map selection. Icebox up next. We'll see how things go. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. A dominant map number 1 from Evil Geniuses on their selection has us looking at Icebox for map number 2, a map that both teams played yesterday. Both teams made it to overtime yesterday on this map, so you have to imagine that both teams are looking at it saying, yeah, we can win this one again, as we had a chance at it for a second time this weekend.
And MIBR really need to come in strong this time around, because Lotus just was not looking good for them at all, and that is an understatement. It was a choice that, unfortunately, I mean, I see as EG's map choice here, which obviously they're going to be great on. I think MIBR would have wanted to play this one anyway, given that they have had a reasonable looks on Lotus before, but completely suffocated out the map. Very unfortunate situations for us, Pass, where there's a very concerning stat line I want to bring out. It's actually the first kill to first death. 1 to 5 is a little bit concerning. That 1 first kill to 5 first deaths for us, Pass, is not what you want to see for your star player. But moving over towards Icebox, we're going to be looking over towards the Jets again. EA versus Aspas round 2, hopefully a little bit more exciting this time around. Operators in hand, obviously, and yesterday, Aspas did not disappoint on the Jet versus the likes of NRG on this map. Despite losing, they kept themselves within contention. 13-15 was the scoreline for both of our teams on Icebox. But the core differential here for me is the fact that for MIBR, they succeeded largely on their attacking side, 9-3. For EG, it was their defensive side, 8-4, that they succeeded. So kind of a similar journey to what we had just recently, NRG versus 100 Thieves. The side of the map that they're strong on, based on the previous outing, is going to be perfectly aligned. So if you get into an MIBR attack into an EG defense, that half is going to be very important to look at.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think some of that is a byproduct of the compositions that these two teams have preferred to play. Evil Genius is going for your traditional flash and dash, where they've got the KO in the mix with the Jet, whereas MIBR, again, are playing for kind of site disruption by bringing the Harbor into play, something that we've seen really kind of rise to popularity this calendar year with some of the changes that we've had, and Icebox just generally being reintroduced to the pool again. So we'll see. I imagine, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And up until yesterday, the compositions were not broke. Both teams were undefeated on the map until they met their counterparts in the upper bracket round 1 matchups that they had. And yeah, it looks like based on what we're seeing so far in terms of what's been locked and what's been hovered, we're gonna get the same compositions. It will be MIBR on the defensive side first, though. So this is by way of yesterday, kind of the weaker sides, but I say that with like a level of hesitation, because if you look down like the lists of when MIBR have played this map in Americas, their defensive side has been really, really good. So it really has just been in the last couple of weeks that it's started to change and mold a little bit. Whereas for the offensive side, for Evil Geniuses, not as large rather of a sample size. They've got a couple of moments where you see like their match versus crew was good, but outside of that, like you're right, just looking at yesterday, this is not the preferred side for either of these two teams to get us kicked off.
It was pure recency bias here coming on,
Correct, yeah.
Dictate these kind of things. So going off the fact that both teams played this, both teams same score line, both teams similar matchups, maybe with the exception of the fact that MIBR playing against NRG was a Harbor mirror, whereas for the EG side, they were looking towards KO into Gecko. So almost the same over there in terms of smash and dash and those types of strategies, but
excuse me,
tough position to be in for MIBR when a team that I think everyone would have agreed upon to be the heavy favorite for this qualifier now under the gun. They are against Matchpoint EG,
yeah,
VO3. When it goes up against 100 Thieves for a qualification opportunity, and MIBR, are they really going to walk out of the EWC qualifier going 0-4? Because they didn't win a single map yesterday versus NRG, which you could chalk it up to, hey, maybe it's a rebounding NRG, looking strong in a bit of a renaissance period, changed up their team ever so slightly before EG. A different story here. MIBR would have expected a little bit more on that last map, but plenty of time to turn around and maybe take us to a split.
Excuse me, I'm dying over here. Okay. Let's get locked in. Sip of water. Good to go. Pistol round. MIBR on the attack. Setting up a toxic screen as you would normally figure, just kind of cutting across B, whereas for Evil Geniuses, the traditional wall at the front gates of A. And interestingly enough, you've got Artisan looking frisky to possibly throw something out early and try to dictate some control over green once the barrier drops. It will be a very early high tide. Knife deleted. Aldrone will only see the one, and Artisan will say, I'm out of here. And in that moment, Aspis through mid, able to help out for first blood. And then, oh my goodness, Cortesia right through the wall of tube is good for another. The action not done as Verno's able to help out Artisan on the site itself, leaving Derek to a 1v4.
Not only does Artisan get out, but he manages to get a kill off the back of that as well. Mid has been shut down. B main has largely been shut down outside of Derek, so it might be what else do they have here in terms of just cleaning things up? Thinking about coming back compared to that previous map, and a little bit of a mistake on the scoreboard here. Don't mind that. EG is actually on the attacking side. MIBR is on the defensive side.
And for Derek, it's about seeing how much damage you can get done.
Shock dart.
Shock dart bounces. Recon bolt over the top. Delete the sentry turret.
30 seconds left.
Long range shot does tag. I think he's seen Cortesia caught in the reload initially, but again, this is just fiddling with damage. And yeah, there's Cortesia just over the top, making sure Derek doesn't find some sort of a weird jump peak. So opening pistol, convincing there for MIBR. A lot of it just, again, just off that early aggression showcased at green.
So important for Artisan to be able to get away and just slow things down for the team, but things would have been really messy if EG ends up winning over towards mid. That would probably cost Artisan a potential to lose his life as well, with the flank being open. But they really did just win every single side of the map, and they needed a bit of a momentum boost and a game changer coming into a fresh map. Bring some confidence into there as well. Yourself 2-0 up after winning the anti-eco. And another early B aggression coming on through. This time it won't be Artisan anchoring over towards B. More of a standard setup with Aspis here.
Guardian over the top. Good for a tap. Zenom still playing on the close corner, and Aspis is not done yet. Okay, so this little look over the top of green has caused some early headaches for Evil Geniuses. Even with the knives and the Aldrones being tossed early, it's just not enough to dissuade this kind of dual setup that MIBR had preferred, and they're under a potential early flawless round, which would give them a perfect bonus if they do find this last kill quickly. Icy just tucked into a bit of a corner. The hunt is on. And the shot, well, initially looked pretty decent, but
that's the IGL aim, unfortunately, for Artisan. Unlucky. Good to see that Aspis is definitely heating up. He was already starting to look like maybe he was grabbing a few kills here. That 4-piece that didn't matter at all when the round was already over. That looked very flashy, but really had no bearing on the round. That allow him to save a rifle for the following, if nothing else. But they didn't even take any damage. 2 players over towards B, Aspis included. Walking away with full health. 1 rifle now for Cortesia.
yeah, same setup here. Aldrone, knife early. Just wanting to try to get some early control, but Aspis, okay.
Oh, man.
That's what we want to see if you're an MIBR fan. Just little one taps with the Guardian continue to come through. That's the jet down and out early. Zenom's going to feel very safe
as well
to stay here, and it's just, we're chilling if you're MIBR.
Yeah, this is what we're looking for now. I suppose Ye do. You want to send a message over. Ye was doing so well on Lotus, on the Clove. Ye largely, or rather, Aspas largely missing, but now Man is back in control. He's warmed up. That first map really was just a warm-up map, but into BO3, you can only afford one of those.
True.
Full silence now. Actually causing some movements for MIBR. With still Oxystream coming on down, it's definitely having MIBR lean a bit heavily over towards B. It's finally easy will make their way over towards A. With the time remaining, this is going to have to be where they and MIB are largely playing for a retake here. 5 members all off site. Only a nanoswarm to slow things down.
Well, the knife reveal that just happened a moment ago has Nature without one here in this approach to A for now. Here comes the hit. Cascade wall just to kind of block from getting deep into sight. And MIBR will get themselves a bit of an entryway. Icy up top has seen one.
10 seconds
Has the
left.
alarm bot to try to give a little bit of help as the next knife and the last knife will be sent out. Long route from Zeta. Red though by Supa, so that flank is shut down. Now MIBR have the contest from the front. Opening shots good from Icy. No follow-up though as Aspis is able to collect his second of the round. Over the top, Verno able to get another. And now it's just down to can MIBR flush out this post plant deeper in towards the site. This is a big fight here and Archer's in. Provides. Now the Cove can go down. You can jump in, at least get this thing close to halfway and win that moment. Aspis will find their third elimination, finalizing the bonus, and MIBR are up big early.
I suppose once again, the closer of that 3 on that particular round as well. Everyone getting their upgrades.
Gun here.
Despite playing mostly for a retake, they held on to B quite comfortably. What an advantage, I might add, that they managed the game. A real loss there, you would say, is Zenom not quite able to make his way through on the flank, shut down by Supa, but what is a gun round for EG? Man, that is quite uncomfortable. Ye will be coming back through on towards a rifle, the hero rifle for the round, but can he get something done here? It's kind of opposite day compared to where Lotus was. It was Ye in charge, Aspas missing. Largely Ye missing with Aspas in charge.
Yeah. Well, Evil Genius is just going to hard stack this with 5 players over towards A. Owl Drone scouting pretty tallly. Verno could have think about throwing one of his own, but instead it looks like MIBR will just back up a little bit. They do have the Reckoning if they do feel like this is going to get a little bit nasty. I see with some high ground control. Nature for the plant. Shock Dart. Good damage. Nature drops. And it stops the plant like you mentioned. The Reckoning going to get called, and it looks like MIBR just want to just go right on in and make sure EG cannot get their post plant deep, but they do get kind of out of here. It's a little bit of tertiary damage tallied onto Supa for a moment. Cove is down. Arch is in, is going to just jump on in for the defuse. Supa trying to create something, but not able to do too much. And actually, hold on a second. Archison's going to actually push forward. Ye's got a Vandal and just caught himself onto 2, but Cortegia, yeah, will clean things up. Taking care of the final 3. And he's going to be benefited with the extra, or no, Verno, a little bit of discussion on who's going to grab that. And it'll be a 4-0 start regardless for MIBR.
Jay made things a little bit interesting there, but yeah, MIBR still playing for full retakes. Maximum confidence there, stopping the plant via the shock dart. Pretty massive for a time buy. Reckoning even played in there as well, just to cause a little bit of extra chaos, but Cove down, already on for the defuse. AG, to be fair, they didn't really have anything to use in that particular round, but 4 in a row for MIBR is pretty resounding for the comeback story after losing Lotus as hard as they did. EG need to do a lot now on the actual real buy.
Yeah.
Good news for EG, as you'll say, they've actually been able to plant, so it's not been all extremely bad. They've been able to get on site. The retakes from MIBR have been pretty clean.
It's just this battle right here that Evil Geniuses are continuing to try to force. And Supa is going to drop over at mid. So now you have to essentially, again, try to force something here for your EG.
7.
Unless Icy off map towards A can find this lurking 1v1 pick, and he does. So now Icy's 1 away from a lockdown. Derek is taking a long angle around Cortegia to make sure that there is no sound cue to be heard, and that's your spike carrier now making their way in. The problem is not everyone is here, and Icy could be in a little bit of trouble, but just able to slip out, but the defense has reclaimed some space to work with that A.
Yeah, okay, well, they managed to get their way onto site, but this is still not a full committal. I mean, look at the fact that Derek is still thinking about leaving here with the rotators already being forced. Derek was spotted. very nice moves in towards mid-map. In fact, the Cortesia barely missed a shot. Okay, that was a jumping Derek, to be fair. Very hard to hit that one, but the information given was allowing MIBR to rotate back over towards A.
Knives.
Then pushes Icy away after he catches a player. 4v4 now as we're back over towards B.
Oh, clean angle from Zenom. Gonna get information on another Cortesia, just making sure nobody hits over towards the yellow part of the map as Ye is in trouble. And oh no, they commit the lockdown to this as well, Avril. Oh no, not like this. And it's just, again, the manipulation of the map for MIBR just too strong. They just cannot crack through yellow. Can Evil Geniuses, and I'm sure Potter is going to be wanting to talk about this very soon.
I just think the fact that it took too long for the rotations to come on through as well. Derek had to be very careful. The fact that he could have been spotted out through mid and did in fact be spotted out by 2 members, but there were still 2 other players behind Derek that were slow on the rotate. So Icy got his work done early, but I don't think even he really expected to get as much work done as he actually did with that single kill. He got very deep, which just allowed MIBR way too much time to actually make the rotation happen, which then cost EG a little bit of confidence to actually finish on A.
His EG's just not getting any sort of early work done. And that's not good news, because if you can't establish a threat towards B, the high tide and cascade usage for the defense at A is just so hard to break down with the toxic screen being here.
They're scared of mid now as well, because multiple times they've lost a single player. First death on mid. 5 stack and full over on towards A. Can they run through?
Whoa, whoa, not like this. EG seen and anticipated from playing around the back of A, still come away with the angles and the eliminations that they need to get the spike planted, and now a 5v2, and what probably won't be considered a thrifty because of the purchase, but call it what it is. It's a half buy at best. Aspis, corner, easy for the first. The rest are going to be more difficult,
versus 4. That's the Hunter's Fury in play as well, so extremely difficult. I don't think EG would have been able to pick up that many upgrades, considering how many deaths on MIBR were actually off-site. Actually, look at where those were. Time is running out, though. They have to force out the Hunter's Fury. Aspas needs to get a little bit more aggressive. So 3 alive.
Well, they get the Hunter's Fury out, but there's going to be enough time.
I don't know if they have time.
Yeah, they don't.
I think this is a loss.
It is.
Player standing.
Still, I think if you're looking at that from MIBR, okay, it does count as a thrifty. So you hate to lose to a thrifty, but at least, silver lining, you're able to pull the Hunter's Fury out in a 2v4 situation. So you don't have that as a counter to your lockdown that you've got coming up next.
On the opposite end, they really need that. EG needed to bring something back, and to do so on the thrifty is certainly one way to rescue your economy, if nothing else. And the Hunter's Fury, yes, absolutely. You need that insurance policy, do whatever it takes to be able to win that very desperate round. Can't afford for MIBR just to go 6-0 up on the defensive side. The side that they weren't even that strong on. And their NRG game, remember, MIBR were actually stronger on the attacking side. They struggled on the defense. And yeah, completely blasting through EG's attack.
Well, again, similar look here. No can going to be spent this time, though. That's enough to get EG through and over to yellow. Plus, you've got Ye on knives. He cuts through mid. Archerson going to show force through top kitchen. But the spike should be planted here. The Hunter's Fury, the lockdown, both still at the ready, though, for MIBR on this retake. And with that pick onto Ye, it's going to feel a little bit more doable to try to commit to that. But I see behind this, all this could be so huge.
That's in on 5 as well. Icy needs to find the correct timing here. He's got 1. His positioning has been known now, but he has more than done enough. 3 versus 2. Hunter's Fury is there, but I don't really know if MIBR can achieve much, if anything, at this stage. Shock down onto Artezine, and we're not expecting too much more out of Verno. In fact, 0. This is not going to be the Zenom potential 1 versus 3. This is going to be EG bringing back a couple rounds, 1 on the Thrifty and 1 on an actual buy with decent opening frags as well.
I'm actually a bit surprised that EG's not going to still call a timeout here in a 5-2 tally where, yeah, you are happy to get the 5th round and, or the 6th and the 7th rounds, the 6th in particular with the Thrifty is impressive, but talking about things like a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown at the ready feels like something to talk about to try to get this momentum continuing forward, as Archerson is the only one who really can't afford here, and it's going to look for maybe an opening pistol shot. Just keeps denying the same knife for EG.
We have a couple of ultimates to play through. Hoping to get aggressive. The ability to maybe find an upgrade for Artezine, or just to scare EG off a little bit, which has been successful, leaving IC behind, who, by the way, reveals his positioning, which is also going to cause MIBR to overcommit over towards A. You also have the fact that Super's working his way up through the tube. Well, Cortesia has all the work to do here now, as MIBR are wising up ever so slightly. In fact, look at that. Just makes the call to lockdown. He feels the pressure.
I was going to say that's what you're banking on, though, if you're MIBR. It's like you can commit over towards A because you've got the lockdown here, but they lose Cortesia. And now you got a little bit of an opportunity for Archison to try to find some timing, but Icy's right there to beat him. Also, the information onto Verno. So things looking really positive here for EG. Don't even need the Viper's Pit on this post plant. Hunter's Fury still at the ready, but Aspis would have to connect with something to even consider it, because look at the minimap. MIBR are already backing away, looking like they're going to save.
Yeah, they don't have money at all. Remember, Artisan came into this with absolutely nothing. Everyone else with fairly minimal credits to play through, with the exception of Aspis, who has a lot more due to the fact that he has kills, and we'll get an extra one to play with. How hungry do EG want to get here? Probably not too much. They've got 2 rounds in the bank, and wouldn't want to risk too much further out here, but you could tell that MIBR knew that they potentially had stacked the wrong side. Icy sold a brilliant fake, staying along a little bit too long, not enough information gain coming out through from MIBR. You talked about the tactical pause coming on through. It'll come through from Fraud on MIBR instead, because that was not a devastating round, but it is a round where you're starting to feel the momentum shift. 5 in a row, as a reminder, for MIBR, now to 3 in a row for EG, where EG completely outmaneuvered them on that previous round, forcing them to overcommit on towards A, and then just not quite have the defenders there on being even the lockdown being played in, which was easily dismantled.
Yeah, that's kind of a fumble right there, though, from Cortesia. Like, if you know you're on an island and you're going to be playing for a lockdown just to try to stave off of a spike plant, you cannot drop there. Like, you just cannot afford to drop there. So a bit of a mistake possibly for MIBR, but something to talk about regardless, because you're absolutely right in terms of the success that EG has found in the last 3 have come in very different ways. And the Thrifty in the first place, you kind of look at it and go, whoa, like that shouldn't have happened. We got the read on where they were coming from. They all burst on to the backside of A. We just couldn't win a gunfight. And the follow-up was, I think, really kind of compelling, because the middle of the map became a huge issue for MIBR. And now you're looking at Hunter's Fury with maybe a Viper's Pit ready. Also, Aspis is 1 off from Knives. Wouldn't expect to see that, though, if he pops for a kill. And on
this
the flip side,
offensive operator for Ye coming through as well.
Yep.
Diving on to belt, most likely, but Partisan also moving forward.
Like that.
He's been suppressed. He can't use anything. This would have been a great time for High Tide or something to block out vision.
Well, it stops the orb
Talk
as
about
well.
the fact that that knife has been denied more than a few times, and not this time. The knife goes on through, delivers value.
And just good nanoswarm placement to try to flush that position out. Plus the shock dart down low. So the orb is in play. Owl drone for Derek going to be spent. Checking the corners initially over 410. Meanwhile, potential lurk battle between the Vipers. Neither going to be doing too much, and here comes the commit onto A, and Ye has seen it quite a bit, but the operator, how do you really play this angle? Looks like he just wants to take it away by just running up to it.
Aspis needs to get here sooner rather than later.
The knife.
To maybe buy their way in. Knife is going to hit, I think, a decent amount, potentially. Offensively, 2 ultimates.
Love that.
Straight after Hunter's Fury, the lockdown is now safe to be played through.
Oh, but look at the minimap. Both Vipers they've rotated around one another. They haven't seen each other. So the lockdown's going to be committed in. There's the spike being planted. It just comes down to which of these Vipers get back first. Ye misses the opening shot. And just got to keep your eye on that minimap, because both the Vipers likely to find each other here in the near future.
Zenom is making noise, though. Zenom made noise. Super now knows his positioning.
Oh, here we go.
Unspotted.
Wall will drop. EG going to find all 3 eliminations that they need, and now Supa will eventually get the battle that at least I've been avidly watching on the minimap. And Verno could do nothing. Only a single elimination for MIBR off of their timeout in a full gun round. That's going to make you sweat a little bit.
Some of that came down to the fact that Artisan was denied the ore before the Reckoning. He would have had that. And so the knife coming on in, that was denied various times that we saw in the different rounds, this time connects and is enough to force Artisan back. And despite the tactical timeout, not going to be doing enough for MIBR. Yay even making the offensive operator work. They at least, they being MIBR now, know it is on board for Yay once again. Still 3 good ultimates in there. Viper Spit not even required by EG, with Super just walking through the entire map.
How about this, though? Aspis from the ropes with knives. Is going to stay forward here and around that. Has MIBR a little bit more limited on utility. Nature, shoulder, sees the threat. Oh, and Yay connects on Diverto. That was your escape tool. So now you're down a number, 5v4. Aspis still looking for something with these knives, but Yay happy to take this battle with an op in hand.
But Noise, still got time. And as a reminder, we don't have a lot of information coming through on B. Alarm bot certainly hasn't been triggered yet. Mid is a different story, a little bit more to play through there.
Knife going to be able to reveal some of this as Icy's able to find Aspis. So that's again the knives down. Supa continues to be a problem on that long lurk, that flank watch. So for Artisan and for Cortesia, how do you get your way back into the site? Can you even get your way back into the site? You've got the Reckoning, and oh, that's a big pick from Artisan.
Spike planted.
All
As the Reckoning ready.
Kind of losing on it. Aside from the fact that they do have this, but Cortesia doesn't have a gun. You have Reckoning, low HP, no gun to Cortesia, who is definitely going to be the one to walk and have something done about this.
Turn out.
Is this really the round to play through in the Reckoning? 2 versus 4. Certainly doesn't feel good.
No.
Still playing up against shock darts as well. Like the Derek is alive is just going to cause so many problems. What you're going to have is your Harbor of Artisan falling off. Cortesia with nothing to play through has nothing reason to live, so he'll get one. That's some damage done, and why not?
Yeah. Not anything crazy, though. It's just an extra elimination as you're going to find a Vandal as well on top of this. So 5-5, from 5-0 to 5-5 after an MIBR timeout. And now you look to see what's close to being re-earned up for Evil Geniuses. You're not too far off from the Null Command as well as from the Hunter's Fury, with still a Viper's Pit at the ready, where on the other front, it's really just going to be the Viper's Pit defensively and the Reckoning. Nothing else is even close to being earned.
They at least got those 2 guns saved up, 1 extra picked up. Otherwise, you're looking at Guardian, you're looking at Spectre. We're into the final 2 rounds here, and how quickly the game falls away for MIBR. It would be very disappointing for them to be leading 5-0 to suddenly dropping 5, and 2 more for EG means that MIBR just lose this half, which certainly hurts. A big punish onto Yay, finally dropping a wall, and Aspis gets that kill.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. That double stack over towards green. You know that you don't do the defensive rotation to A with this Viper's Pit in play. Zenom's just going to hold on the backside of the site. At the front door knocking, though, is Evil Geniuses. And would they be bold enough to go Viper's Pit for Viper's Pit here and try to just break down this site and see if they can isolate? Cortegia's in the corner. There's the pop flash. Cortegia able to get back to safety, though. And now Derek's going to work on the plant. They're still looking to see if they can find Zenom in the backside of the site, though. Oh, what a flash.
2 left remaining. They haven't planted yet. This is looking dire. MIBR in strong positioning. They could even commit the ultimate if they want to.
Oh, looks like Evil
They're not going to get a plant now for EG.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
So it looks like EG's is trying to bait that Reckoning out, but not going to happen. So just down to Icy, 1v4, not going to happen as MIBR break off this 5-round losing streak
Last round
and get themselves a chance to maybe exit 7-5.
You have, we lose it
And
anyway.
both teams are only capable of getting that 5, but 5 in a row for either of them has been very especially for, I want to say, EG, given how far behind they were to start to string through a couple of rounds, the first of which on that round 6, as a reminder, was that thrifty. So kind of devastating in some cases for MIBR to have that be the round to end up actually losing, just flooding the side, and too many on MIBR just losing their duels. And I'm gonna finish this one out now with the potential for MIBR to still have a calm and collected 7-5 finish. Aspis up deep, stand on with the kill to Yay.
This has been such a frustration point for Evil Geniuses. The same battle over towards green continues to trend in favor of the defense of MIBR, and this is all just a setup to see if Derek can get this orb for a Hunter's Fury. But now you've lost Yay, and MIBR can just back up and play with their numbers since they have the Reckoning.
And a bunch of MBR members are also walking through mid, going to get contacted potentially by Super here,
Spike dropped.
who's been able to defend this positioning a decent amount. I don't think EG have really played through mid too much recently, aside from Super himself making that happen. But here comes EG on towards B, largely getting this one for free. It's going to be MIBR playing for a retake.
If IC can get this high ground position, though, it'd be huge. Reckoning gets called out, but Arts is going to fall. Aspis able to take down IC, though. Hunter's Fury already spent. Derek follows up. Long-range battle with Aspis. And he's able to subside it just for a moment to get back to safety. Viper's going to get called in. Null Command is also one elimination away, if I'm not mistaken. Shock Dart out. Verno taken down by the Fracture. And so now you got the Null Command to be spent. It has to be just raw gunfight wins. Aspis loses his. Just down to Cortegia, who does not expect Derek to be playing as close as they are. 6-6 the half. A heck of a comeback in the half for Evil Geniuses. And we'll swap the sides and come back after the break to see if this will be it. The half after a 5-0 start for MIBR. Then a little back and forth in round 11 and round 12 has us eagerly awaiting this pistol, where both these two teams now find themselves on their stronger sides based on what we saw yesterday.
I don't know which team is more disappointed by that ending as well. I think 6-6 is just pretty amicable, but consider that MIBR started 5-0. They would have liked a bit more of a dominant finish, maybe at least 8-4. Perhaps as similar is true on the opposite end, where EG are like, well, come back 5. I mean, we should be able to just clean this out 7-5, you'd think.
Alarm bot out.
Well, how about this in terms of a route for MIBR? Kind of cutting right through tube and separating this defense out. Evil Genius is still pretty planted, though, and actually getting aggressive with Supa playing deep through green. You able to find one. Oh, he was completely unpredicted. And how about that third shot? So Evil Geniuses will only lose one of the process. Supa also able to follow up onto Verno, and there's just nowhere for Zedham to go. Yay. Only a couple of kills away, already halfway to Blades.
I mean, this guy is doing more than he needs. 4 already. That's a dominant start. When you look at the trend again, there's that one round, number 11 for MIBR, but aside from that, it is a sea of green looking for EG in terms of, how many is that now between both? 7-1 in the last 8. MIBR losing massive momentum here. Score-wise, it's still 6-7. Nothing to be too alarmed yet. MIBR not likely to get too much done here. 8-6 will be the lead for EG, and this will be, I believe, the first time EG are actually leading in this map.
How much can Ye sniff out here? Oh, goodness, he sees just the hip of Verno, who's probably sitting there like, what? This guy's freaking godlike. But 5-4 into the numbers, and MIBR really don't have a choice besides just try to force their way into something, and it may just be the direction of Ye, who's got the hot hand. Yep, that's the spike down as well.
Happy to just take that duel as well. Survives on 7 HP. 3 left remaining here. Even an extra super in towards mid, just in case something happens, but I'm actually not expecting much left out of this. Both our Jets, I think, are basically on 1 HP here. I don't think Aspos has any life. It's not like MIB are going to be moving anywhere else. Commit to this one. Try and take away some of this anti-eco and pray for a good gun round coming up next.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like, these have been convincing rounds for Evil Geniuses, so the purchase on this full gun round is going to be pretty limited for MIBR if they don't find much here. Yay? Oh, goodness. Could he get all of them? Yeah, sure could.
No way, dude.
He's got knives already. I mean, we're 2 rounds in, he's got knives.
God. It's honestly better that he didn't get that last kill because he'd just be stat padding a little bit and not giving ult points to the rest of his team. But unbelievably disgusting. Finds a great angle. Take down Aspos on 1 HP. Didn't even need the headshot. Just a single tap. Anywhere will do it. Both of our Star Jet players, 15 or both. Gay obviously heating up a little bit later than Aspos did, who was able to get most of his frags in the early rounds. And those early rounds, that's all MIBR really have here. So we talked about the fact that didn't expect too much from MIBR. Following what was happening from EG's success on those first 2 rounds. But now for the first gun round versus Knives. For a bonus, it could actually start to feel a little bit threatening in terms of what EG can bring.
Really cannot afford to have a misstep here for MIBR with knives in play for Ye. Have not done much information gathering at this point, though.
Mid, though. Apparently the strong point of info.
Well, time's starting to come to a bit of a necessary action cause. High tide, cascade, but the knife stops it from really...
Trying to sell something over towards A. You can just see that this is Artisan throwing utility out. Keeping EG interested. The knives get to work on the Cortesia who tries to walk up. And now with that gone, MIBR, this is not a fake anymore.
No.
You don't have the capability to access B, so it's going to have to be an A finish.
Alarm bot's going to reveal this. Nature in the corner, good with the stinger for the first. Shock dart, fragment, try to delay a little bit of space, a little bit more time as well. Down to 20 seconds to play with. Verto, whoa.
Reveal.
Comes over the rope, finds an elimination, tracks backwards. IC can't quite lock down the shots quickly, so a chance for the 2v2. Now keep in mind, you've got Ye at low health, but he's in 1-tap territory, and oh my goodness, how does he get the other? Just as the toxin screen goes up, are you joking?
This is a Ye masterclass.
I'll say.
Absolute Ye masterclass. And we were looking at Aspos in the first half, the first 5 rounds. Kind of embarrassing Ye a little bit, similar to what we saw on Lotus, but now that Ye's on the defense, placed him out so early to be able to deny the gun round. We talked about how important that gun round is. When does it start to get concerning for MIBI? I think this is when you start to have to be concerned, because even though the scoreline says 6-9, it's like, that's a gap of 3. Look at the trend on the graph here. 9 rounds in the last 10 have been EG when you consider the other half as well that we came through, and 3 in a row now to start our second half, putting MIBI in such a difficult position.
Still enough purchase here to make this round potentially formidable for MIBR. I'll drone out. Ye deletes it, wants to hold on a little while longer, and does at least go 1 for 1. Cortesia able to find at least the trade. High tide out, MIBR make their way in. Just over this toxic screen is Icy with an outlaw. Down low, Nature shut down. Derek only gets 1. So Icy's gonna have to hit. Finds the first, but can't get away. MIBR now with the numbers 1v2 situation, but Supa tries to force the battle, finds the first connection, but is tagged down to critical health.
It's a stinger as well.
Yeah, Artisan's gonna get forward and find the shot before Supa can connect onto the headshot, and MIBR get us back to within 2.
Not yet.
Now they needed to close the gap. The Artisan wasn't going to win that duel long range. The fact that he even hit enough shots to force Super away, pretty well done. A couple of times now in this series on both maps, Artisan has not been able to really hit any shots. I talk about the first kill to first death ratio being pretty nasty in a bad way for Aspos on Lotus. He at least got the 1-5. Artisan was 0-5. Of course, different stakes and different expectations. We're not expecting your IGL to be that top fragger, but here Artisan needed to do something there to win the round and recover a little bit for MIBR, lest you get EG 4 in a row in this particular half. That's been stopped now.
Defense going to rotate a little bit early here, have Ye to help reinforce, as Supa has given up the early angle at green. Knife denied. Orb going to be collected, and MIBR going to take their time here on this approach, but keep in mind that you've got a little bit of a lockdown here at mid. Knives are out for Aspis, and honestly, it just comes down to what angle can Ye find from here, because if he connects and shuts down this potential flight, it'd be huge. But no, initial angle does not come through, and Aspis able to find one, but Ye connects twice
Ye still got it.
screen on the cross. And he knows that there's been some sort of a crossover by the offensive jet.
One enemy remaining.
And Derek's there to find that. And oh my, Ye just takes over.
I will tell you what, Aspis can certainly get through via a little bit of cover on the wall, has the dash as well to play. And Ye's not going to hit that shot, but what he will do is collect the rest of the team, the rest of MIBR, who does not have the mobility to be able to escape from the operator. And Aspis at least got some value on the Blaze Storm, but Ye has just been so dominant. This is now a mechanical performance from an individual player that is not allowing MIBR to get much done at all. A singular round so far on the attacking side for MIBR is all they have to hold on to. Double digits now on board for EG. They're already one up in the series. They won that rematch versus 100 Thieves, and MIBR, they're really going to bow out of this one. 0-4 in maps.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury going to get called out early here for MIBR. It does tag once onto Nature, but he's out of there safely. Recon bolt for Derek to try to stop this MIBR hit. Ye in a little bit of trouble, but oh, what a reveal that is. But does not get connected on the Cascade. Too much of a deterrent. Nature back into the picture now. Shock Dart chews him down to 25 health. Aspis up top, and okay, this is a very good spot for him to be in, but somehow Derek's able to provide, but Verno's double gets us to a 2v2.
With upgrades. Supa's unknown though, that's a bit of a problem. Ye, however, is extremely known and they're going to collapse on top of him. Suddenly this round feels really winnable, but they're going to rotate. They have no idea where Supa is. Supa can get one, spots ahead, but didn't quite have the gun out. I think he's been spotted as well. They're going to double peek him.
Oh, nice.
And they're going to get him. Oh, Verno saves the round for MIBR. And most importantly, as he jumps up, just a hair showing and a couple of eyes looking over towards mid, spots the final play in Supa, and had that not happened, maybe Supa can still recover the situation for EG, but MIBR says, double peek this one, in a head glitch situation, we will win it. MIBR now close it to 8 and 10, so, okay. EG's turn for a timeout.
Getting a little bit back and forth here. And with the Hunter's Fury in play, not sure what else is close by for EG, but the question mark will be, has the operator been able to be reafforded again for Ye, or do you have to set up a little bit differently if he has to just go into a rifle? And on top of that, do you use the Hunter's Fury early to try to get some aggressive space through A and force MIBR into that operator if it is afforded? That's, I think, the big question here for if EG can manage to do that. Otherwise, on the other side for MIBR, using this timeout has to just be about continuing to get some early success, either through green to yellow, or more importantly, up to 410 on the A side of the map.
Denying her plan as well. Be on the cards for this Hunter's Fury, but our money is just not going to be there. You were asking about the potential for an operator, and it would just be the rifle there for Ye. Maybe, I think Ye possibly, could he have had the money to...
I think he did.
Maybe go for a glass cannon, but just too risky in a round where I think the rest of his team doesn't have anything to play through.
Well, the early Cascade just kind of gets a little bit of space over toward the orb. Ye looking for an angle on the ropes. And we'll get the Aldrone out of commission before it can see too much. Flash over the top. Just continue to allow EG to stay a little bit more healthy behind 410.
Cortezia and Zenom one away from getting ultimate, so this is why MIBR are playing so heavily for the orb. EG know what they're defending it. Is Ye going to have something here? He overcommits into multiple players, and MIBR collapse onto 2. Ye's only rifle, by the way, the hero rifle for EG, taken off.
Yep. So High Tide is out, execute on the way. Derek and Icy, the two inside the site, and Aspis has seen Derek down low, but takes a lot of chip damage, to be fair. Same could be said for Cortegia, but
One enemy remaining.
the kills still come through for MIBR pretty cleanly. Supa trying to work his way into the site, only finds one, and now we're within a single round with MIBR. A couple of the big ultimates earned up and ready to go for the following.
My first choice.
Yep.
But that choice.
Obviously, EG just didn't have anything to play through there. Went for the tactical pause, talked about their options, addressed the situation where you look at the ultimates coming online for MIBR, you know it's very likely they'd be playing aggressively for an orb. Made the right call to play through on A. Having Ye also push up to try and maybe just catch a player off, but he's in a spot where he can only just barely see the forehead of a few players coming up the top over belt and not in a position to get away. Didn't even get the dash. That singular death onto EG starts cascading against him. To be fair, for EG, that would have like even an unrecoverable rifle, and just the rest of the players couldn't have it. But when they do have the guns, when Ye goes up first with an operator back in his hands, it's gonna deliver.
He's got his casual third knives for this half too, Avril. Just put that into perspective, he's gonna pull him out. Reckoning is out, flashing at Nature away, and whoa, he does better than that. He finds Auspice before he can do too much, and now Ye's in the mix with knives. Hunter's Fury to help try to clear this out. And it's down just to Artson for the 1v3, completely suppressed. Does not see Supa up top initially, but does eventually. He actually finds Nature as well, but it still would have been a heroic effort beyond that. 11-9, a huge round for EG.
A huge comeback after losing the previous round. Of course, again, EG just didn't have much to play through, but as soon as they do, Ye finding instant success. This operator on the defense for Ye has been absolutely disgusting almost every single round. Whether it's been the initial first peak or even later in the round, sometimes even on the retakes, he's just been finding these kills. 11 now, 2 away from eliminating MIBR from the bracket and moving on to tomorrow's game. Vipers put out early over the defensive side of it.
Oh, a little bold there, though, from EG trying to stick for that orb. Turns into a free first blood for MIBR. The Vipers put at green will still have EG kind of look into, at worst, play for some sort of a lockdown defense, as the offensive one is going to be called in. Recon bolt immediately
Someone a little too far away right now.
Okay, he's thinking about it, trying to find an angle for one, and the snap almost, but not quite, and that's going to be MIBR. The jump into the site, it's just down to, does EG want to try to contest this with the lockdown of their own immediately? And no, they're going to use it for the retake.
That's going to be especially good, considering the Viper's Pit is in there. Viper's Pit got played in knowing that the lockdown is going to be the response. EG are very slow about this one. They're actually maybe scared off. What a strange round. Would you not consider that the lockdown or the retake?
Yeah.
Possibly the angle might just not be quite enough.
Yeah, there's a level of that. I mean, look where Zenom is kind of put together. Like, a lockdown's not going to take away the Viper's Pit, so... And there's also the level of that. Like, if Ye commits, he's committing in with an operator, and you really want that tool considering how hot his hand is right now, so...
It's the MIBR will send them onto double digits as well. Now we really do have a game. EG, the stranglehold they have on this second half is starting to slip away ever so slightly. Definitely feels like they had plenty of members alive, but possibly just considering the risk reward, money is still not completely safe for EG if you take a look at where they are. So you can imagine if they lose that one, you start to give a lot of momentum over to MIBR, playing the odds here, saying, okay, we can take our 2 rounds from elsewhere. Giving MIBR the 10 might not be the worst thing in the world. And just considering that the possibility that IC's lockdown angle might not have been able to cover enough is a possibility as well.
Okay. Good information here early for EG. Has Ye on an aggressive angle, but, oh, punished for stepping a little bit too far forward. A huge first blood for Auspice. And now...
Before, though, we've seen Ye push up very similarly, being punished by MIBR. Same thing happens now. Operator dropped. If they try and re-clear that one with the drone, but what they really get is, yep, MIBR are still there.
Nature has to, at worst, go 1 for 1. Reckoning has been earned with that orb collected at A main.
Life's back, by the way.
Yep. There's the high tide. Recon dart also at the ready. Reckoning to be called in. Aldro trying to find some information, but it's Zenom who gets the secondary elimination on this attack in.
Oh, Zenom.
How about it? And Supa can do nothing. 11-11. And EG are going to be in a bit of a weird spot financially, I think.
Move together and overwhelm them.
Sort of situation where though I don't really think Nature dropped in his 0 point. Safe way to place it, obviously just onto the wall right next to him. And now the timeout as we've equalized 11-11. Man, this map is starting to go in any direction because we initially had a 4-1 start for EG in the first 5 rounds. But since then, it's been 5 apiece. We finished the first half 6-6. And right now, deep into the second half, we're on 5-5. Losing Ye early like that, I think really did hurt the team.
Absolutely.
Expensive way to lose as well, dropping the operator.
I mean, that's just one of those plays that you're just trying to catch MIBR off guard, because if you hit that, if you're Ye, round is completely different, but it is spending a lot banking for that particular first blood. So when you don't get it, the round feels a lot more disastrous.
EG weren't able to, or maybe not particularly willing to fight for control of the orb anymore. And Arzin gets to walk up, like the orb, gets the Reckoning off that, and then they push off the Reckoning. It doesn't feel like EG can mount any sort of response. First player dead is going to be Icy on the actual hit itself, which means no lockdown defensively for a retake. Everything falls apart extremely quickly when you consider those options, and beyond that as well, as we move towards map point, EG have no money. They have to tag timeout to talk about what they're going to do on their half-buy here.
Yeah, because you can't just not purchase and put yourself on 11-12. You can't forfeit the round. You have to be contesting, and the half-buy should allow them to full purchase in the next one if they do lose this.
I guess, I'll tell you what, Ye has the hero rifle in his head, and it's gone now. Can they recover the gun at least? Maybe not, but with Ye down early again, we've seen what happens when he's gone this quick. Good news is, off-site is going to be Icy, who is going to have to commit for the retake. With this lockdown, if it is going to be an A finish, and what you said is very important, you can't just allow MIBR to get 12 for free. And already rotating is Icy to receive.
You can bolt over into the corner. Stinger is what Nature is holding in that same position. Good suppression coming through, but the snake bite takes Nature out of commission. Derek with that picked up Vandal from Ye, only able to find one. And if you're Icy, you really wanted to try to help out with the lockdown, but now it just becomes a bit unexpected and unappreciated on the timing. Whoop, hey, how are you? MIBR putting them together. 12-11 with 4 out of the last 5. Now on map point with the Hunter's Fury to counteract this potential and likely lockdown.
It's a rough way to once again lose Ye so quickly, but what we do have now is a reset of the economy, an opportunity to put the operator back into the hands of Ye. We've found so much success. As long as he doesn't lose the opening duel, we're good to go here. No other ultimates too close. Nature 2 away. Could get something done over there. Us +1 away. Pretty nice for the final round. But really, to me, it is going to come down to Ye. A decent number of these recent rounds that EG have lost has come down to Ye first death.
Yeah. In these aggressive positions, because largely speaking, MIBR have not even attempted anything towards B. So Ye's is trying to beat them to the punch. Knife to deny the Aldrone. Reveals onto nothing but Artisan by the look of it. So, moment of pause for MIBR in this offensive approach.
Joseph Hunter's Fury now online for MIBR. Lockdown seems a little bit less useful. Options certainly on board. You can destroy the lockdown or just prevent a defuse. A little bit more movement now on the other parts of the map. Over here, Icy has to start considering his options. He needs to be the one playing safely here. Yay, he's sniffing it. He wants one. Nearly got 2, actually.
Okay.
I think he tagged Aspas. Aspas is on no HP.
Verno just gets so much value out of that Hunter's Fury. He tags onto a couple and finishes off onto Ye. Derek's barrel has been seen. He's going to fall. Icy shut down. Nature can only get 1. It's just down to Supa for what would have to be a 1v3. Good snake
30
bite,
seconds left.
but low on health. The spike's still in hand, but if Supa can find the timing,
they have to plant soon.
Down the player underneath, that would be where it comes down to. Inverno's seen it.
Spotted.
Artisan just going to hold on top of where the spike had been planted. Verno, recon bolt out, gives away his position. Supa! Oh! Are you joking? Supa just falls right on top as soon as the recon bolt comes out, snaps for both headshots, and we're going to extras.
There's just no way Verno didn't spot Supa. I thought Verno had spotted him. He would have seen a shoulder, a barrel, something from his POV. He surely had the spot of the Supa. All he needed to do was wait for the drop down. If you have a situation where you know Supa's going to come from top, play a crossfire. Supa can only look one of two ways when he drops, and whoever lives in that situation for MLBR, just clean it up and you'll win the round or you'll win the map. But he decides to go for the recon, which betrays his own positioning because Supa instantly sees, okay, well, the recon came from that position. I'm going to drop down on top of him. And then he isolates the final 1v1. And all right, team couldn't do it himself. And Supa saves the day. That should not have been a loss for MIBR. I just have to question, did Verno see Supa or not?
Had to have. I just don't think he was thinking he was going to just tiptoe his way on the railings. And now all of a sudden, Aspis is trying to get aggressive. Nature on the corner. A couple of shots over the top from rope to rope, which MIBR are actually going to walk up aggressively here. Reveal so important, though, knowing that Verno is the one playing up top. And yeah, EG going to back up and just respect that there could be some aggression here.
Tell you what, if that is the way that MIBR bounce out of this tournament, on that round 24, they are going to be shaking their fist quite heavily. But into the OT, which both teams are very familiar with. As a reminder, in the opening maps that we saw yesterday, both teams did go to OT on Icebox against their prior opponents and now against each other here.
Alarm bot out.
Seems fitting.
As it's been a long time since we've seen EG on the attacking side.
The one issue that they had from that first half, though, was clearing out yellow. Close quarters knife, just to make sure no one's hiding at green. Flash, recon bolt all spent. Alarm bot in the way of this follow-up. There's also a forward nanoswarm and Auspice up top. But no, the toxic screen comes through. Nature tagged on this aggressive play. Yay, no, shut down by Auspice. Now all of a sudden it's just down to, do you still commit to this if you're EG? You don't really have a lot of ground to work with. You're trying to get some success on this lurk through mid, but unless you get a crossing angle, it's still going to be heavily contested, and Auspice is good for not just 2, but how about 3? Knives out, but no. Falls as Nature gets the trade, but nothing further. Advantage MIBR.
Knives out, but the glass onion a little bit too much for EG to peel through, as it's 13 now for MIBR. And Auspice, as we looked at, by the way, in that first half, he was pretty dominant, particularly in the first 5 rounds. But defensively, both the Jet players got most of their success on that defensive side. So Auspice delivering once again, shutting down Ye without too much fanfare. Earning knives even. Pretty impressive stuff. But we're back over to what we've experienced for a decent amount of time here. And a well-timed tactical timeout where we get to sort of repeat the second half once more. MIBR on the attacking side, EG on the defensive side, where it took a while for MIBR to find their pacing. They, one of the few times, needed to shut down Ye, but the opposite has also been true. Many of these rounds that MIBR couldn't quite get done on the attacking side, Ye with an operator just completely dominated them. I think one of the questions has to be, does Ye want to come through with this glass cannon operator or not on the defense? I think it more than likely will be a yes.
Oof, stress here for EG. Especially considering that, again, look at the timeline. Yeah, you get a 1v2 save from Supa, but
he's not going to go for it.
Yeah. Everything else has been so comfortable for MIBR on the executes into sight at A. Supa's been bored, I think, by a lot of this defensive side because no one's come even close to moving over towards B. So has Potter been able to cook anything up to try to stop this MIBR offense behind the walls of these cascades and high tides, which have found free entry time and time
He's leaving, though. I see us leaving at least slightly, but he's playing only barely off the side here. And you're right, Supa has been continually just playing on an island. But at what point do you think for MIBR it would be kind of good for them to just exploit that? They are feeling good about A so far. But despite Icy falling off, look how many nanoswarms just being left in there. They being EG here, so heavily guarding A, and they do not want to lose that position.
Well, you can see what's on the deck here. You've got Nature holding on to utility in the corner. Recon Bolt deleted. He's going to be able to heat this corner for free. Here comes the walk-up. And Artson, I mean, Nature's been here every single round. He doesn't even bother to check it. I think a lot of that is thanks to Derek being up top on the Raptors. And the Nanostorm also connects onto Auspice. So now it's just down to the last couple of members for MIBR from the front. Then Zenom provides two?
Toxins going up.
Can't be allowed to happen. Cortesia up top on 410. Supa stepping into the site. Aldrone does not reveal much, but it does get a tag onto Verno. But Cortesia able to provide the kills and steps down to Icy for the 1v2. Both members low on health. Can Icy provide the save to keep this going like his teammate had in Supa? Verno on the corner.
The right way.
Doesn't make the first shot land. Recon Bolt deleted. Cortesia a little bit deeper off the angle. Now both members have been known. Here comes the check, quickly on the corner, not gonna find it. Crossfire setup. Time is gonna be an issue. First shots from Icy, not clean. Oh no, not looking good. He's off the pistol, trying to swap back and forth. He's gonna have to stick for this. He had the lockdown, but that's not gonna make a difference. He finds the kill, but there's not enough time. Oh, goodness me. It got so close, but Icy just cannot quite find the shots to land. And it will be a decider map of split to figure out who gets eliminated.
What a close call, but for MIBR, I think it would hurt so much for them to lose this map, considering what ended up on round 24. To lose their 2 versus 1. They're saying not again. We're back into another 2 versus 1, and this time we're going to ensure that it goes our way. EG put up an amazing map here, considering how in the hole they were in that first half, 0-5, MIBR looking strong, and then for most of the rounds in the middle, how many do we have here? I'll do a really quick count. About 10 rounds with 2 going the way of MIBR, and a huge chunk of rounds being won between the back end of the first half and the front end of the second half. A lot of heavy performances from Ye, massive scoreline, a lot of success on the operator, but then just punished a little bit too much on the second half, and the end of the second half. And unfortunately for EG as well, couldn't continue the OT, given the fact that Zenom had a bit of a turnaround at the late end of that final round. Zenom getting a couple of extras, putting into a 2v1, forcing Icy into a tough spot with nothing to really work through. Man, what a finish.
Indeed, indeed. It was overtime for both teams yesterday. It'll stay the case here today as we have our decider map to figure out who will move on to face 100 Thieves to the best of 5 and the one final qualification spot tomorrow, and who will have their road to the EWC cut short. We'll be right back.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it
everybody. We've got one more map on the evening, and it could not be more important for both these two teams as it determines whether they're eliminated for contention for the road to EWC, or will they face a best of 5 against 100 Thieves tomorrow. On my whole shift with me, I've got Avril. He's that direction. There he is. There's the guy in the flamingo shirt, looking fine, looking good. What a series this has been. After a pretty lopsided Lotus, we got the back and forth affair that we kind of expected in certain ways, with the Icebox going to overtime, and now we go to a split decider map that honestly doesn't really favor either of these two teams because the records of the map have been pretty soft.
Both teams have been made to really fight for this one, particularly on that last map. But when you look over towards Lotus, that has been the disappointing performance from MIBR. Good to see them be able to bounce back on Icebox. I think getting those early 5 rounds at the beginning of that second map allows them to build that level of confidence and build a bit of momentum. Shakiness in the middle, to say the least, which is probably an understatement. A more competitive back and forth second half, but largely ending in a couple of interesting 2v1s, and then an OT that ended quite short. We didn't get a 15-13 finish.
Yeah.
Ended up being 14 and 12. MIBR locking down both of those OT rounds. And EG asking a couple of questions here, because they definitely felt like, especially towards the end, after catching up on that early deficit, that they had the map potentially within a winning condition, locking out MIBR entirely in a 2-0 victory in this BO3 and moving on for tomorrow's game. But instead, going to be going over towards split instead, because if EG want to win this one, MIBR are going to make them work for it. And for MIBR, a very necessary bounce back, because Lotus just wasn't it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And look, here's the thing. This split map has, I think, just been, it's been tough for EG to figure out what they want to do. Some of it because you've got Icy on the race. Like, what do you do with Ye? At the beginning of the year, I think he was playing out of Chamber, but then he moved a little bit later on into Astra. It just doesn't really get the same punch that you would expect from Ye. Where on the other side, you kind of know what you're going to get. You don't have Raze on the map, though. If you are MIBR, they're going to keep Auspice playing onto the Jet. So there's a level of trying to enable him forward. And honestly, both teams have come together and found a good amount of struggle in terms of finding efficiency in the role swap for Ye and the Jet pick, kind of forcing it for MIBR. So there's a level of who's going to figure it out first, I think, when it comes to how we determine this best of 3.
Yeah, I would say, to me at least, the Raze feels a little bit more standard for something like a split, but at the same time, you look at where the Raze was on map 1 for Aspas, rather, and it was completely missing. It was MIA for essentially the entire map. We're asking some big questions about that level of performance, and luckily we got to see Icebox back on the Jet, looking a lot more comfortable, dominating where he needed to. Got a little bit quiet in the middle there when Ye started to pick up his pace a little bit. Keep with the Jet might end up being the right call, just to keep the hot hand still warm for Aspas and not move over towards a Raze. But then you have to ask the question of, okay, what does that mean for Ye on the opposite end? Because he's going to be dropping off his own Jet, moving the Raze even to teammate Icy. You got to be looking over towards something like the Astra, which is what he brought forth against G2 in their playoffs game. So is this going to be a little bit of a nerf for Ye? Probably, I would say so. But even given that, did he perform quite well on a controller on Lotus? Yes, but that's Clove. That's still Clove, where you have big pop-off moments on that agent. Astra's really not the same. Astra's completely different in terms of what we can expect out of Ye. So maybe nerfing Ye a little bit here could cause some issues for EG.
It's just tough because when you think of Ye, you think of Ye and a Jet with an operator. And again, that's just the byproduct of EG going this direction of having Icy be the person that they're looking at in terms of playing Raze, who is so popular on some of the current maps that we find ourselves on. But, ooh, how about this? We're going to get double duelist. Instead, for MIBR, they're going to bust out the Raze and the Jet with no true real Sentinel kind of player in the mix. They're going to instead go over to Sky, which this is a brand new mix in terms of how they played in the last couple of months. They played this back in February, though.
Okay, I mean, this is a pretty big change up, because as you sort of say, everyone except Aspas is kind of on a different agent than what you would expect here. This is a situation where they've also dropped the tail entirely from the comp. They don't have the reach as well, so it is a completely different look, and see if EG can react to this adequately. Definitely not what they showed yesterday, definitely not what they played yesterday indeed. You even have, for example, the Viper swapping hands between Zenom, who is going to be on the Astra instead, and Arzine, who's the IGL, not a duelist play. He's going to be on the Raze, so putting a lot of trust in him to get the job done.
All right. A little bit of a flex pick coming through, and MIBR will be starting on the offensive side with this double duelist play. Trailblazer up top towards A ramps, and then through it. Artisan immediately onto A. Spike making its way a little bit more delayed, but look how deep this scale can be for MIBR. They're already at the front doors at screens. Icy inside this nebula can really only do so much. This stealth drone could be huge, though. It does get deleted. Smoke blocking for the initial flash. There's the aftershock through it. Cortesia can step up and take down 2. Icy trying to provide something in response, but the frenzy is only good for 1. And honestly, if you're EG, you are stuck. You are trapped on site. Super provides at least some sort of an exit, but Artisan, well, hold on a second. Does get caught. Cortesia, Verno trying to play the swing, but Icy with the frenzy. Still trying to get this job done, but very weak. And yeah, that's all it needs is one more shot from Verno with the classic, and it will be the MIBR pistol.
Icy throwing the nade does reveal his positioning, which Verno needed to confirm, but that got very spicy for MIBR considering how clean it was. Free plant, early kills, flash confirmed over towards screens as well to help out the team. And then MIBR started dropping members. You kind of talked about the fact that the EG players who managed to at least get onto site were really doing too much there for the most part until they started to explode a little bit and turn things around. Icy got a lot done there. 3 on board. But just him moving on to the Rays, filling in for that duelist position that Ye has previously been on. That got a little bit too tight for MIBR considering how much early advantage they had.
There will be a level of questioning. How much can this post plant hold? But
Nade.
This, and wow, Supa still gets 1 considering how well placed that paint shells was. Flash on the way out. Nature trying to follow up, only gets 1 of his own, but again, back and forth we go. Derek in the corner trying to find something in the timing, but not good. Yay. Again, it's back and forth we go, but how about this pickup for Artisan? Already on to 4 in a row, and it will just be left to 1. It's Icy rotating through vents.
So the trust coming in for Artisan to hit these shots, and he certainly is. So
Gone here.
delivering on the Rays for the double duelist. Left a bit wanting in terms of his Lotus performance on the breach, just got completely annihilated in so many of these situations. But to be fair, so did Aspas. Had some reasonable place to show on even Icebox, but here, this is a great position. Low HP for Icy as well. What else can he do? He's at least cut sound here, but against 2.
Yeah.
And no weaponry. I don't think he picked up anything. He might have actually. There's a lot of dead bodies up there. He does have something to play through. 4 HP now and not a lot of time.
Yeah, the time is the biggest issue right now. Up close and personal, no. Zetum stops it from getting a little bit too hairy, but for EG, after the pistol and the anti-eco, you do force a lot of repurchase to come through, so this bonus will be a little bit on the lighter side. And EG, with those eliminations, should be feeling pretty comfortable in their ability to get full purchase.
Yeah, they walked in with 2 full rifles as well and only recovered 1, so I'm not too sure if this is even really going to be a bonus anymore, or rather it's going to be a situation where, if you look at the buy here, very light for MIBR. Too many players dropped in that second round. Good opportunity now for EG. Consider the fact that between our 2 rounds, despite MIBR winning them, EG have brought it down to very fine numbers.
I'll see what we get here. MIBR already staging up for a quick hit over into A. Derek trying to assist with whatever utility he can. Nice shot from Cortesia. Icy the first one to drop. Derek trying to get his way in to try to contest this spike plant. He will find 1 and hold on to elbow. If he can get another, that'd be insane. But no, Auspice good for not just 1, but 2. Super quick trade, and it looks like EG are really showing that they do want to try to contest these spike plants, but not working out as MIBR on this bonus are in a 3v1 situation and looking good for a great start here on the offense.
Yep.
I killed them.
It will make it interesting though. It is still Ye at the end of the day. Weaponed up, but Zenom has the angle. As a reminder, MIBR brought 2 rifles into this round. They'll walk out with 2, but extremely important to actually win their bonus, which is what you'd really be able to expect. Just kind of flooding over on towards A.
BYB fam. Going to
Now
Astro,
EG,
them Astro Guardian
that's going to be their
thing,
own half-by coming through. Another really rough start at the beginning of a map, kind of like what we saw on the Icebox in history, repeating itself slightly. Honestly, recognizing the situation, Outlaw can be massive here considering the lack of equipment on EG.
And the trouble here for EG, just to kind of, again, reflect on the history across the calendar year on this map, their offensive side has been terrible. 29% win rate in the 4 times that they've played, whereas their defense has been usually good for about a 7-5 split on average. So need to start getting something going here for Evil Geniuses quickly.
The NRG versus MIBR game yesterday was largely a tale of one side as well. Both teams favoring the attacking side. MIBR pulled through 7-4 eventually to win it after only getting 3 on the defensive side. So, or rather,
Toxin screen down.
yeah, they lost that map. But in any case, they won most of their rounds on the offense is what I'm trying to say. They got 10 rounds in total, 7 on the attack and 3 on the defense.
Yep.
So once again, MIBR on the attacking side, finding more value on a completely different comp with a completely different player leading the way. Shot called Artazine. Showstopper already in hand. Top on the leaderboard.
And the thing is, like, this is again another route that MIBR just gets so much for free. Showstopper out. That's going to try to pinch things together over towards screens, and it works out beautifully for MIBR. Stuck in a corner.
And Cortesia.
Icy just hanging around, and eventually MIBR was able to find him. Supa. Oof. That hurts. And it's going to be a flawless round unless the Bucky can make some sort of a punch happen over at ropes. Ooh. Whoa. All right, there we go.
Artazine was the one player that could afford to die there, given that he only had an outlaw anyway, and he's looking to upgrade to a wife for the next round. Seeker's being earned by Verno. The back of that kill. Have to credit the fact that a huge Cortesia kill over towards screens on towards Ye, which maybe could get a little bit spicy if Ye gets that kill instead. Just looking over towards minimap, Ye looked like he had the drop with the Cortesia, who ends up turning around and in fact getting the frag onto Ye instead, denying the upgrade onto Ye, which could have been a situation where Ye starts to pop off, but 4 in a row now. And as a reminder, we had 5 in a row for MVR on Icebox. You don't want to be in that same deficit, forcing themselves to have to make a comeback happen. It's not great.
Yeah, this is a very crucial round for EG early. Oh no. And you've lost
delivering, man.
And you've lost Supa. And you're absolutely right. Artisan has been unreal. Switching back over to this Raze and this double duelist. Icy still has a showstopper available, holding over towards mid. But B is severely weakened by not having that Viper. There's no ability to snakebite the entryway. You only have stars that can block anything through B main.
Ye solo, by the way, he's tucked in. How much can you get away with assuming that this is going to be a B split finish?
I've got your
Bit of help is slowly arriving. Seekers will reveal his positioning. He's gone.
Salvo from Derek, just trying to hold off this play through mail. But how else can you pause this? There's just so much utility being pushed forward. And that aftershock allows Derek to step up alongside another, but it's Nature who unfortunately can only get a single kill. And Icy by himself, a 1v4 situation, caught on the outside of the Nebula in, this has not been at all what EG were hoping for to start off this map. 5-0 and back into a tough economical spot.
Akpol should be coming through momentarily, if not this round, definitely the next. Things are getting very out of hand here. At least on Icebox, EG managed to recover the situation, get 5 in a row of their own. You're gonna have to do that now. We actually somehow ended Icebox 6-6, if I remember correctly. So the fact that we're so far into essentially that same requirement again, EG is just so uncomfortable. 3 ultimates to play through, but just no equipment.
Poison orb emitting.
MIBR taking their time here, respecting that there could be either stingers, maybe shotguns around corners. You also still have a showstopper that can change the outcome of a round, but as you're going to see, again, this little walk up for MIBR towards A, it just puts so much pressure on this defense who's already weakened to the arsenal. Stealth Drone just trying to see if this can pause any of the play, but doesn't really catch too much.
Tell you what, it is going to be the Breach Teo combo though. Derek one away from Armageddon.
Yeah.
They slow this down somewhat. It doesn't look like it's possible. Derek just doesn't have the firepower.
It's just so hard to track Artisan when he's doing that. Especially with, again, like you mentioned, it's not a rifle, so the Viper Spit's going to get called in to block off screens. Trailblazer to make sure no one's already in there. And if you're EG, you need a pick before you can even consider dropping an ultimate like a showstopper. Can they find something? try to get this Thrifty online. MIBR's post plant is extremely dynamic, and honestly, this is already taking a little bit too long for EG if they wanted to give this a true go.
Might be able to just squeeze them for exits, though. When you consider the positioning of MIBR, they're going to have to walk through somebody's line of sight to be able to exit the site, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Artisan up top, high-low setup, so he was able to find the least one. But the round will go to MIBR. It just comes down to how punishing can EG make this exit, and the answer is not that punishing at all, although well, the kills do come through, but really it's not much gain, not much loss. The credits are extremely healthy for MIBR.
Right. They can't afford to drop 3 players there, and as I said, if not for the previous round, then certainly this one, you are going to end up seeing the TAC balls come through, and it is dire because, at least on Icebox, this was the round that EG managed to win. If I remember correctly, they actually won it via Thrifty as well, which is pretty large this time. The Thrifty didn't even feel like it was possible. They didn't attempt it. They knew that the best they could do was go for exit frags only, and even then, successfully, they got the exit frags. I mean, really, only one player got out, but consider that MIB, I don't even care about dying on the exits. It's like, all right, we'll die for this. It's fine. We can afford it.
Well, this timeout, an important one. Obviously, you've got a whole cache of ultimates to possibly use here for your EG. But the question is, like, how and when do you want to use these? Do you think, first and foremost, it's going to start with some sort of a Viper's Pit to congest part of the map, whether that be in the middle of the map at B or something over towards A? The other side of that is, how do you get some success going down, with some sort of maybe a trap play? That's what I was going to say. Like, we have not seen much in terms of a fault line and salvo combination to gain space early from EG. So
I'll say that was, if I remember correctly, in the NIG 100 Thieves game, it was off the back of a Rolling Thunder, which is not online for nature here on EG 2 away. An orb wouldn't be enough for it. Certainly, you'd think Viper's Pit in mid has to be the minimum.
Viper's Pit will be called over at mid. Double star placement over at B main. And then a triple stack between A tower and inside and behind A screens. MIBR, how do you feel this one out? Early stealth drone come through, showstopper in the mix, and the IC will connect. Some damage tallied, actually a lot of damage tallied, but still it's a first blood nonetheless. You blast back over to safety, and you'll keep a 5v4 for now.
Let's see, for a single ultimate, that's not bad. The fact that IC didn't even get traded is massive. 2 HP surviving. Absolutely take that. And the fast rotation as well. Notice the possibility that MIBR could be rotating themselves. And as we take a look at Verno now, breaking off away from A, does look like it will be a B finish, but they have to run up the guts through B main.
This little walk up from Icy, though, could find some great timing as soon as these poison clouds fade. And Ye, who's been the B Island player, is going to be called upon for the first time in a while. And he's just completely overwhelmed, but still finds his one. That's fine. Viper's Pit is going to be vacated. Superman able to get up top. Armageddon to clear out the backside of this as the Cosmic Divide is also spent here for MIBR. Important 1v1 here for Zenon, but no, cannot connect. Verno delayed from being able to find the trade. Special delivery makes sure that they stay in front of the pillar, and in that moment, EG double swing and find both kills simultaneously to get on the board.
A little bit of shaky shots, though. Cortezia and also, I think it was Zenom there, just couldn't quite land on top of Tarkus. They had a 2v1 on Ye, and Ye still managed to trade one. Really, that should have been a 2-for-0 considering the drop that Cortezia had on top of Ye. Just a single headshot would have done it. Ye wasn't even looking Cortezia's direction. Whittling down the numbers. It's a slow whittle down, right? Because we start out with Icy, showstopper, free kill, gets away, 2 HP, Ye, trading 1 for 1. A little by little, MIBR's numbers just start to dwindle until EG rescue it, and they needed that to bring themselves back into bear with 1 round.
Yep. Showstopper available for MIBR. Caught the divide. Still possibly to be spent here on top of that, and it will be the showstopper to break things over. But Ye is stuck in a corner. Is going to take down 3 and then push into B main. All that is so critical. Again, Ye has just been on that B island the entirety of the game. Finally makes his presence felt with a good 1-for-1 in the prior round, and then a 1v3 through B main, avoiding the showstopper the whole way. And EG looked good for a second, unless Zenom can provide something heroic.
And that was the perfect play for the counter. Hugging the wall tightly, blast pipe comes on through, just entirely avoided, then walk through the smoke. MIB is not expecting that Ye is just going to be inside smoke. Phantom in hand, he sprays through for 3. Brilliant stuff. As far as Zenom is, We've seen him nearly get that 1 versus 3 on Lotus, and that was one of the bright points of that map, considering they still lost that round.
Well, he's going to get some good information here on where the Tejo is, but does he expect the breach in the corner? Might not matter. Nature stays alive, then we're going to be able to put the plant in their favor. And honestly, if you're Zenom, you find a pick, maybe you can flush out this Rolling Thunder. That'd be huge value for you. Last star's been placed. Goal counteracts the flash. Now to the 1v2. Oh, able to find the first, and oh my goodness. He found the right one because Nature's down to 11 health, but it's just wide enough of a swing to avoid the transfer, and EG save their second round, if only barely.
That's a team flash, by the way. That was Nature flashing Icy, unfortunately. So we talk about the nearly 1v3 clutch. It nearly happens again, but this time due to some mistakes, I think, coming through from the EG side. And oh boy, would EG be kicking themselves if that's what they delivered over a 1v3 with a transfer nearly there. By the way, Nature was already on low HP, so just a little bit more of a transfer. Not even a headshot required. Nature would have gone down. And then Zenom just completely destroys EG's comeback potential. Because, again, EG are down so many rounds. They were down 1 and 6. That would have been 1 and 7 now.
Yeah.
Far too close.
Oh, dangerous moment here, but Auspice. Oh, with the knives, able to avoid all of that incoming utility. And now has a chance to just pop off and tee off on EG. Yep, headshots galore. That's going to be 3 for Auspice. And for Ye, well, you're going to be completely stuck here at A Tower. And how about it for Auspice?
Let him know about it.
Mercy, 4 for Auspice, and MIBR quickly catch their 7th.
If you say one
That was disgusting. That was a clear and cut Auspice legend round. That's what you expect out of this guy's name. Didn't look amazing on the Rays on Lotus, but twice in a row on the Jets, he can absolutely deliver. Where Artazine has been kind of taking the spotlight a little bit on this map. I suppose it reminds everyone that he's still, in fact, in the server, and what was looking like a minor comeback for EG in this half. Stringing 2 together, 3 rounds in a row for EG would be extremely good in terms of giving confidence that they can maybe salvage something in this half. End it on a 5 and 7, something like that. It's still certainly possible. And then they have ultimates online, but this round, they just don't have money.
No. What a chance here for MIBR to put this half well out of reach. And that would be kind of a match for what we often see on Split lately, especially with the ability of playing things like a double duelist. You would hope your offensive side finds this kind of success, and Artisan has provided exactly what the doctor ordered. So EG in some trouble here
as well.
Yeah.
Both your duelists as well have been performing. EG were trying to set up something over towards mid to spring a trap onto MIBR. Who at this stage, Ye looking for a single shot on the Sheriff. Is this going to be a dry peek? Artisan, Outlaw in hand. Well, pops a shot, delivers one back, but I don't think it actually hit. They are going to go to site for free, though. Question now will be, is there going to be ultimates expended? You'd think probably not. Ye's already down.
Yeah, you would need a pick or 2 here if you were EG to consider this Rolling Thunder, you would think. Especially since most of them are on Sheriffs. Fault line, special delivery with the flash, but Auspice able to at least find the first kill before being affected, and then the immediate follow-up is clean. So just down to Icy with a judge.
I feel like we've seen this before. Icy often ends up the last one alive.
That will work.
Yeah, well, that's good. That would have been a little sad if he didn't at least get that kill. And it really doesn't matter how many MIBR lose here. They have so much money still that a couple more members is fine. No more attack forces available for EG. They just have to survive this half.
Yeah.
If they can get a 4 and 8, you'll say it's a potential for a comeback. That would actually be a good finish now for EG.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
3 and 9 is not the end of the world, but 2 and 10, you're ready to send MIBR 200 Thieves. And
oh, yeah.
EG can just wallow in sadness as they wait for stage 2 to start, really.
Now, I will say, kind of as a reflection and a bit of foreshadowing, depending on how this round goes, like, EG have been good at the pistols in this matchup to this point. And how about this? Timing with the fault line has Icy for a free pick, overthrow the setup at mid. And an early 5v3 is going to have EG able to breathe for the first time on this defensive half.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to do something similar to that last round as well. Just try and have players ready to go in mid. And that is revealed as well. Cortezia has been found. And he's trapped. Calling over rotators as well. What am I going to do about this one? Verno is now going to move through sewers to try and link up. Cortezia's just stuck on site, but he's not being aggressed upon right now. You also have pretty deep as Zenom on the other side of the map.
I mean, really, Zenom would need to find some sort of an isolated pick to put a little bit more stress onto this EG defense, who looks like they're just going to allow this to be planted at A and then play for retake.
Full screens could be interesting.
Yeah. Well, Ye gets the isolated 1v1 into Zenom, so now it could just be EG focused forward in this 5v2. Seekers that they're ready for MIBR. Wouldn't expect that comes through in whatsoever here, especially with Verno just needing to be the guardian of Cortezia down below window. Clearing out screens is EG. There's the first pick, and that will be all that needs. Okay, EG finally comfortable in a defensive round. Gets them to 3, and they've got plenty of ultimates to boot going into the last round of the half.
Yeah, it's a massive opening play coming through over towards mid. Then you just have the shutdown from Ye onto Zenom, the B lurk.
Last round in the half.
And good ability by Ye to be able to deny that as well, because sure, if Zenom actually gets the kill, the long rotation for Zenom means it's going to be tough for him to rejoin the rest of MIBR on A, but just an extra wandering player could cause a little bit of chaos. More importantly, though, 3 on board means minimum of 3 to 9 here, but the possibility of a 4-8 is a little bit tantalizing, and I think it'd be a good way for EG to sort of do a minor recovery of this half. And 3 ultimates on board is a good way for them to be able to do so.
Yeah.
So, statistically speaking, EG, you'd have to favor them slightly. They're starting to string together rounds, and they have the util. They have an extra ultimate now as well, after getting the orb over towards B.
If you're MIBR, you're trying to pull something out early. One of these ults.
I've got your train.
And interestingly enough, yeah, this Seekers play through ropes very well may provide that. Stealth drone deleted. Seekers revealing that the rotation's already underway. Armageddon getting called in immediately. Icy showstopper right on into the face of Artzid. No Rory's there. As the Armageddon just provides a little bit more time and space to breathe. But the Rolling Thunder was called out simultaneously as that. So MIBR only lose 1, and Zenom versus Supa could be huge in terms of the spike rotating back over. They only have a Cosmic Divide to try to delay this to EG.
Like Cortezia has been left behind here. Just slow things down for EG, who haven't really rotated yet. Surely EG know by now that the rotation has happened for MIBR. The plan has come on through. Noise has been made. Finally, EG will make that happen. Cosmic Divide is available, but still 4v5 in a post plant.
Yeah.
Where, I might add, Cortezia is unknown.
May not make much of a difference, though, because it looks like EG are going to try to retake over towards tower first. Or maybe not. Lots of footsteps being heard by Auspice. Supa with a shorty in the corner. They don't have a Roar in the Thunder. They don't have anything to spend besides this Cosmic Divide. Inferno! Whoa, gets 3. But Supa provides the response down to the 1v2. And the question is, where is Zenom? Gravity Vortex pulls him off for the defuse. Opening shots from Ye are good. And EG, do they have enough time? No, I don't think they do. It's going to be tight, and no, they don't. Oh, goodness,
Barely
what
a
to
second.
say?
Just seemed like a little too slow. They were grouping up for it. And unfortunately, just couldn't drop the Cosmic Divide down in time. So 9-3, the 8-4 dream is dead. We'll have to see if EG can make more of a comeback right after this break.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no.
Welcome back. A 9-3 half. Convincing as all get out for MIBR, has Evil Geniuses looking desperately to win this pistol and try to dig into this deficit quickly after a defensive side that just was not at all what they needed to see after having a lot of struggles, not just on that first half, not just in their history on the map, but in particular, especially considering that Evil Geniuses offensively have not been good on this map this year. Yeah. Well, the big first step here is holding on to tower and allowing the timing for Artisan to come over from the backside of this play, but tower's been given up. All 5 members still alive.
Artisan needs to activate.
Yeah, this is all about what route does he want to take. He's actually going to go all the way back over to B main.
Spike down, B.
You've got a little bit of a contest here over at Dirt. It does provide some deterrence to the spike being planted immediately, but look at Icy, aware of this. Shot still land for Artisan. Boombot try to gain some space as EG continue to fight this from the tower position. And yeah, it's just down to now what can... Whoa, how about that? I was about to say, what can these players up top find? And Auspice connects onto the first 2, and Zenom somehow finds the 3rd. EG can't get repositioned to try to deal with that play through tower. And MIBR take the pistol and get the 10.
We defend this reality.
Artisan just bought barely enough time over towards B main and so Auspice in that round, I believe, got 3. We'll confirm when we see the scoreboard again. Brilliant stuff coming in through tower, losing control of sight, but doesn't making the walk down happen.
Trust us in this reality.
And now a pistol going the way of MIBR. At this stage, I mean, yeah, I was going to say, you have to force your EG. You're so far behind that you really have to make something happen. If you give this into an MIBR 11 and you're only on 3, you might just have to kiss the map and the qualification goodbye. But now this feels like a must win. You're going all in here. Anything less than a win here for EG could be the end of the map.
And you can see what's lurking, that judge around the corner at Male into the face of all 5 players on Stingers. How dangerous that could be if EG continued to try to play through mid. There's the initial cross from Icy. Stealth drone deleted. Follow-up Nebula allows EG to try to get over towards Male, but now here comes Cortesia with the judge. Ye still able to find one in response. That's onto the B side in particular, so Auspice has to take his direction over towards main. Gets onto the site. Cloudburst to keep him safe. Cortesia off the reload. Oh! Able to get a lot of damage done, but both defenders will fall, and we're going to get a 2v2. Artson quickly over the top. Does Derek expect this? Yes, he does.
Oh my
what
God.
a shot from Derek! And now it's down to Zenon for another 1v2 opportunity.
This is it. This is what EG need. 2 versus 1. But look how far away the players are. Nature has been hit, and once the spike is tapped,
Blocking
you have to respond to it. Aftershock will slow it down a little bit. Here we go. Salvos will delay further. Breach Tail is just so...
Yeah, but he gets it to halfway, Avril. He gets it to halfway. Fault line does connect. Nature has to step in to try to deal with this. A little bit of spam coming through, but the first shots are there. And now Zenom, how do you decide how to play this? Steps up, finds the shot onto Derek. Oh my goodness. What a play from Zenom. Sticks it to halfway as the salvo comes in. Doesn't take any damage from it. And MIBR are able to get to 11 at the EG panicking, trying to stay alive.
Just couldn't buy more time, and they threw everything in there. Aftershock salvos and Breach Tail in that sort of situation, you would think so damn good, but Derek and Nature couldn't work together more there, 1 by 1. Checking Zenom, and Zenom has had multiple situations where he's nearly clutched out 2 1v3s, where it came down to a single 1v1, and he just couldn't quite lock it in. But finally, a 1 versus 2, he says, I've won that before a couple times now, and he locks it in for MIBR to take 11, and it's disaster, nightmare scenario for EG. But they have to force again. It's going to be a force every single round now.
It just has to be. And getting so close to finishing off that round, considering that the judge had packed such a huge punch up top at tower, you're thinking, ooh, we're good to go. Especially with the Breach Tejo combo, but it doesn't work. And so now EG, again, unlimited purchase against largely full rifles for MIBR.
start to ask questions like, should they have just used Fault Line and Salvo at the same time to ensure the kill, rather than spreading the utility out? For EG, that may have only bought them one round, but each round right now feels excruciating. Potential contact, by the way, on ramp.
Yeah, it feels like there's a little
We're holding our breath.
Both players are
Holding our breath on B for sure.
Yeah, both players at A are just kind of jumping at each other. Here's the stealth drone. Zenom denies it. Auspice in the backside of screens goes unnoticed. Salvo in a little bit of trouble, but wow, a nice little deterrent of that as he's going to find more. And wow, Zenom stepping up for the third. Oh, mercy me. That's another one of those moments that MIBR could just do no wrong. And EG, down to a 2v5.
Really do that round? They waited the entire round. They didn't really make noise anywhere else, do anything to draw attention. There's no time.
One enemy remains.
You're not going to save nothing, so you're going to make the play happen. You're going to try and at least take something away, but a flawless to put MLB up to 12. And now the question comes, is it possible for 9 rounds in a row to happen for EG? If you were to hypothetically place a bet, you just wouldn't do it. It just wouldn't.
No.
You'd be parted with your money extremely quickly here. MIBR also have ult online, Cosmic Divide, Knives. I don't even know if it's really necessary, but Auspice, we've seen what he's done with Bladestorm previously, completely destroying EG. But what we got in that last round, like, I don't know if they really had much of a plan there. Aside from Super making some walk up the ramp where no contact was found, the rest of EG just waited for almost a full minute in Garage.
Well, an early tag has already come through. EG still working largely on Stingers and Guardians. It's hard to frame up how you do this, especially in the face of Knives at the ready, Cosmic Divide at the ready. But Stealth Drone goes up towards B Tower. Vents has been taken by EG, but that's a bit of an elective option as MIBR are just going to stack onto ramps and see if they can catch some isolation there. And this timing is going to be everything.
Super no, he needs to see a shoulder. He spotted it! But it's only the Judge dropped down.
Toxins going up.
Fortizia, his turn to stop this. He won't be able to. Fortizia had on his body a Guardian, which is going to be better than a Stinger at least. And this is a better look for EG than what we saw the previous round. But can they hold on to it?
Knives makes this doable. 2v2 situation. But Auspice needs to be healed up. Oh, and Super punishes before he can get back to full.
30 seconds left.
So now it's just down to 1. Verno for the 1v2 and the win. Footsteps to his left. Paying some respect to it. Opening shot misses, and Super able to get the wide swing with help from Ye to keep EG alive.
Was making noise on purpose there to give Ye the opportunity to maybe swing, but Super says, I can do it myself. Upgraded himself to the Guardian. Dropped a little bit earlier on. EG stave off disaster for one more round. 8 in a row required now for EG, but at least they have some money and more weapons to work with rather than honestly nothing. The shutdown onto Auspice, I think, was the biggest one. Just before he heals up to deny the 2v2, give them that advantage. They don't get that kill. I think the round ends a different way.
Does Icy check this corner for Cortesia? Fault line cuts across, Salvo into vents, Auspice on the cross, and yeah, you just spam it down, you find the headshot, first blood, good for EG. MIBR gonna try to recognize and respond to this threat by putting a bit of pressure forward onto Mail, and you still have Artzen close by with Verno at vents, and they're gonna actually change positions here as they recognize that this is a major threat, but Auspice is able to find another over through mid-mail again, so you still know if you're MIBR that EG is stacked up a mid.
Audio initiation down as well. No breach. They pinch these two MIBR players over on a ramp. That's Ye onto Zenom over on B side.
Oh. Impressive shot, but you don't expect Verno to also be there. Follow-up trade is good. Cosmic Divide will be, well, committed, not necessary, but you didn't know that at the time. And this will be a 1v3 situation where, honestly, for Auspice, you may just save this up. And it looks like he very well will.
He might have money, but the problem is the rest of his team does not. So saving will allow him to drop over a rifle for a teammate and also buy up one himself. But at the same time, pretty tasty for Aspas to consider the opportunity to take away weapons from EG. So I think minimum might not go for, might not go for an actual retake, but an exit would be pretty nice there because EG are barely holding on to their economy here. So damage done by Aspas could have been large.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the financial damage here for MIBR is significant.
1 second, peeps.
It'll just be the one rifle for Auspice. Everything else on, well, looks to be classics, so. Bold to put it plainly, but you can afford it, so why not? On the other front, Outlaw and 2 of each rifle with full armors. Armageddon at the ready. You're also really close to a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper, so a lot of tools starting to come online here for EG. But no mistakes can be made, of course.
Exactly. You're starting to feel like EG are finding a little bit of confidence now as well. EG, yay, on board. Shutting down Aspas. We had the hero rifle, by the way, and that rifle was a little far away to collect. Verno, I have a little bit of a tough time holding it.
Poison's off.
He's going to back out, so yeah, I'd imagine now they obviously don't know that Verno's gone. They don't know what's around the corner. This information game is a bit dangerous for EG currently.
Paint shells will land, takes down another, so 5v3 into a limited purchase should be a guaranteed 6th. Still a bit away from being able to talk about the word comeback. Yep. But I think the better part, and the better news here for EG, rather, I should say, is that you're building up your bank in case someone starts to fall a little bit short, and more importantly, you're starting to build up some key ultimates that could help you get a little bit deeper into this run.
I mean, what's really happening here is EG have left base camp, but a long way from the summit still, obviously.
Yeah. 30 seconds left.
3 left, MIBR. Any damage done here is big. Remember, they didn't recover the rifle.
Spike planted.
Dropped by Aspas. So they're going to go for this. They're going to have to do something about this.
Well, it is just going to be classic, so repurchases would be all that you would think would be coming through if they even decide to go for this, or they're just going to stack up and wait to see if they can catch someone on the exit through vents. But it should be a pretty anticlimactic finish, so Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, Viper's Pit, and the Showstopper, I believe, is 1 off for EG. We're on the other side, MIPR, a little bit slower to charge up this next round of ults, but do have a couple, I believe, nearby. And they are going to try to get a little bit of a peek here. Yeah, this is all about trying to get this Showstopper into play. And you're able to get it. Plus 1 more. And Zenom down low will be dealt with by Derek. So only 1 will drop, and the ult is picked up.
It seemed like EG were more keen to actually drop down MIBR like they were saving or something, but that's not what was happening. They had no weapons at all. It was far more dangerous for EG to go hunting for that than the opposite way around. Frod's like, all right, let's cut the shenanigans. We only need 1 round here. And in moments like this, you have to ask, might sound like a silly question, but is there more pressure on MIBR or EG? The answer is obviously on EG, but at the same time, once you allow EG to start stringing together rounds, they're gaining confidence, they're gaining momentum. MIBR maybe dropping the ball ever so slightly. It's like, this is more than likely still going MIBR's way, but how many are EG going to get before MIBR can lock in that 13, right?
And it's still like one of those situations, like you can't just say that MIBR is going to win the map right now with any confidence, because there is a level of, again, if EG can cycle through alts and start to build something narratively that changes the patterns of what we've seen to this point, like there still could be a pathway here. It's just, it's so far still. Like, that's the thing. And eventually MIBR are going to have full weapons and the ultimates that they feel like they could use just to win the game. But the stress of this double duelist composition is being able to slow down EG, because it's just on a raised jet, and really that means it's really on to what the Sky and the Astra can do. So it'll be interesting to see if EG can continue to find first spots. And we've got an operator for Ye here.
Yeah, I know. This is going to get spicy. He's not even on what you would imagine is extremely good for an agent to carry the operator. But just changing up the pace a little bit here. Maybe get a punish onto MIBR who want to go wandering. Look at this line being held.
And this is going to have to be down to, if this is the game plan of just play for Ye's pick to try to catch someone from MIBR getting aggressive, you have to show force through mail in order to be main, to try to pull this defense into this line of sight.
Because otherwise, you're just going to have an EG that are waiting. We've seen what the waiting game looks like in the early rounds where nothing happened. EG just stalled for a full minute. You wanted to see some action over towards mid to draw people through. Trailblazers first. You want to hide the operator. All they're going to see with the Trailblazer. Super.
Here we go.
Default's there anyway.
We're going to get contact here because they're forcing the battle over through vents. So this is going to be these members from MIB are stuck in. Yeah, he hits the first snap. Not able to get the second. Doesn't wait for the reset. And now the showstopper for Arts is going to come through to give it some space. Showstopper on the other side with the Armageddon coming through. Trades are decent, but for EG, this is everything. And Artson makes it even more punishing to the 2v2 we go. Cortesia is able to see Derek up top. He's your spike carrier. Tries to make his way on to A. The Viper's been called immediately to try to fermentify this post-plant 2v2.
A divide to be played in here, by the way, from Zenom.
Yep. Oh, but the timing here. Super finds the first. Zenom with the trade to the 1v1. Viper's pit will fall. Derek not at full HP. It's all about the timing. Here comes the walk up on the opposite side of mid. Cosmic Divide is out. Derek, just misses the opportunity to find Zenom while still in the astral form. So now it's just down to who sees who first, and Derek will save things for EG again. 7-12, we go on.
Who sees who? The back of the head from Zenom, who looked for that. We've seen Zenom in clutch situations. He's won those situations, just got a 1v2 win, but that was all Derek. 4 in a row now from EG right after the attack pause called by MIBR. Full rifles in hand, but only half armor. What a round for Derek to be able to come through on. Stun to delay things, Viper's pit to allow him to plant in the open, then has to go into a duel up against Zenom, who's performed so well in very coin flippy situations against a Cosmic Divide where looking the wrong way, the wrong time is the round and maybe the entire qualifier gone.
Seeker's still ready for MIBR, but they did get the showstopper and spent it for no accord in the previous round. Can MIBR solve this problem that is starting to brew on this EG attack? Stealth up and into B tower. Does actually connect into Artson, so the suppression is there plus the information. And you've got some key ground to work with, but look at this double walk up over through vents. Does Derek hold this angle long enough to get the read? He's your spike carrier, and timing is going to be everything. There's the check, and it's a double headshot for Derek. 5v3, and now you can just burst on into B unless Artson takes away the angle first, and he does find one with the paint shells, but nothing more.
Slight level of impatience there, and he would have had his back turned and potentially taken down by those two members, but if one thing EG maybe guilty of a little bit too much is that patience, and they'll be rewarded for it this time. 2 kills. Now open the map up.
30 seconds.
As MIBL once again have to split the difference here. They don't exactly know where it's going to come from. Aspas will deliver the news over. Or Zenom. Aspas knows, and he has to pull through now, or at least at minimum survive what she's done through.
Yeah, gets out of there. Gives a chance for Zenom, the clutch master, to work his way back over to A. But with the economy where it is, yeah, you might just be considering saving here if you're MIBR. And that looks to be
giving over. You're giving over 8 to EG, which doesn't feel comfortable. Closing the gap to 4. Now look. Again, we talk about the fact that 13 is more than likely for MIBR, but what does the end result look like? Is it going to be a 13-9, a 13-10? Or is it actually just going to be EG seriously winning 9 rounds in a row?
Now we can start using the word comeback. The only difference is, will there be the word fake before comeback, depending on how this round plays out. Hunt is on a little bit from Icy. A couple of the spam shots, and Aspa says, no, not so fast. So 12-8 the count. Viper's pit ready for MIBR. The Seeker still being held onto. And again, that's the thing, is like, as much as MIBR can be looking at some of these ultimates that try to congest the map a little bit, like, they're not round-winning ultimates, except for maybe the Showstopper, which Artson's only halfway built up towards. Same thing for the Knives, so.
What is he on Spectre for this round? Viper's pit mid. It's starting to really feel good about EG. At least if they end this map, they kind of get to save face a little bit. Whereas before, the scoreline differential was so huge that you look back on that end for EG and it would be a bit disappointing. It's actually going to be Viper's pit on A, the other normal position you'd see it at.
Toxins going up.
With a really peculiar toxic screen too, just kind of cutting across the front side of the A site. So it's almost to say Cortegia is just sitting there saying, if I feel pressure, I can just dive back into the backside of A and we can hold it. But EG initially will be funneled over towards mid. And look at the setup for MIBR around B. It's just everyone playing corners right here.
Yeah, it's extremely lightly held A.
Well,
Contact through Zenom here, and as you say, just double in the corners, having to be flushed out. Stars to delay things a little bit, but also Zenom's been locked out of this as well.
yeah. At least for now, it's almost as if they want to try to wait for the Seekers to come back into play here. Stuns come through, Salvo connects. No more ability for those smokes to come out. Artson up top, not able to do too much, and the same can be said as Hospice will drop. And EG, whoa! 4v2, thinking there might be someone over towards Dirk, gonna call the Armageddon in. That's going to guarantee the plant for Derek, but feels like a bit of an overinvestment considering the current status, especially knowing that Cortegia is still back into his Viper's pit today. But regardless of that, it's a 4v2, and EG are looking good for 9.
EG are always going to be a little bit more desperate to win these, obviously, given the round differential that they have. The good news is, Spectre dropped in favor of picking up a rifle, but how much the MIB want to play this? And the answer is not at all. Even with Seekers looking a little bit too risky, money is looking a little bit too low. Can't even really afford to play for exits. They'll be happy with the fact that they got out the Armageddon. That is a small silver lining that they probably didn't deserve to get. But as I mentioned, Derek will feel the pressure to drop in something extra to guarantee these rounds. And Aspas, I think, in the corner that he held at the back of B, probably needed at least one more kill. I think a 2v3 seems workable with Seekers. A 2v4, just a little bit too far.
Okay. We go on. Weapons affordable for MIBR for the most part. Maybe a light armor or two just still have to be considered, as Fraud will go back into what will be their last time out here. And you start to feel the intensity in the kitchen starting to rise just a touch. The heat's definitely leveling up. And if
again, you have to start asking questions of which team is actually under more pressure. You can see that the pressure on EG is still there. They're still dumping a little bit more than maybe they should in particular rounds, despite being 4-2 up, just wanting to make no mistakes of dropping a round that they need to absolutely win, because every single round they need to absolutely win. But at the same time, for MIBR, it's like, you should have closed the map already.
Yeah, sure.
How many has it been now? 5, I believe.
Yeah, it was 12-4.
It's getting out of hand here for MIBR. It would be a monumental fumble to be in a situation where you were 12-3 is where we started this journey, and now we're looking at 12-9. So the question was, can we get EG 9 in a row? They can certainly get 6 in a row. After a tactical pause, this round better be it for MIBR, because they are definitely broke afterwards, and they're not even in a position, by the way, to go for retakes at all, because I think twice now they've gone for a save. So they're losing a lot of these rounds just because, okay, we're just going to save again. Save again. We don't want to be broke. Save one more time.
Poison's off.
Well, EG have definitely found something through mid to work with. And maybe just, again, just knowing that they've got a utility advantage against this double duelist setup that I have to play a bit reactionary, but I say that, and look at Artson's position with a Judge tucked into a corner at B main. So all of the rest of MIBR's defense can focus purely on the top tower positions, which has been an issue for them.
I see as well has been left behind here to work through potentially vents. The unfortunate thing for Artisan is that, considering that EG's not going to push into him, a flank with a Judge is not ideal. He's not going to be in a position to really get much out of that. Seekers in play very early. Useful, mostly information, but what the information does reveal is one inside vents is Icy's been forced to activate now.
Well, this will be a 5v2 on site for now. And if you're MIBR and you're defending from inside the site, if you're Verno, if you're Auspice, you just need to keep your lives. Here comes the rotation back over. Oh, look at the position from Supa. He's going to make sure nobody rotates across a tower. Auspice playing in the back. Cortegia is able to find Superman, so now all of a sudden, EG a little bit stuck. Nebula about to fade. Ye finds the first. Good flash to come through, but the trades are relatively even. 3v2 situation. Advantage to MIBR. Time running out. Just down to Derek. It's just going to have to be him forcing it forward to find the kills, and it's not going to happen. Zenom able to find the last two. And MIBR eliminate Evil Geniuses and move on to try to play for the final spot out of the Americas qualifier against 100 Thieves tomorrow.
EG, they exit the way they came in, just a little bit too slow. The classic EG patience. Sometimes it delivers, but this time it did not. Waiting until they have to go, and there's no time to plant. Allowing a little bit more time for MIBR as well to get their rotations over. At the beginning of that play, you even called it. For now, it's a 5v2, then slowly 3, 4. MIBR are working their way back. Cortesia in the flank as well. Super completely wasn't aware. Seeker's revealing positioning. At that point, MIBR know what EG are doing, and EG are just gonna chill until basically time runs out, and they just don't have the capability to close out.
No. Wow, how critical that 1v1 was between Cortesia and Superman, though. Changes the whole dynamic of that setup for EG on their offense. So they make a hell of an effort at it, but they do fall short and will be eliminated. Earlier today, if you missed it, NRG able to take a thrilling best of 5 series versus 100 Thieves. A lot of it coming by way of taking 100 Thieves map selections, taking both of them actually. So they have already punched a ticket to Riyadh, and 100 Thieves will have a chance at redemption tomorrow with a best of 5 against MIBR. We'll be on the call for that one. Shift and Avril with you. But Kev, give me your thoughts here, man, because we had some barn burners today. It feels bad to say bye to Evil Geniuses, but starting that slow, it just can't happen.
Yeah, I think they just, the pressure got to them. Like, at the end of the day, obviously, the answer is EG have a lot more pressure on them to win every single round perfectly. But I think a bit of a mental break, one more tactical pause coming through from Fraud on MIBR, slow things down a little bit. Well, rather, you don't have to, because EG are the ones slowing themselves down. But just work the punish. They got through that. But honestly, this is not a great look from MIBR either. Lotus was, unfortunately, extremely one-sided against him. That was an awful look. Their perma is going to be Fracture, which means Lotus might just come back into play, and I think 100 Thieves can capitalize on that. I think even Split didn't look that comfortable towards the end. Sure, they had a 12-3 lead, but man, the amount of rounds they dropped in the middle there, to start to believe that EG could make a possible comeback, you can't afford to do that if you're a top NA team. If you're MIBR, top 3 after playoffs, already qualified for Toronto, now trying to qualify for EWC, and you're looking shaky in this qualifier. Toronto's actually not even that far away, so questions start to be asked for MIBR about, like, what is their current condition? Because they lost to NRG, and they look super shaky versus EG.
Thing is, there was a new composition, or at least a return to a composition they haven't played in a while, so lots of things for us to consider. We'll stew on that, we'll marinate on it. We'll be back tomorrow, though, same place, same time for a best of 5 with 100 Thieves and MIBR playing for the final spot in Riyadh. Don't miss it. Make sure you follow on the way out, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. So long, have a good night.